Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Son of Demon King? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto leaves Konoha after the failed mission to bring back Sasuke after he learns that the council wants him dead. After several years he returns at the request of the Hokage herself when Kumo, and Sound make an alliance to go to war with Konoha. Now under a new name and identity that is feared in every village, can Naruto somehow regain what is his and destroy all the people that wronged him? Will the very people that he had once considered to be precious to him allow him such vengeance? Naruto had just snuck out of the hospital free from the glaring doctors and nurses, who saw him as they walked by hoping he died in a ditch somewhere when he was let out. The mission to retrieve Sasuke had been a failure in every sense of the word, with the Uchiha in the grasp of the snake Sannin Orochimaru. The fact that Naruto had technically been the one to make the mission a failure did not help his already low standing in this hell-hole village he called his home. Sakura was not too thrilled either, blaming him for Sasuke leaving, telling him had he not tried to rival the Uchiha in power that the spoiled child would still be in Konoha to give her a date. What she needed was a fat lip to match with her huge forehead. Naruto was so tired of their constant hatred of him, their glares, their ever-desired dream of wanting him dead for things he didn't even do. Naruto needed to get out of Konoha before he suffocated from the village's arrogance. He needed to leave. Purity. Not like anyone will miss me. First chance they get they'll celebrate and break the old man's law, since the team council will overrule it just like they try to all the other times. Thought Naruto, having overheard a few council members talk about overruling another execution for breaking the Sandaime Hokage's law. With that thought in mind, Naruto made a shadow clone to head home, hoping that all he had of value wasn't destroyed this time, knowing that what his plans required he leave the leaf. While the Naruto clone went to his apartment, the real Naruto went to the old hag's office to say his goodbye, or at least leave a letter should she be in one of those meetings. Hokage Tower at the moment. What do you mean you're ordering Naruto's execution? Said Tsunade, who was now completely furious with the council before her, as they were nothing but crusty old men and women from the Dark Ages, thinking they were all right due to their experience with running things in Konoha. Just like you said, Hokage-sama. The demon boy lost to Uchiha Sasuke because he held back, meaning he let the last Uchiha leave, meaning that Uzumaki is a traitor as well, and therefore must be killed. The only reason he didn't escape was because Kakashi arrived on the scene moments after the battle ended, said Danzo, knowing that the law was very clear on traitors and the Kyuubi vessel was in such range of those laws. I see. And what happens if Uchiha Sasuke is captured and brought back to Konoha? Will he be executed too? Or do you like to show favoritism to a spoiled bloodline user who deserts their villages for power? Said Tsunade, wondering how they could make that swing in their favor. We believe that due to the curse seal on Sasuke that he went temporarily insane out of the sheer jealousy of the Kyuubi vessel. Should the Uchiha be captured, the boy will be evaluated by our top seal and psychological experts before going down that road. We are confident that the boy will come around to our side if and when he returns to Konoha will be given a chance to redeem himself, said Koharu, smiling a fake smile at the Hokage, hating the woman before her with the feelings mutual. You mean your side? You would embrace a traitor, but not the village's hero, who from my understanding was treated worse the scraps of food you throw your pets. You are even lucky that I am the Hokage right now because of Naruto, since he was the one that got me to come back here in the first place. Had it not been for him, you would have been powerless against an invasion from Iwa or Kumo if they ever decided to become bold, said Tsunade, knowing those two powers were exactly Konoha friendly right now. Mind your tongue, Tsunade, as you can be removed if we see fit. We know all about war, or have you forgotten? Said Hamura, scowling at the woman, who smashed her fist on the table, cracking it nearly in half. Perhaps you need to be reminded of who I am, Hamura-san. If you have some memory loss, maybe you would like to fight me in a spar so we can resharpen your skills along with your mind, said Tsunade, grinning at the now cowering man, who knew he stood no chance in hell against the woman before him. Enough. The decision is final between us, meaning we overrule any type of intervention you wish to create here, Hokage-sama. The boy will executed 3 days from now after he is picked up by our ANBU unit we sent to retrieve him, said Danzo, knowing that the team he had sent was ordered to retrieve and, if necessary, subdue the demon child. Unknown to them, a certain clone of a certain person was overhearing this via ventilation system above the meeting room before silently going poof. Naruto had made the clone right after going into the office with the help of Shizune after telling the nice woman he wanted to speak to her in private, but secretly as well. He had figured since Tsunade was having a meeting with the council his name would come up and he needed to know what was going on. The end result with the said clone going poof sent all of the learned information back to the original Naruto, who was now in Tsunade's office or precisely her Hokage chair. He was currently busy writing his goodbye letter, only to stop as all the information from the clone came pouring into his head and became angry with the assholes in charge. So that's how it's going to play out, huh? Well, let's see them catch me when they don't even know where I am or follow me once I get over the border, thought Naruto before writing some final choice words into his note for the council to hear if read out loud, and left out the window to the rendezvous point where his other clone was. Are you sure you want to leave knowing who you'll leave behind? Not everyone hates your guts, Kit. Some may actually sympathize with you, said the Kyuubi as his shadowy face appeared in Naruto eyesight as the vessel headed for the forest area. Even if they could, it doesn't matter now. I'll be dead if they catch me, and then the truth will be told with a spin on it making, and everyone hate me regardless of all the good I did for them. In the past. Is that how you want to be remembered, Fox? Having your vessel go back to face his executioners and simply die a dishonorable death, taking you along for the ride into hell? I didn't think that was your style since you are a demon lord, thought Naruto, slipping past the guards, who were currently not doing their duties on account of them being drunk. Point well taken, Kit. However, do you realize that if you do this, then Akatsuki will come after you, and you will no longer be under the protection of the Leaf or the super pervert, said Kyuubi, frowning at his vessel, as if to make the boy realize that with this action came consequences. Protection? Konoha protect me? That's a laugh, Fox. You know as well as I do the only protection I ever got in Konoha was from the old man, and now he's gone. As for Ero Sennin, he only cares about his research and would trade me for a second in terms of training me for a chance to peep in a bathhouse. You look me in the eyes and say otherwise, thought Naruto, scowling himself at the fox before finally meeting up with his clone and getting what his things place in a sealing scroll he acquired from the shinobi library before leaving a paint bomb for Mrs. Haruno. The shallow pink-haired woman had on more than one occasion had tried to discreetly kill him, having been a former shinobi herself, only to be foiled each time by Naruto's fox-like sense of danger. To add insult to her injury, he had flipped her off several times when at a safe distance after her attempts to make her remember he wasn't dying, at least not by her hands anyway. Good times when that part happened. Another point in your favor, Kit. I'm impressed, which is not always the case with me since we demons aren't impressed much due to our high expectations of things lower on the food chain. However, you are a special case, and as such I'm going to help you since you are my vessel, as I refuse to have such a weakling for a prison, said Kyuubi, having seen the boy fight using his power and his own, knowing that the reason the demon Uchiha won was because Naruto showed mercy in not killing the power-hungry fool. And here I thought you liked me because of my charming good looks, thought Naruto, letting out a small laugh while the Kyuubi itself surprisingly had laughed too at the joke, but whether or not it was meant to insult Naruto or to compliment him, the boy was not sure. We must reach the border soon before they discover that you have made an unofficial departure from Konoha, which I estimate will be any moment now. Even if it is some distance to the hospital from the Hokage Tower for a shinobi of high level it take, but a mere minutes if not moments, said Kyuubi, and sure enough special ninja alarm bells went off coming from Konoha indicating a shinobi had abandoned the village. Have I ever told you how I hate it when people around me are right about something at the moment I don't want them to be, Fox? Said Naruto, now sensing the growing chakra signatures behind him all ANBU level and closing fast. On more than one occasion, Kit, but that is a topic meant for another discussion at a later time. Right now you have to fight these hairless apes off before more come to take you back to your execution, said Kyuubi, knowing that the shinobi team behind them would most likely try to kill his vessel in the forest, then return him for a proper and more public execution where some brave shinobi or Hokage may possibly get a decent enough backbone to defend his vessel on their behalf. Fat chance in hell. Konoha sometime earlier. Hyuga Hinata was blushing as she held the flowers in her hands, wondering how Naruto would react when he saw them if he wasn't asleep while healing his bandaged-up body. She had fainted the last time she saw him at the hospital because he was wrapped almost entirely in bandages after his body had been practically destroyed in his fight with Sasuke, though she imagined Sasuke was not feeling good either. It hurt her to see the boy that she had come to admire look so broken like that, and Hinata had felt her mind shut down upon the sight. Now as she headed towards the hospital, Hinata could only hope that Naruto was feeling better and would come to appreciate these flowers as a token of her low friendship. Hinata made her way to his room after eventually finding it, wondering slightly as to why the staff around her seemed that hateful towards Naruto when she asked for his room. She had hoped that everything was all right when she approached the door, only to find the door was now slightly open. Peeking inside, Hinata held back a gasp as she saw several Anbu looking around the room, finding out like her that one Uzumaki Naruto was not in his room. Demon, that kid. Where is he? We have to find him so we can keep him contained until his execution, said an Anbu with a tiger mask on, punching the wall right next to him out of frustration. Execution? Naruto-kun is going to be executed? Oh no, thought Hinata in horror, as she had heard about executions from a branch house Hyuga clan member and how they were horrible sights to behold, showing man's cruelty at showing death in such a manner. What are you so upset about? In his condition, that monster couldn't have gotten far, and when we catch him, we get to have a little fun with the demon, said an Anbu with a falcon mask, remembering the specific of their orders from Danzo. Monster? Demon? Naruto-kun isn't a demon. How can someone as sweet and caring as him be a demon? Thought Hinata, her eyes nearly swelling up in sadness at her crush was having his name being driven through the mud like that. We better report our findings to the council and then later to the Hokage. They've been waiting for an excuse to go after the boy, and this is our chance to get him ourselves, said the third ANBU member, who was their captain, jumping out the window with the other two right behind him. I have to tell Hokage-sama, thought Hinata, dropping her flowers and rushing off to tell the woman in charge what she heard, hoping that the female Hokage could save her crush from the apparent death warrant signed on his head. By the time Hinata got to the Hokage tower, the alarm had been sounded, and before she could get to the door, she saw a team of no less than 8 ANBU head out dressed in full combat gear. Fearing even more for Naruto's life, Hinata ran as fast as her legs could take her and rushed into the Hokage's office, not hearing Shizen's protest or the 2 ANBU guards behind her trying to stop her. Hinata? Why are you in my office? Said Tsunade, not really in a good mood right now, and the scowl on her face proved it, having quickly hiding the letter Naruto left behind. Are you letting them go to kill Naruto-kun? Said Hinata as her eyes were now releasing her tears as she ran to the older woman's desk. How did you find out about that? Who told you? Said Tsunade in an authority-giving voice, only to look worried knowing she would have to explain herself to the little girl, who now probably thought had a hand in this little plot to kill the blonde vessel. She hates him too. She's just like all the others that glare at him, thought Hinata before rushing to the door, only for Tsunade to stop her so she could explain what happened. Tsunade didn't get a chance to, as she felt a blast of intense demonic chakra that could have come from only one source in all of Fire Country. Uzumaki Naruto. A moment earlier with Naruto. Anything to say before we kill you, demon filth? Said the ANBU captain, wearing a cat mask as he and his team surrounded the boy, all holding deadly-looking weapons. Yeah, I got something to say, so shut up and listen, because it will be the last thing you ever hear. First, I think you are all a bunch of assholes for taking this job to kill me or whatever it is you were told to do by those teams on the council. Second, even if I do die at your hands, one day so will all of you, and you will all go to hell. And when that day happens, Kyuubi will be waiting for you to make you his own personal playthings. Third, should I survive this, I want you all to remember this. Should I leave any of you remotely alive to count to when I become strong enough, I will return to the Leaf to finish what Kyuubi started by destroying every single arrogant villager and shinobi in Konoha. Said Naruto, not going to hold back anymore and let out all the chakra his body could generate, scaring the Anbu since the level nearly rivaled Hatake Kakashi's own. Is this the Kyuubi's doing? Thought the ANBU team, as they saw the dome of thick blue chakra laced with the demonic red of Kyuubi cover Naruto before blasting out at them, disrupting their chakra networks. Before any of them could act, Naruto was upon them punching and kicking them in the various ways of taijutsu that he picked up as well as learned given what little training he had. With no one to train him growing up, the taijutsu Naruto used was nothing short of a very unorthodox way of brawling, though the power behind each of the blows was still quite powerful. Fire style, fire blast jutsu, said an ANBU shinobi, who was able to get his chakra coil system under control long enough to go through several hand signs before unleashing a power fire jutsu at Naruto. The fire attack hit dead on surrounding Naruto in the hot fiery blast, giving time for the other shinobi to recover, though some of them doubted that boy would even survive. How wrong they were. The fire around Naruto was soon covered in demonic red churka and seemed to reform like a giant fox hovering almost protectively over the boy. It was almost more than the ANBU could take as they saw Naruto transforming as well, with his eyes now red with slits, his hands resembled claws, and his teeth were sharper with fangs along the canine teeth. You puny mortals think you can simply just go and kill me through my vessel, don't you? Fools. I am a demon of legend with a power that makes even Kami himself tremble in fear. I have no intention of dying just yet, and when I do I will have a worthy successor to my throne long before that day happens. It's almost a pity that none of you will be there when that day happens, said the fire-like form of Kyuubi before using all 9 of its fire-like tails, creating a massive explosion of fire outside its form. Unfortunately for Naruto, the strain of maintaining the Kyuubi's temporary form in his still recovering condition made his form collapse, and all he saw was darkness. Damn it. I can only hold this form for a little longer before it gives out, and no doubt more of those DMN Konoha shinobi are on their way after this. Fortunately, all I need is a moment and there is enough chakra to get us out of here, said Kyuubi using his fire-like teeth, and picked up the boy, who still had some residual demonic chakra on him, to prevent himself from being burned before heading towards the border, knowing a select few could pursue once they crossed. Hokage Tower. Tsunade-sama. Do you think it could be the Q? Said Shizun, rushing to the window, seeing a large explosion in the distance, making her stop her current sentence right before Tsunade could. Shizun. Go get Jiraiya and tell him to go retrieve Naruto now. Tell him to do what he has to do, said Tsunade, knowing that if it came down to it Jiraiya may have to be the one who kills Naruto, and she knew that when it did happen it would haunt the super pervert and herself until the day they died. She didn't notice Hinata had slipped out of her grasp and ran out of her office. Naruto, I am so sorry, thought Tsunade, letting tears finally fall from her face with her hands clenched into fists, knowing that no matter what she did she couldn't seem to save the ones she cared about. It seemed the heavens too were crying since it was now raining once more outside. Flashback. Those BS's, thought Tsunade, entered her office filled with so much anger right now that she wanted to smash the first person she saw regardless of who they were. Going over to her desk, she saw a note written in Naruto handwriting and picked it up, feeling a sinking feeling in her heart since no one should have been in her office. Dear old hag and council teams, if you're reading this then it's clear that I'm not here right now and I'm out of the village away from you Uchiha loving faces. All my life I've had to put up with your shit and the deliberate attempts to weaken me out of your arrogant wisdom, thinking I would destroy Konoha. First off, I never had any intentions of attacking Konoha or its people unless it was in self-defense and protecting my right to exist. From now on I answer to no one in Konoha. My life, my will, and my very being is my own to do with as I see fit. I will not let my life be dictated by some old fossils who are afraid of losing their position and fading gracefully into the history books. You have all let your arrogance blind you to the belief the Uchiha clan will be revived by a guy who hasn't even looked at a girl, much less taken interest in one. You would have a better chance of Itachi team coming back doing the job himself. But just to PSSU and Sasuke team off, I'll remove Itachi from your hands soon enough since he's after me. If I decide to come back to Konoha, it won't be to protect its people, but rather to destroy them since they have done nothing to deserve any form of mercy from me. So to you all listening, I suggest you keep an eye open at night, because when I return the leaf will run red with blood, and its people will burn in hell. Uzumaki Naruto Ike, your soon-to-be worst nightmare. P.S. For all you team council members reading this, I know you ordered my execution, so thank you for giving me the reason to come back to kill everyone. Have a nice day. Not. Oh no. Oh Kami, please no, said Tsunade, falling back into her chair as tears fell from her eyes in sorrow. End flashback. Now as the Hokage of Konoha, she was sending her last remaining friend when she was a part of the legendary three to kill her little brother. I deserve to go to hell, said Tsunade, putting her head on the table, covering it with her hair and tears. Sometime later, Naruto found himself lying face up in a dark cave with a roaring fire next to him, no doubt created by Kyuubi right before its form died away and spirit went back into his seal. He heard the rain outside the cave entrance, meaning that the trail that was left behind would be lost in the weather. Thank Kami for small favors, even if he does owes me a couple hundred big fat ones, thought Naruto, sitting up, and cracked his neck and other joints in his body aching all over. Now that you are conscious again, we need to have a serious talk. You are no longer safe in this world, and for you to become stronger you will need to leave it, said Kyuubi after focusing some of the chakra out of Naruto's body into the fire to create a fox head. Leave this world? What the hell are you talking about? Said Naruto, frowning at the fire and at the fox head in front of him. Just as I originally said, Kit. I will help you open a portal to Demon World that will take you right to the outside of my den, where I hold all sorts of knowledge, items, and skills for you to learn. However, if I do this, you have to do two things for me in return that I will hold you to your very word in keeping, said Kyuubi, as the seriousness in his voice didn't change. I'm listening, said Naruto curiously. First, you will drop that stupid smiling mask. It may fool those flesh maggots back in Konoha, but not the demons lying in wait in Demon World. You must be calm, yet as cold as ice, and your mind must be as sharp as steel, said Kyuubi, knowing that the only way the kid was going to get stronger was to remove the handicap he created for himself, even if it was only created to keep himself alive in a hostile environment. Done and done. What's the second? Said Naruto, interlacing his hands together, looking right at the fox, completely focused on getting stronger. You become my successor, the heir to my throne, and more importantly, become the son I was wanted. I will give you power, the knowledge I possess, and how to use or control that power. Whatever you do with the power I give you will be entirely up to your discretion in using, said Kyuubi, not wanting his legacy to die with him, as that would be one of the worst things imaginable for a demon. To be the last of your kind to die in such a lonely manner. So I would be a demon lord like you were? Said Naruto, frowning as he now imagined himself as a giant fox destroying everything in sight. Yes. But before you simply assume you would become a violent four-legged beast like I was, you are gravely mistaken. At least partially mistaken anyway, since we demons can have human-like forms when there are times that require us to be in them, said Kyuubi before turning its fiery-like head towards another figure in the cave, miming in pain. Who the hell is that? Said Naruto, getting up from his spot, and walked over to the one person he thought would not be around, much less be breathing right now. Oh, him? Surely you remember him? I found him while taking you to safety, barely breathing due to a disease that once plagued his lungs. His name is Kimimaro, if my memory is correct, from when he stopped you and that lazy Nara clan member from successfully completing your mission of retrieving the Uchiha from the other Sound Shinobi. I believe he will make a very nice spy and bodyguard for you during your time in Demon World once he is properly healed and fully cured him of the disease, said Kyuubi, as he looked at the albino, remembering the man's undying loyalty and how such love could be channeled to serve them. You mean he's not fully cured? Said Naruto, looking at the fox before sitting down near Kimimaro to see that the curse seal on his chest was removed. A form of incentive in case the kid wants to still serve Orochimaru. Before, the disease could not be cured by normal human hands, but as you slept in your unconscious state, I used my demonic chakra to reduce the severity of disease. Now it is in a lower yet still lethal stage that can be possibly cured if he is given the proper treatment in time from a skilled doctor. I wonder how he will react when he learns that his disease became untreatable because of the cursed seal that was once on his body, said Kyuubi, now laughing at the irony of the situation. What do you mean, Kyuubi? Said Naruto, looking at the fox, now not seeing the one eye of Kimimaro, now fully open, being awake, hearing the whole conversation. Orochimaru knew this boy had the disease long before it became known to Kabuto or Kimimaro himself, even when he was told. The curse seal that Orochimaru gave him had accelerated the disease's destruction rate ahead of schedule due to the corruption of the chakra in the seal itself. This in turn made Kimimaro unable to have Orochimaru use his body, but it also made the time he had on this earth short due to the increase in the disease spreading throughout his lungs, said Kyuubi, seeing the albino was alive, but didn't let it show to either human. So in a nutshell, had Kimimaro not been given the cursed seal by Orochimaru, he could have been treated, and then been used as the Sannin's newest body, said Naruto, his eyes widening at the stupidity of the snake man, wondering why he did what he did. Exactly. You see, for all Orochimaru's so-called power, he fears those that rival his no matter how loyal they are, and you know as well as I do the Sannin will do anything to keep them under his thumb. Kimimaro has one of the strongest senses of will to live I have ever seen in a long time, cursed seal or not. Had the Sannin tried to possess the albino without the seal, regardless of the disease, the jutsu would have failed, and Orochimaru would be no more, said Kyuubi, turning his head now to see Kimimaro's open eye overflowing with watery tears as the truth pierced his very soul. My whole life up until now in his service has been nothing but a lie, thought Kimimaro angrily, knowing how far he went to please his former master with the assassination of the Kazekage that led to the Sound Suna invasion, the rounding up of potential candidates for future body possessions, and the recent mission to retrieve the Uchiha being just a few of them. I know you're awake, albino, I've sensed it for some time, and I know you heard every little detail I just said to my vessel. I have spoken only the truth about what I said about your former master Orochimaru and your disease, said Kyuubi, knowing that while the truth may hurt Kimimaro now, the rewards for doing so would be several times greater. I see that now. However, in some way I've always known that about Orochimaru and the knowledge that I was being used by him for his own end. Even though I knew this, I still followed the Sannin, knowing my life had purpose in serving another no matter the reason behind it, said Kimimaro, earning a nod from Naruto in understanding, since that was all he ever wanted to. Kami must have been asleep or taking a break when our lives were made a living hell, thought Naruto, wondering how Kami would explain this to him when they eventually met somewhere down the line. Incidentally, the angels up in heaven noticed that Kami was getting his team of lawyers together more and more to discuss legal matters, as it was put. You said I could be cured completely? Said Kimimaro, looking at the fox head made of fire that nodded in his direction. Yes, but such a thing is not without price. You served the snake Sannin with fanatical devotion, and so you will serve my vessel with the same loyalty. Do you have problem with that? Said Kyuubi, glaring at the albino, who shivered under the demon lord's gaze, knowing that it was far worse than Orochimaru's. No, Kyuubi-sama, no problem at all. I swear that when I am fully healed by your power that I will forever serve you and Naruto-sama until my last breath, said Kimimaro before he went into a small coughing fit with his disease acting up once more. Good. We will begin preparations for healing you soon once my heir and vessel has his strength returned to him, since it will be from his body the demonic chakra will flow from. Before that I will begin the transformation of his form into that of a future fox demon. After those two objectives become complete, we will head to Wave Country to retrieve another pair of bodyguard and spies to assist in our endeavors, said Kyuubi, knowing of two others they could retrieve to assist his vessel in anything that happens. You don't mean? Said Naruto, only to see Kyuubi's fiery head nod once, making the boy's eyes widen. Yes, I do. Once they are resurrected we will head to Demon World while your three new allies keep tabs on Konoha and the other villages while we're away for 3 years, said Kyuubi, getting another surprised look from Naruto. 3 years? I can't learn everything you know in 3 years, said Naruto, wondering what the fox was thinking when it decided that. Ye of little faith, my child. You see, the whole thing involving time, seconds, minutes, hours, and everything else concerning that crap does not apply there. How do you think we demons have lived for so long without falling at the hands of Father Time? Said Kyuubi, knowing that when he got through training Naruto, no force on Kami's sweet earth could or would be able to stop Naruto. Not even the second coming of Uchiha. You know more than anyone when my body will be right for this transformation, so just tell when my body ready to handle it and I'll do what I have to do, said Naruto, knowing that he pushed himself to a point of near suicidal tendencies when it came to fighting or training and having to hold back a lot so the villagers would think he was harmless. Well, harmless enough anyway that they believed he couldn't kill them, but not so weak that he couldn't fight back. That, however, was going to change very soon. We'll start tonight then, said Kyuubi before his fire-made form disappeared, making the decision final. Well, as long as we're waiting, let's learn more about each other, said Naruto, turning to Kimimaro, who nodded slightly if not by much from his position. His eyes are filled with pain like mine. I've seen those eyes before on another when I was still a child growing up right before my clan was killed, thought Kimimaro, as he mostly listened to Naruto tell him about pranks he pulled on people who had been mean to him. Kimimaro gave a weak smile when he heard how Naruto had managed to make a certain pink-haired woman end up with her head shaven in her sleep. Kimimaro almost let out a chuckle at how there was no proof Naruto had done it when asked about it the next day without the Haruno woman incriminating herself, telling the Hokage that she broke his S-class law that very same day that resulted in the prank itself being justified. Granted, Naruto didn't understand what she meant when she said those words, which had stopped her from being killed, but the fact that she was fired from her job and forbidden to take another for the next 8 months was just as bad. Naruto had enjoyed every minute of her frustration. Hokage Tower. Tsunade was depressed at the news given to her by the female Jounin moments ago, as she had sent Jiraiya to the source of the explosion with Yuhi Kurenai as his backup. They had hoped that Naruto would be there unconscious from using so much of the demon's power. What they saw was the charred ash remains of the entire ANBU unit sent after Naruto, but not the blonde-haired youth himself, meaning he was either dead or he had escaped. So Jiraiya went on ahead to search for Naruto. "I see, sending you back to report to me about your findings," said Tsunade, knowing that as skilled as Kurenai was, she was no match for Naruto even in his weakened condition. Especially if the Kyuubi was influencing him more and more. Jiraiya-san felt that since he was the stronger of the two of us that he stood a better chance at disabling Naruto than me, said Kurenai, who saw her Hyuga student look at her with pleading eyes before she left to leave Naruto alone. "I silently hope Jiraiya doesn't catch the idiot so the kid can live a somewhat better life. Away from here," said Tsunade, curing her bad luck in losing that bet that made forced her to become Hokage. "Whatever freedom he's gained won't last long. If Jiraiya-san doesn't find him, Akatsuki, Orochimaru, or the hunter ninjas sent out to look for him will. Is there any way you can remove the execution order given by the council? You are Hokage and you do have more power than they make you believe you don't have," said Kurenai, wondering just how bad this village had gotten without the Sandaime or the Yondaime for that matter. "I wish I could, Kurenai, but when Sarutobi-sensei died and Jiraiya went looking for me with Naruto, the council pulled a fast one in the law books. They gave themselves more power and influence over the village with the people supporting them since they all hate Naruto as well," said Tsunade, knowing that with the vast majority of the village behind the council her power was thinned as it was. "For once, I almost wish the demon inside of him would possess Naruto. It would almost be a much more merciful death than the one meant for him here," said Kurenai, knowing that if the council wanted they could no doubt do horrible things to Naruto before having him executed. What better way to solidify their power than offer up a sacrifice that was ironically already used as a sacrifice for different reasons? "If only I could tell the village who Naruto's parents were," said Tsunade, getting more and more frustrated with this with every passing second. "Why can't you tell them?" said Kurenai, wondering who the demon vessel's parents were. "Because the council won't let me, like they did the third. If the village found out, then the council would be forced to disband under the grounds for putting their own needs ahead of a Hokage or his offspring," said Tsunade, having read a few of the laws placed down concerning such matters. "Wait, Naruto's father was a Hokage? But that means, oh sweet Kami," said Kurenai, as she pictured the late Yondaime right next to the boy and put the two together. The only reason the council couldn't kill off Naruto back then apparently was that Sandaime was going to release that piece of information should the kid be killed. It would have made the council seem heartless and make them lose all self-respect within Konoha, allowing the third to execute them all for killing the son of a Hokage, said Tsunade, as she remembered how the fourth and the council butted heads like rams in a power contest when first starting out to change things for the better in Konoha. Danzo was ordered to disband Root by the third, with the soon-to-be fourth supporting it while taking on an advisory position with little to no power except the use of his own voice. Both Hamura and Kohar were to step down shortly after the fourth took office to make way for new, but still experienced blood to take over. In short, it was supposed to be a simple changing of the guard since the current Hokage at the time was getting too old and the council even older looking. That, of course, was before the Kyuubi had come and attacked, changing the dynamics of things around them, letting the old guard stay to get their revenge on the one who support their fall from power. With his now former friends turning on the one once in charge, the professor, when he became Hokage, used all of his political strength he had left to protect Naruto from the wolves that wanted him dead. So far it did little to stop the hatred from affecting the poor boy it was aimed at. You could still tell the people and hopefully they will come around, said Kurenai, trying to fight the feeling of lead in her stomach at this knowledge given to her. Even if I did, the council is still too far into power to pry them of it now and would no doubt spin it in their favor. They would call Naruto a disgrace to the Fourth's legacy in abandoning the village and tell everyone about the Kyuubi in him. It's the perfect excuse they need to break the Third's law without being punished for it later on. I don't want to give them any more leverage than they already have, said Tsunade, sighing, wishing her little brother would come back soon. With Naruto nightfall. It's time. Are you ready? Said Kyuubi, making his appearance once more from the fire, looking at a shirtless Naruto in mediating position with the seal showing on his stomach. I sure am, said Naruto, bringing his hands together and started making hand signs that Kyuubi showed him in his mind as demonic chakra swirled around the young boy with his necklace glowing slightly at this interaction. Good. Repeat these words I send into your head after me out loud and complete it just as you do the final hand sign. When that happens, your chakra will redirect itself back into the seal that holds me. By doing this, the seal will then collapse, allowing my power to flow in your chakra coil system without any interference. This will allow me to take temporarily control of your body just long enough to alter your DNA for you to adjust to the full transformation. I won't lie to you, kid, this will hurt a great deal beyond anything you've ever felt before, and for a brief moment you may technically die, said Kyuubi, wanting Naruto to know the ramifications of doing this specific transformation. Let's get this thing started, said Naruto, focusing on his chakra and feeling it throughout his body while Kimimaro had a chakra barrier over him to ensure his protection. Begin, said Kyuubi, preparing himself for what was to happen and hoped for the best, knowing that if this went bad they were seriously screwed. Taking a deep breath, Naruto readied his mind and recited the words sent to him by the demon fox in his mind. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chain are broken. And I am free. Naruto had just finished saying the words as he landed on the final demon hand sign that Kyuubi showed that stood for fox in perfect sync. The instant that happened, Naruto felt as if the life in his body was being drained away yet not leaving his body. It was as if it was being directed to a single point in his body, being filled like a glass being filled with water to the brink of overflowing. Just as the feeling stopped, Naruto felt his heart also stopped. And just like Kyuubi said, it was in that moment that he felt as if death itself touched his very soul. It wasn't the first time this happened, since the villagers always made sure that he remembered his place in their lives. But people Naruto was unfortunate to meet did die by the order of the old third Hokage, and their remains sent to the families, telling them to back off in any further attempt at attacking the child. However, with the Sandaime now dead, Naruto had no doubt that if he stayed in Konoha, the stupid villagers would no doubt try to be bolder, thinking that Tsunade as their new Hokage would be merciful to them and not care what happened to the demon boy. If and when he returned to the Leaf, they would find such joys of beating him up along with their days of living, depending on which villagers or shinobi he encountered. Just as his heart stopped from his lack of chakra, his heart now was thumping faster than a rabbit being chased, as his body had exploded with chakra, creating a spiraling tower. The demonic chakra shot upward, piercing the small mountainous area into the heavens with 9 tails like wave of chakra that soon following, tearing apart everything around Naruto. Not far away. What in the name of all things created by Kami? Thought Jiraiya, seeing the sight before him on a tree, as he saw a large amount of terrain had been completely destroyed. The self-proclaimed super pervert could feel the intense and familiar taint of the strong demonic chakra all around the destroyed area. Knowing that the Kyuubi had caused this some way, the Sannin headed towards his student in the hopes that the boy was alive yet unconscious. At least then Jiraiya could make the kill as painless as possible, even if he didn't want to do it in the first place. DMN Council. They wouldn't even be around had it not been for the Kyuubi inside of Naruto, thought Jiraiya, having been given his order by Shizune that came from Tsunade. With Naruto. Naruto stood panting from the exhausting transformation with his clothing ripped, as he was now noticeable taller and had more of muscular build that was not too bulky, but not too thin either. His hands were now claws like when he normally called on the demonic power, his teeth were more pronounced, his eyes no longer blue, but rather purple and with fox-like slits. His once blonde hair was now longer, spikier, and with streaks of red going down from the roots straight down to the tips. His human ears were gone now, and above his head were red fox ears that were much sharper than his old ones. The only real thing that he didn't have were any of the 9 tails that would signify him as a true demon fox, which Naruto felt was slightly disappointing considering that he was supposed to be Kyuubi's heir. I know what you're thinking, Kit, in regards to being tailless, but the tails only come out when you transform into your beast-like state. Like me, when you transform you will have all 9 tails at your beck and call to destroy whatever you see fit that you want destroyed, said Kyuubi, glad that it all worked out and that Naruto survived along with himself, since it would suck to die at the hands of your newly adopted son right after it was official. Good to know. Where's Kimimaro? Said Naruto, looking around, seeing the red dome-like chakra barrier shielding the albino from harm. I am here, Naruto-sama, you do not need worry about me, said Kimimaro, shocked at seeing his new master's incredible power, and was glad he sided with the demon vessel, now soon to one day be demon lord. I asked because I do worry, Kimimaro-san. I don't want you to get hurt because of me, said Naruto, canceling the barrier around the albino before kneeling down and placing a hand on Kimimaro's chest. What are you doing? Said Kimimaro, as demonic chakra came to Naruto's hands before entering the albino's chest cavity. What's it look like, Baka? I'm healing you as previously discussed between you, me, and Kyuubi earlier. Now please hold still since this is going to hurt a lot. Demonic healing art, purge of the unnatural jutsu, said Naruto, closing his eyes and focusing on the disease in question, finding the sickly remains of the illness before burning it out of the albino's body. Naruto wasn't surprised that Kimimaro held back his scream for solid 10 seconds before letting it out for all of Fire Country to hear his cries. When the jutsu was done, there was a smoking imprint of Naruto's hand on Kimimaro's chest area, with the said albino breathing heavily from the event. However, it was clearly noticeable that the breathing was smoother instead of the strained breaths Kimimaro had always taken originally due to the disease. I'm cured, said Kimimaro, finding almost hard to believe since he had been just moments ago plagued with a deadly illness. You were told that you would be cured and now you are. Now let's get the hell out of here before someone comes to investigate these series of events, said Naruto, sensing a figure fast approaching who had pretty strong chakra levels. Yes, Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, rising up slowly from the ground, trying not to fall in front of his master before looking at his surroundings. Naruto, said Jiraiya, appearing before the 2 shinobi on a large horse-sized battle-toad dressed in heavy armor. Well, if it isn't good old Ero Sennin. Have you come to do what 8 NBU teams could not? I know all about the order to kill me by the council and how the old hag was just too spineless to fight back with everything she had, said Naruto, seeing the surprised look on Jiraiya's face at him, knowing the truth about that. Her hands were tied, Naruto. The council saw their chance to finally kill you over the fact that you failed mission to retrieve Sasuke, said Jiraiya, only to feel an increased amount of killer intent coming from Naruto, his eyes glowing red. They wanted to kill me over one failed mission, Ero Sennin? For some Uchiha who left willingly? Did you ever fail a mission? Of course you did. No one is perfect. You can't expect a small team of Genin and 1 Chunin to go after the Uchiha to come out on top. Especially when he's being protected by the personal bodyguards of Orochimaru, said Naruto, getting sad at everyone screwing him over and the ones that supposedly care not having the guts to help out of fear of being labeled something they were ashamed of being called. I guess it's true what they say. When good men do nothing, it's evil enough. Or is it the phrase, evil triumphs? Maybe it's both, thought Jiraiya, knowing he had failed the 4th and, like Tsunade, was still living in the past with his peeping rather than taking Naruto's training seriously. You tell that council and the arrogant villagers I'm dead because I am no longer the person known as Uzumaki Naruto. I am Kyuubi Naruto, the son of the Demon King, said Naruto, turning around and walking away with Kimimaro right behind him. Naruto, stop. I don't want to kill you, but I will, said Jiraiya, his toad leaping over the 2 and in front of them with Jiraiya forming a Rasengan in his right hand. Come against Naruto-sama and I will not hesitate to kill you, said Kimimaro, using his bloodline, and got into fighting position despite his slightly weakened condition. You should listen him Ero Sennin. This guy right next to me was once hand-picked as the Hibi team's prized vessel before Sasuke, but the disease that I removed took that option away. I can also imagine Kimimaro is now stronger than your old teammate Ero Sennin, and despite my albino friend's current condition, I think with me added into the mix, you just don't know how things will end up for you, said Naruto, smiling a devious smile that made Jiraiya nervous. Naruto, said Jiraiya, only to be silenced by the killer intent the boy was giving off. Sorry? Is that the word you were going to say, Ero Sennin? Figures, since that is the only word you can say to me while trying to justify yourself to me. Go back to the old hag and tell her that you were no match for me and I showed you mercy since she will need your help to hold off the Leaf's enemies a little while longer. Now that the Uchiha is in Orochimaru's hands, I think she'll need all the help she can get to fend off both them and the Akatsuki. Oh, and Ero Sennin, keep Kimimaro out of your report to the old hag since we don't want Orochimaru finding out about him from his spies and then trying to pursue my friend here to use for another body some 3 years down the road, said Naruto before he and Kimimaro walked around the giant toad, and Jiraiya, knowing that the man would more or less not pursue them out of the knowledge that the former demon vessel was right. He's right, I can't fight much less kill him, or the other guy if what Naruto said was true about his strength. Orochimaru only picked the strongest of potential shinobi around him in becoming his vessel, and if this albino kid was really considered the candidate with the disease before choosing Sasuke, then there is a good chance I could have lost, thought Jiraiya, letting his head hang in shame knowing he had failed to do what was asked of him by the Hokage. Jiraiya, what do you want to do now? You want me to go after him? Said the toad, looking up at his summoner, who shook his head slowly. No. Take me back to Konoha. I have to give Tsunade the bad news, said Jiraiya, his voice lacking emotion, knowing that when word got out what transpired here things were going to go from bad to worse. As if they could get any worse. I'll have to tell Gamabunta about this. He really was attached to the kid, you know. It will break his old toad heart, said the toad, leaping off back to Konoha. If Tsunade doesn't kill me, he certainly can, said Jiraiya, not really caring about who beat the crap out of him in regards to this. Either way, Jiraiya felt dead inside. Several days later. Those we seek are in the land of waves, Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, frowning at the sight of the territory with the large bridge stretching connecting it to the mainland. Yes, Kimimaro. This is also the place that I helped believe in heroes again and treated me as one too. You will show all of them the respect they deserve while we're here, said Naruto, heading towards the bridge with Kimimaro nodding in understanding. As you command, Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, knowing that if these people respect his master he could respect them in return. We can only stay here for a few days since that Demon Council back in Konoha will not take Jiraiya's failure to kill you lightly. They will search every spot that you've been to that you are on good terms with due to outside missions, and this is one on a very small list, said Kyuubi, knowing it was only a matter of time before hunter ninjas were sent to find him here. What I have in mind won't take long, father. Besides, I need a new set of clothing since what I have is kind of irritating me, said Naruto, knowing that it didn't matter if he spoke out loud to his father since Kimimaro knew who he was talking about. It didn't take long for them to cross the bridge and meet the thriving populace of Wave, who greeted Naruto despite being a little concerned by his changes. They weren't afraid of him, mind you, but they were more surprised than anything by his new look since they last saw him only a few months ago. Naruto, said Inari, having run up to hug the older boy, embracing his hero and surrogate brother, having missed him after just a few months. Hey Inari. Everything okay here in Wave Country? Said Naruto, smiling at the smiling boy before him, seeing happiness in those eyes. You bet. Our daimyo even named a holiday in honor of you. We call it Heroes Day, to honor heroes like Yunichan. But can I ask you a question? Said Inari, finally noticing the new look his brother was sporting. Is it about my appearance? Tell you what, you take both me and my friend Kimimaro here to your house, I'll tell you all about it, said Naruto, seeing Inari nod his head up and down excitedly at having his big brother back home. They truly do care about Naruto-sama. This is a place where heroes are respected and is worth fighting for, thought Kimimaro, seeing looks of respect towards his master as Inari led them to his house where his mother and grandfather currently were. To say that both Tsunami and Tazuna were surprised was an understatement, as she gave Naruto a hug while Tazuna broke out another bottle to drink in honor of the kid's return. Granted, the old man was going to open another bottle regardless, but now he had a whole new reason and special occasion too, which made it all the sweeter. After Naruto explained all that happened to him, from his supposed execution that was supposed to take place in Konoha, to the point where he became the son of Kyuubi, and then to introducing Kimimaro to them, that the family was quite shocked. The once poor family had understood when they first met the boy that Naruto didn't exactly have the best childhood, and now they knew the reason why. To think they would hate you because you have the demons sealed inside of you, or on the belief that you are the fox in human form. That's just pathetic. Well, I'm going to talk to the daimyo about this and see if we can't stick it to those assholes back in Konoha, said Tazuna in a slightly drunken haze, but still sober enough to speak his mind. Father, mind your language in front of Inari, said Tsunami, scolding her father for his choice of language in front of her child. Thanks, Tazuna, I appreciate it. I know a few places you can branch out from in terms of trade you can give your daimyo when you speak to him. Just tell him that the hero from Wave gave them his personal recommendations for doing business with, said Naruto before writing down the places that they should try for trading, and gave it to the old man, who read over the list several times. Snow Country? Really? But if you think they will help us in trading with us, I'm all for it, kid. Especially after I heard that the place became the exact opposite of its name now after a certain shinobi paid it a little visit. I think the princess there was able to rename it Spring Country or something like that, said Tazuna, seeing several shinobi villages on the list, which was good since they weren't going to do business with Konoha anymore. You mean Princess Yuki? Yeah, I know her. I helped her believe that heroes do exist and helped her country get back on its feet. Trust me when I say that she will be more than happy to do business with you for a long time, Tazuna-san. Provided, of course, that you are sober during the negotiations of the trade agreement between Wave and Spring, said Naruto, knowing that trade between the two countries would do wonders for the both of them. Sweet, said Inari, knowing that Wave was going to prosper even further thanks to his Nichan. Forgive me for interrupting your conversation, Naruto-sama, but we are on a very tight schedule and need a change of clothing before we set out on our mission, said Kimimaro, hoping he was doing the right thing in terms of bringing up their business in front of this innocent family. No, you are right, Kimimaro, we do have things to do and we need to do them quickly. Tsunami-chan, do you know of a tailor me and Kimimaro can go to for clothing? Said Naruto, looking at the woman before him, who nodded and gave him directions to a place that had set up shop only a few weeks ago. With the information at hand, the two shinobi head out to the store, with Inari going with them to make sure they got there and to see their new looks firsthand. Since his Nichan had ripped pants and barely fitting shirt while his albino friend was shirtless with dark baggy pants, it was clear that they needed a look that would show they were completely badass. Quite frankly, Inari wouldn't have it any other way. Konoha Hokage Tower. In that demon hell spawn. We lost a team of Anbu to him, and the Toad Sannin was apparently powerless to stop him and showed mercy to prove how weak we've become, said Danzo, slamming his good hand on the desk in front of his fellow council members, who all nodded in agreement. This information about him become the Kyuubi's son is most frightening indeed. If we do nothing, then Konoha will fall before it has had a chance to recover from the damage we suffered during the Sandsound invasion, said a civilian council member, who was well known to being in Danzo's pocket in terms of support for the Warhawk. Many, if not all, of the clan heirs are quite upset at what has happened to the demon boy, while only the Haruno child is still devoted to the last Uchiha. Apparently, the demon has had a powerful influence on them, and those that are not in the hospital are becoming somewhat hostile to the villagers. Even more so are some of the shinobi that knew and liked the demon, who know more about his childhood. The old woman in charge of the orphanage that would try to starve the vessel was found hanged in the village square with her guts and eyes ripped out, with no witnesses to how she got there. We suspect it was one, if not several, of the more skilled Jounin ninja loyal to the late 4th and 3rd Hokage, but we can't prove which ones, said Kohar, sighing at this, as the village was not as stable as they had all hoped it would be. Somewhere in Konoha, in a dango restaurant, Anko and Hana sneezed loudly while Ibiki held his in after sensing it coming. Having his name mentioned so many times by the late 3rd, 4th, and current 5th Hokage had its advantages for Ibiki, having developed a sixth sense to these things. We will deal with those demon lovers as time passes while we wait for the demon to make another appearance in the other countries before we can plan an attack strategy. In addition to our outer attack plan, we will focus on an inner attack strategy to kill him. I know how the demon thinks, and sooner or later the beast will re-enter Konoha to save his precious people, and when he does we will strike him down with all our might. With the creature gone, the people will love us and will see that Tsunade was wrong to support the demon spawn. They will see that we, the council, not the Hokage, is needed to ensure that Konoha's future shines as brightly as the sun itself, said Danzo, knowing that with the order out to kill the Kyuubi vessel's son on sight, in effect the abomination was as good as dead. Those poor, stupid, unfortunate, and arrogant souls. Naruto and Kimimaro followed Inari to the clothing shop Tsunami mentioned to find that the place had everything they needed. Apparently, a former merchant from Water Country had somehow managed to get out of the chaotic and unstable place to set up shop in a now stable Wave Country. They had everything from clothes to weapons, and even low-level water jutsus with instructions on how to combine their power with certain weapons to make them much more lethal. "Good day, young masters, how may I be of service to you?" said the store owner, bowing his head towards the three boys. "My brother and his friend here need fresh clothing since they just went through hell and back," said Inari, smiling at the man and the fact he could finally curse without his mom around to scold him like she did her old man. "Of course, and may I suggest some weapons perhaps?" said the store owner, seeing that the two older boys were clearly shinobi from their stances. "Kunai and shuriken for us, but nothing more than that," said Naruto, knowing that his father's den had more than its fair share of weapons. "Very good, young masters, very good. Now if you will come with me, I'll simply get your measurements and get you the clothing you desire," said the store owner, leading the two farther back while Inari stayed to secretly stand guard. "In Konoha Hokage Tower. You want to send another team after him, Tsunade-sama?" said Shizun, looking at her teacher with shock, knowing that not just anyone could be sent to retrieve Naruto. "I have no choice, Shizun." The council wasn't exactly pleased with Jiraiya's failure to kill, much less return Naruto for them to kill themselves. "Those old cranes demanded that I send another team regardless of them being overpowered or not. Since they overruled me, I have no choice, but fortunately for me I intend to choose which team is suitable for the task," said Tsunade, though she wished that the council would just simply leave the boy alone. "Who are you going to send?" said Shizun, knowing that her teacher must have a plan of some sort should the team successfully return Naruto. Shino, for one, despite being out on a mission with his father, could help in this situation in helping Naruto see some way in coming home without force. Hinata is another choice. She has a crush on the boy, which I hoped that with her kind nature and presence would stem the hate in his heart. I was thinking of sending Sakura, but after I found out about her hostility towards Naruto when he got back from the mission, I'm moving against that. I'll also send Guy and Anko as their squad leaders, knowing that if the situation gets out of hand, those two can hopefully at least stall Naruto long enough for the others to possibly get away from his wrath, said Tsunade, knowing that the last thing she needed right now was a slaughter of several future clan heads. "I'll get them right away, Tsunade-sama," said Shizun, heading out to retrieve them. "I just hope this doesn't backfire on me," said Tsunade, wishing the council would get off her back about Naruto since they were the reason he was like this in the first place. Wave Country several hours later. "So how do you like your new clothes, young masters?" said the store owner, seeing that Kimimaro was wearing black combat boots, black baggy NBU pants, a blood-red shirt with the kanji symbol for Sin of Mankind on the back, and a mask covering the lower half of his mouth with the mask showing fang teeth. "They are quite good." "Thank you, Chimera-san," said Naruto, who now wore an old-style shinobi black bodysuit with the kanji symbol for Death's Master on the back in blood red. "The honor is all mine, Naruto-sama. As for the price on these, I give them to you on the house to show my appreciation for a hero like yourself. You brought life and hope to this once-dying place, so it's only fitting that I show you how much that means to me. After Water Country started to fall apart, I was beginning to believe the world was going to fall into a form of dark age. After seeing life in this place, I'm happy to know that I was wrong," said Chimera, as he had been told all about Naruto when he first set up shop in Wave. "Naruto-sama will soon accomplish many things in the years to come, Chimera-san, that I can assure you," said Kimimaro, as the two walked out with Inari seeing and giving them two thumbs up, saying they looked like they were ready to kick some butt. Konoha Hokage Tower. Sakura and Kakashi sat before the Hokage in her office, both squirming slightly under the hawk-like gaze of the Busta woman, who was not exactly pleased with either of them at the moment. Tsunade had read reports on the favoritism Kakashi showed Sasuke and the verbal abuse Sakura gave Naruto right after the failed mission to retrieve the Uchiha. It was also clear that the two knew why they were now sitting in her office since they both looked guilty. I don't suppose either of you have anything to say to me in your defense in regards to your actions towards Naruto? Said Tsunade looking at the two. Hokage-sama, I know I didn't spend as much time as I should have with Naruto or even Sakura here in terms of training like I did Sasuke. However, Uchiha Sasuke is clearly the most talented of the three since he beat Naruto at the Valley of the End despite the aid of the Cursed Seal, said Kakashi hoping it would help justify his reason in favoring Sasuke. I know I yelled at Naruto earlier at the hospital, but the baka deserved it. He promised he would bring Sasuke-kun back to me and he failed to keep it, said Sakura knowing she had her own reason for doing it and after her parents praised her for it, she had felt quite pleased with herself. That is of course, until Tsunade summoned Sakura to her office for a little talk, as the female leader of the village put it. So you two feel your feelings toward Naruto are justified all because of Sasuke is an Uchiha and a broken promise that nearly killed Naruto after the fight? Tell me Kakashi, after examining Naruto's wounds, can you tell me what move was used to nearly kill your student? Tell me Sakura, who beat Sabaku no Gaara during the invasion that saved your miserable life, said Tsunade, her voice becoming dark now and her eyes narrowed even further. My original jutsu, the Chidori I taught Sasuke in order to fight Gaara for his match at the Chunin exams, said Kakashi knowing that the boy would need it to fight difficult opponents. Sasuke-kun saved me. I know he told me it was Naruto, but that's just Sasuke-kun being modest and caring, said Sakura in her fangirl-like state not seeing the furious look now held in Tsunade's eyes. You both disgust me. Kakashi, you teach Sasuke your prized Chidori thinking it would defeat Gaara, but you taught Naruto nothing knowing he was facing the Hyuga prodigy of the Hyuga branch clan. Also, what would have happened if Sasuke had lost to Gaara had Orochimaru not interrupted it? If it wasn't for my old teammate teaching Naruto at the time then your moronic choice of a substitute, then Naruto would have lost, said Tsunade scowling further at the man before her knowing he shouldn't have taught the Chidori to Sasuke no matter what the man said. That baka would have lost anyway. He just got lucky, said Sakura not caring anymore about how she should talk to Naruto since he was no longer in the village. He did far better than you to get to the finals Haruno, so don't think you are all high and mighty in comparison to him. Also, in case you need another reality check, Naruto was the one that defeated Gaara, not Sasuke, and I have all the reports from the Suna siblings to prove it. Had it not been for Naruto's intervention to save you Sakura, Gaara's power over the sand that held you at his mercy would have crushed you like an insect, said an angry Tsunade, who saw Sakura scowling slightly as she looked away not believing that it was Naruto that saved her and not Sasuke. I take it that's not the only reason you called us here, is it? Said Kakashi knowing that when the Hokage decides to punish you it's quite a punishment. What was your first guess? Starting right now Kakashi, you are hereby demoted back to Chunin and to learn what it means to be a team player. You are also forbidden to go to the Memorial Stone until I see that you will no longer become lazy because of it. As for you Sakura, I'm sending you back to the academy to relearn everything from certain female instructors I'm placing there that I'm hoping will beat the living hell out of the fangirl residing in you. Whether they do this literally or figuratively to you during your training is their choice. If you don't like it, then stop being a leaf shinobi altogether, said Tsunade seeing the shocked looks on both their faces. With that argument over, Tsunade went back to the mountainous pile of paperwork that now stood before her. How she hated this job. Elsewhere in Konoha, Jiraiya sighed as he stared at Konoha from his spot seeing how people were having little celebrated events concerning Naruto leaving not caring that the boy had kept them safe for the past 12+ years. The boy had been hated by so many and loved by too few in his life growing up in the village that thought of him as a demon. Given the alternative being executed, I guess the idea of being the son of Kyuubi is not as bad as it sounds. Hell, I would probably follow through with it if I was constantly treated like crap for most of my whole beginning years of life. Thought Jiraiya was ashamed that he himself couldn't protect Naruto all those years that forced the boy to abandon his life as a human being and actually became Kyuubi's son. When he told the Hokage she wasn't exactly thrilled. Flashback. What do you mean Naruto has declared himself the son of Kyuubi? said Tsunade, now looking set off like the day she caught Jiraiya peeping on her and beat him within an inch of his life. I'm afraid it's the truth, Tsunade. Whatever happened to Naruto came directly from the Kyuubi himself. I don't know if the demon manipulated him into it or if the kid simply let it happen out of a moment of weakness for what was going to happen to him here in Konoha on account of his soon-to-be execution. However, I can say this, from what I felt from Naruto, he is no longer human anymore, Tsunade, and may have even transformed himself into a full-fledged demon fox, said Jiraiya before he let out a sigh, knowing this would not go over well in the village when people found out about this. Damn it. If the council finds out about this, then they have more support from the public in wanting Naruto dead. What better way to exact revenge on the Kyuubi than killing his proclaimed son, said Tsunade, sighing at that fact, not liking it one bit. It's not just that, Tsunade. When I looked into Naruto's eyes, I saw none of the happiness they used to hold, but rather near limitless amount of rage swirling within them. He was so angry at me, at us, and basically everyone else here in Konoha for making his life so DMN miserable. He wants nothing to do with us, Tsunade, whether we're his friends or not, and I think the best thing to do is leave him alone to be himself. Naruto won't return to finish what Kyuubi started, that I'm sure of, but if we confront and provoke him, that just may be a different story, said Jiraiya, noticing the heartbreaking look Tsunade now had on her face. How can you say that, Jiraiya? I won't rest until he's brought back to Konoha. Screw the council and their united vote to give the execution order. I will do everything that is in my power and beyond to ensure Naruto's safety in this village when he is brought back, said Tsunade, not wanting to lose the boy she had become so fond of and had breathed new life into her body. You say that now, Tsunade, but the real question is, can you actually back up your claim if you succeed? Said Jiraiya before leaping out the window. End flashback. Jiraiya sighed again, remembering how the urge to do some research at the hot springs seemed to die in him now that Naruto was gone. The kid had so much potential to be his successor to his book on account of the CC Jutsu, which would have allowed Naruto to actually go into the women's side of the hot springs and not get beat up. I mean, it was brilliant if not genius. Aside from that though, the kid was the closest thing Jiraiya had left of his previous and deceased student, that was the yondaime. Now that Naruto was gone, by renouncing his life as a human being and replacing it with a demon's, Jiraiya felt as if part of him died as well. He wanted his new student to be as strong and hopefully just as perverted as he was when Naruto got older, but this whole thing with the council ordering his execution had shot it all to hell. I wonder what Kami's judgment of me will be when I die? Will he be merciful, or is Kami really a woman and hates perverts? Please be the former, thought Jiraiya, though deep down he knew that it was probably the latter and he was most likely screwed. Wave Country. So this is Wave Country, huh? Looks much better than what I had heard when that pig of a man Gato ruled over this place, said Enko, having used her snakes to pick up Naruto's trail to Wave Country. It seems logical that Naruto would come here, considering it is the closest place in his heart to a second home when away from Konoha, said Shino, his bugs telling him that there was a second chakra signature with Naruto's, though it was masked by the demonic presence of their comrade. Did you really think that Naruto-kun will come be back with us if W ask him to? Said Hinata, wondering what her crush looked like now that they had all been informed by Tsunade of his changes. Why is it? I believe Naruto's flames of youth, while changed, still burn brightly and should not be counted out in rejoining the leaf once more, said Guy, giving the girl a shiny smile with a thumbs up. Yeah, if the council and villagers don't kill him first, said Enko, though it was more to herself than the others. As the group made their way to the bridge, they saw the plaque on the side, making them stop in shock and surprise when they read it. Now crossing the Great Uzumaki Naruto Bridge. Named in honor of the very hero that inspired us to believe that heroes really do exist. Naruto-kun has a bridge of this magnitude named after him and is considered a true hero in their eyes, thought Hinata, in awe of her crush being seen by others as a hero too. Well, I'll be dipped in chocolate naked. This bridge is huge and it's named after the little runt for being heroic, said Anko, shaking her while smirking, while Shino tried to hide his blush at the special Jounin's words. Let us enter and see if we cannot find our lost comrade, said Guy before rushing across the bridge to find Naruto with the others in tow. Zabuza's and Haku's graves. Are these the ones, Naruto-sama? said Kimimaro to Naruto, with Inari not far behind to be their lookout since this was a very delicate procedure they were doing. The 8-year-old kid had been told what they were going to do, and while Inari was freaked out by it, he was assured they wouldn't go about eating people brains like those zombie movies everyone was talking about. Inari understood, but still felt his stomach wouldn't be able to handle the sight of 2 people rising from the dead, and when asked why they couldn't do it for his father, Naruto told him that Kaiza had been dead for too long. With Zabuza and Haku, they still had a chance to bring back from the dead since they had been decreased for less than 2 months, while Kaiza had been dead much longer past the time needed to bring the man back to life. However, Naruto assured Inari that if there had still been time for Kaiza to be revived, that he would have been the first in being resurrected just to make the boy's mother happy. Inari understood, knowing that Naruto would always use his power to take away the pain of a person or family that didn't deserve such suffering. Yes, Kimimaro-san, these are 2 shinobi that were the first outside of Konoha that I had ever come to respect. You will stand watch with Inari while I perform the demonic ritual needed to revive them. I sense familiar chakra signatures have just entered Wave Country, and this will no doubt bring them here. Once I am done, you are to take us back to Tazuna's house before we are spotted, said Naruto, getting a nod from the albino, who walked over to Inari to tell him of the plan. I'll take over from here, Kit. You are still new to this whole thing, so it's best if I do this with you watching and learning on the side, said Kyuubi, knowing that only through his experience could this work. As you wish, father, I trust your reasoning, thought Naruto, bowing his head slightly as his new father possessed his body. In the name of the Demon King, all that is darkness and damnation, I call upon the 2 spirits of the underworld to hear me. I command both Momochi, Zabuza, and Haku to come forth from the underworld to return to their bodies so they may live and rise once again. As the ruler of hell, I command you to rise again. Demon's secret art, rise from the grave jutsu, said Kyuubi after completing the hand signs, and slammed his hands into the ground, sending a blast of demonic chakra towards the 2 graves. Once the demonic chakra made contact with the graves, the earth surrounding it rumbled and shook violently beneath Naruto's feet. Soon 2 sets of hands shot out of the ground with the bodies attached, rising as they let out gasps for breaths as well as letting out loud screams of pain from having their souls reattached to their bodies. Naruto, or rather it was Kyuubi now possessing Naruto's body, who raised his hands and shot demonic chakra at them, making it look like they were being electrocuted by red lightning. Such power, thought Kimimaro, seeing the massive amount of chakra being launched at the 2 former corpses of the earth. Inari thought the same thing. Meanwhile, in Wave Country, Hinata was nervous, looking for her friend and crush while walking amongst the populace of Wave Country when she saw the people looking at her with disdain in their eyes. It had made her feel unwelcome in her mind, just like when she was back home while near some of the traditionalized Hyuga clan elders, and how they all thought she was weak. Geez, they were fine with Naruto and Team 7 after they saved them all from Gato, but not us. No respect, said Anko, crossing her arms as she was disappointed in how these people were looking at her team. It's not that, Anko-san. It's something else entirely different. My bugs tell me that they have found out about what was going to happen to Naruto and don't feel like welcoming his potential executioners into their country, said Shino, sensing the anger from these people and his bugs telling him to be careful. Good point, said Anko, scowling a little because of Konoha's bigots and fools that had caused this in wanting the kid dead. The real question is where Naruto could be hiding, said Guy, rubbing his finger against his chin in thought. Let's try Titazuna-san's H house. T, the man W is the C client that H hired Naruto-kun's T team, said Hinata, blushing slightly at the thought of being right and seeing her crush again. It would seem logical that Naruto would stay with someone he knows that will take him in without question, said Shino, who got a nod from them group and headed out only to stop when they felt the surge of immense power coming to the east of their position. What the hell, said Anko, feeling the demonic presence behind the sheer volume of power being unleashed. Naruto-kun, thought Hinata, worriedly using her Byakugan to see the demonic power being generated was so massive that even her father would quake in fear of such strength now within her sights. Let's go, said Guy, heading off with the others behind him. Weary Olive, said Zabuza, looking at Haku and himself before looking at what appeared to be an exhausted Naruto standing before them. Save your strength, Zabuza. You too, Haku. I brought you both back from the depths of hell and beyond so that you may help me in my future endeavors, said Naruto, panting heavily, sweating up a storm at all the chakra Kyuubi used while possessing his body. Naruto-sama, I sense shinobi are approaching. I sent Inari home feeling he might be used against you, said Kimimaro, knowing that Inari, while a brave young boy already, could be used as a bargaining chip for his master to surrender, and the albino would have none of that happening. Thanks, Kimimaro. Take these two and the sword to Tazuna's house. They must not be seen, or else knowledge of their existence will be brought to both Konoha and Mist. We can't allow that to happen, said Naruto, feeling his powers slowly returning to him and the breaths evening out at a slower pace. I cannot leave without you, Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, not wanting to abandon the young demon heir at a moment of danger. You will do as I have asked of you, Kimimaro. I need to cover the graves so they don't suspect a thing. Even in my weakened condition I can hold them off, so do not worry, said Naruto, seeing Kimimaro reluctantly bow before he picked up the two bodies and took off. Are you sure you can handle this? Said Kyuubi, looking at his son in the boy's now redesigned mindscape that looked like the inside den area of a large house complete with a fireplace and everything. On a scale of 1 to 10? I give myself 7, thought Naruto, as he proceeded to cover up the graves quickly to make it look like they were undisturbed. With the retrieval team, Hinata ran as fast as her legs would allow her to go, with her being a close second behind Anko, who was trailing slightly behind Guy, and Shino was several feet back due to his large coat creating wind resistance. The Hyuga heiress hoped she would see Naruto soon, since all she wanted was to see her crush, even if it was just one more time, if only that. She had seen the hatred the village unleashed upon him and how they were cruel to him by not allowing him in stores, chasing him away from restaurants, and on his birthday of all days she never saw him, since it was also the day of the Kyuubi festival. Even if I can just see Naruto-kun one more time, that's all I need before he goes. I want to tell him how I feel so he knows that at least one person cared about him when no one else did, thought Hinata, as she and the team soon reached their destination, with Naruto standing there looking past the two graves with his back to them. My bugs tell me he has changed. No, not changed, but rather he has become something different altogether than the rest of us. That and his mood has changed since we last saw him, thought Shino, frowning as he stared at this new Naruto like the rest of the group did while slowly walking forward. Come to watch the scenery with me? Said Naruto, turning his gaze to the shock team, not expecting him to sense them since they had been so quiet. Tazuna's house. Tsunami-san, I need your assistance with these two, please, said Kimimaro, who gave Haku to the young woman, who placed the boy on a chair, and the albino placed Sabuza on the nearby sofa. I can't believe the kid revived these two. I hope he did the right thing, said Tazuna, as he watched the two with a careful, drunken eye, since he had past history with these two guys. Naruto-sama brought them back to life for a reason, and I trust his judgment. I hope you also understand why he cannot do that for the man named Kaiza, said Kimimaro, since Inari had already been given the explanation. It's all right, my pasty white friend. Kaiza is in heaven right now, so it would be rude to pull him out of there as it is, said Tazuna, knowing that Tsunami would understand since Inari and he himself already did. Do you think Naruto and I-san will make it back before saying goodbye? Said Inari, who was slightly worried that his hero and brother would fall due to his weakened state. I have seen and felt Naruto-sama's power before I was in his service. I can tell you now without fear of being wrong that my master will not fall no matter the odds stacked against him, said Kimimaro, looking out at the window closest to him before he went back to taking care of Zabuza. At the graves. You all seemed surprised that I sensed you. Your stealth itself was good, but you forgot to hide your chakra signatures, and while this is not your fault, I could hear Shino's bugs buzzing around in his body. You really should try to earn to keep those guys quiet, said Naruto, smirking as he turned around to fully face them. Uzumaki Naruto. We were asked by the 5th Hokage herself to try and bring you back to Konoha one last time. Comply with her wishes or you will be taken by force, said Anko, knowing that the kid would sooner resist rather than simply, okay, take me to my execution. Naruto could see the hesitant look in Hinata's eyes when Anko mentioned the last part, and that made the Demon Fox Prince curious as to why she was even chosen. He knew the girl was shy by nature, no doubt due to the expectations set by her Dmed clan, and that sending her to possibly fight him would be like sending a cow to his slaughterhouse if he was as evil as everyone made him out to be. Why should I comply with her wishes? So she can watch me be executed? To die for all the public to see? To simply end the pain of the villagers and shinobi? When I had no say in mine. You know what I'm talking about, right, Anko-san? I've seen the looks people give you, both civilian and shinobi alike. How many people have assaulted you? Beat you to a bloody pulp? How many times did they starve you? How did you handle receiving outdated and rusty weapons that you paid for triple the price of the good stuff? I bet that trench coat of yours and a year's supply of dango you suffered through some way with the questions I just asked you. So if you can look me straight in the face and tell me that you were treated nicely by the village after what happened to you with the Sannin, then I will come back with you, said Naruto, looking right in the eyes with his piercing hers, making Anko flinch at the impact they had, and knew that Naruto knew that her life wasn't all joy and games either. The Hokage wanted us to tell you she had a plan to save you, but it will only work if you return, said Shino, since it was true that the woman did have some kind of plan even if they didn't know what it was. Let me guess, she'll either have me locked away for a few years before she can request an audience with the fire daimyo to hear my case, or seal off my chakra permanently to appeal the masses, thinking the demon is vulnerable to attacks, thus making me a bigger target than ever. I'll pass on both, since I know she'll fail to amuse the council with the idea. They know that Jiraiya could undo any sealing done to me, and that the fire daimyo will punish them if he gets his audience with the old hag concerning me, since he favored the third and fourth Hokage. The council tried so hard to gain some form of influence over him with the advisors they sent over to try and gain his favor with suggestions that he didn't like. Fortunately, the man has a good heart and can see past prejudice and hate, unlike most of the assholes in Konoha, so I don't have to worry about the council trying to use him to make me become labeled as a fire country-wide menace, said Naruto, now smiling a fanged smile, making Guy and Shino shiver in fear while Anko was close to it. The only one not shivering was Hinata, because by some act of kami or her own power, she wasn't sure, she found herself moving towards Naruto, walking slow, careful steps as if the last one would make her trip and fall on her face. Hinata, what are you doing? Said Anko, seeing Hinata walking toward him without any weapon in hand or chakra in her hands for a gentle fist strike. That's what I'd like to know, thought Naruto, turning his gaze right to Hinata, who had somehow managed to get within near arm distance of him yet made no move in form of attacking or anything like that. Hinata herself didn't know why she was doing this, as she just felt that she had to move closer to him to look him in the eyes and tell him how she felt before she possibly lost him forever. She wanted her hands to touch his whisker marks, to look into his once blue now red silted eyes, tell him without wavering that she cared about him, and to plead with him to come back to Konoha so they could be together. She would have her father use all his political strength to save Boy somehow. Hinata knew the Hyuga clan's power held much sway in the ways of the political arena, and as a plus her father had no grievances with Naruto whatsoever. See me now as I see you, Naruto-kun, thought Hinata, as she slowly stared up at him, looked into his eyes, showing all the love she had for him that they could create, in the hopes he would know that no matter, that she cared and would stay with him to the end. Stupid girl! Kurenai is going to kill me, thought Anko, knowing that if she tried to throw anything she might hit Hinata and then she would be in a world of trouble. Naruto-kun, please don't leave us. The other rookies need you now. Tsunesama sent us because she needs you, and I need you as well. You mean everything to me, Naruto-kun. You are my strength, my courage, and my very inspiration to improve myself. If you leave now it would be as if you died, and I don't think my heart could take it, said Hinata, moving even closer to him and placing a hand on his whiskered cheek. There is no lie in her words. She really does care, thought Naruto, finding the touch of her hands soothing and the smell of lavenders that came off of her consuming his sense of smell. Please come back, Naruto-kun. My father can protect you from the council if you come back. I know he could, since you have done so much for me and Niji. When I get stronger I want you to be there to see it and tell me how proud you are of me with my progress to get stronger, said Hinata, looking at the boy, who seemed to be lost in thought. Hinata, your words are sincere as you are sweet. However, despite your good intentions I cannot go back, not simply because I am a shinobi who ran away from Konoha, but due to the fact that I will be killed when news reaches everyone that I am now truly a demon. The son of Kyuubi, to be more precise, said Naruto, looking at Hinata's pained eyes, and stroked her cheek affectionately before breathing in her scent while trying to remember every second of it. I don't care if you're a demon now. I just want to be with you, Naruto-kun, because I love you. I need you because I love you with all my heart, said Hinata looking up at the boy, who seemed surprised by this declaration since he never really felt love in his life up until now. Naruto, we can't stay here forever. Kimimaro will get worried eventually and look for us, making him noticeable to Konoha as well as the world at too soon a time. Tell the shy Hyuga that you will one day return to see her, but not for several years, said Kyuubi, knowing that it would have to do since it was he could do to stop this girl's heart from shattering. Hinata, I'll always be with you, but where I go you cannot follow, and even if you tried I don't want you to, for I promise you that I will return to see you, said Naruto, kissing her forehead, making Hinata's face turn redder than a cherry at picking time. Why, you mean it? Said Hinata, her voice now a whisper due to the impact of her crush kissing her on her forehead. Her lips would have been better, but Hinata wasn't about to complain. Of course, once a demon lord makes a promise he is honor-bound to keep, but don't tell anyone that or else we'll both get into a lot of trouble, said Naruto in a tiny whisper of his own since they did have an audience with them. When will I see you again? Said Hinata, taking several steps back, not noticing that the people behind her were now telling to move away to get a clear shot. I'll be wandering around in 3 years after my training in Demon World to do my own thing so I can make a good name for myself. Get strong, Hinata, I'll be waiting for you, said Naruto, winking at her before he was consumed in flame and vanished, leaving only ash behind from the grass beneath his feet. Damn it. Hinata, you do know that we have to report this, right? Hinata, said Anko, now looking at the girl whose face was glowing so much everyone around her thought she was radioactive. Naruto-kun, kiss.me, said Hinata in a whisper before collapsing under a faint spell with steam coming out of her ears. Okay, I think we can all agree to take this last part out of our report. Last thing her clan needs to hear is their heiress falling for demon royalty, said Anko, getting a nod from the other two since it wouldn't look good in the eyes of the clan elders and some of the main family. Tazuna's house. I'm afraid the time has come for us to go, said Naruto, right after he appeared in a swirl of flame, shocking everyone in the room since no one knew he could do that. Naruto and I-san, said Inari, rushing to his big brother and gives him a hug. What do you mean you have to go, Naruto? Said Tsunami, showing worry on her face. Yeah. You just got here. Come one and stay a while, have a drink, marry my daughter, said Tazuna in a drunken state, only slapped in the back of his head by Tsunami. I wish I could, but I'm afraid I can't. Shinobi are after me and I can't have them find out I'm here with all of you. Kimimaro, once they are more awake and able to move, I need you to tell them about the plan. Tell them of their purpose in returning from the grave and tell them that while you 3 are spying for me that they are to get stronger as well. They will not be relying on their water jutsus or bloodlines, but trying to use other things so they don't become recognizable to anyone. Only use those styles as a last resort since no one will expect those types of skills to exist after so long. Understand? Said Naruto as he looked at his albino warrior. Of course, Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, knowing where his master was going. As for the rest of you, Inari my brother, Tsunami the mother I always wanted, and you Tazuna are the drunken, yet comical grandfather who stands up for what is right. I hope to make you proud beyond all your expectations, said Naruto, meaning every word he spoke before he disappeared in a burst of flame. At the great Uzumaki Naruto Bridge. Ready to go, my boy? Said Kyuubi, grinning at finally being able to go home with his newly declared son. Yeah. Hey Kyuubi, can I ask you something? Thought Naruto, going through hand signs to open the portal to demonic realm. Fire away, said Kyuubi, curious to his son's question. What do you think of Hinata? Thought Naruto, wondering what his father would say about the Hyuga heiress. The shy one that smells of lavenders? Her heart is in the right place, she holds no hatred for you, and she doesn't care that you are now my son. Hell, the shy one even declared her love for you in front of that retrieval team, so I say that the Hyuga would make a fine mate for you, said Kyuubi, chuckling at his son's blush at calling Hinata his mate. I never said that Hinata would be my mate, but now that you brought it up, if I did, to take her as my mate? How would that even work? Since I'm your son, doesn't that make me longer lasting in terms of a lifespan? Thought Naruto, frowning a little at his father mentally while nearly done the hand signs. So young and so naive you are about life, with the threat of father time looming in the shadows, threatening to take it away. There are ways around this dilemma if you do choose the shy Hyuga as your mate once you literally mate with her. Every time we male demons decide to mate with a female human, we mark our mates by biting their neck with our teeth. Once our fangs penetrate the skin, they slowly releases demonized energy into her system that will change the physical makeup of her body to that of a demon as well. This also happens in order for the female to handle the power of the child that is growing inside of her, so when the child or children born will not kill the mother during PRGY, said Kyuubi, smiling at his son's fish-like expression. As educational as that bit of information was, I did not expect you to go into exact detail in terms of mating, thought Naruto, though he imagined what Hinata would look like as a fox demon, and when he did he felt blood running out of his nose. That's my boy, said Kyuubi, chuckling at his son's eyes, having that glazed-over look from seeing the image, and knew this girl was the one for him. It's time. Demonic art, Demon World Portal Jutsu, said Naruto, his hands glowing red before moving them forward and creating a circle that would be the portal to take him to Demon World. Naruto-kun, please wait, yelled Hinata, calling out to him, having awakened from her faint spell before searching for him with her Byakugan, finding him on the bridge ready to enter another world and temporarily away from her life. Hinata-chan, said Naruto, surprised that she found him so fast, and wondered where her team was and if she was being used as a distraction. I just wanted to return the kiss you gave me, said Hinata, and kissed Naruto right on the lips, showing him even further that what she said was true. I like this girl already. What a fox she will make for my son. A graceful queen for my son and future king of demons, said Kyuubi to himself, knowing that if this played out as he hoped it would, then the fox would one day become a grandfather. That's some return, Hinata-chan. Wow, said Naruto, now grinning a large fox-like grin at Hinata, who simply blushed a new shade of red. Don't forget about me, Okage-kun, said Hinata, knowing she should have more faith in her love than to remind him already of her when he hasn't even left her sight or plane of existence yet. I'll never forget you, Hinata-chan, my lavender foxheim, said Naruto, seeing the girl blush even further, though why he said those things he didn't understand, but suspected it was his demon blood influencing him in that regard. With that, Naruto entered the portal, leaving Hinata and all he knew behind, never to see them again for the next 3 years. Hinata put her hands to her chest and knew that one day he would return to her, and when he did, she would show just how strong she had become. She was so deep in her little world that Hinata failed to notice her team was behind her a few feet and had seen a brief moment of the kiss she gave to the demon prince. No dango tonight for me, thought Anko, was wondering how she was going to explain this to the Hokage. Demon World Kyuubi's den. Naruto looked around at his surrounding and saw that the sky was reddish-purple with white clouds. The trees looked like tree, though some looked a little unhealthy, and the cave behind him was huge in itself. It was bigger than his father's cell in his mind, and that was big enough to create an eyesore in seeing it too many times in his mind. It was an even bigger pain seeing the Kyuubi behind it, as Naruto wanted his father free from the prison, but couldn't, since such attempts of freedom would kill both father and son. Has anyone been here since you've been in me? Thought Naruto, walking towards the den, only to feel a powerful barrier pushing him back slowly. No. What you felt just now was my demonic barrier I set up when I'm away from my cave, which I fortunately was at the time before I attacked Konoha. Since you are now my son, it won't hurt you, but anyone else, and it would have turned them into liquid goo. Yummy goodness, said Kyuubi, laughing at the thought as Naruto made a yuck face, thinking it was more along the lines of nasty than yummy. So you finally made it here. I was beginning to think someone had killed you before you arrived, said someone behind Naruto, who turned to see draconic-like man with black and spiky hair with a white patch in the middle. Who the hell are you? Said Naruto, noticed, looking the man right in the eyes, which he noticed were red, but with a smooth naturalness to them. He wore black baggy pants, blue ninja top, and black cloak with the kanji for devil on the back with the kanji in a circle of red flames. He had black boots, wrist as well as his ankles, and chakra weights were black with a strange blue trim on one side of the tips. My apologize, Naruto-sama. My name is Shiro Yamato and I am known here in Demon World as the Shadow Knight, said Shiro, giving a curt bow. How do you know about me? Said Naruto, getting into a defensive stance while Shiro just remained standing. Your father, Kyuubi, sent a demon fox summons to me to have me await for your arrival here in Demon World. After all that has happened to you in Konoha. As for my connection with Kyuubi, It was through my father, who was a good friend of your fox father, and a powerful demon dragon named Ryan. According to the message I received from Kyuubi, he wishes that such friendship between two great demons be passed down to us, and as their children show that their blood lives in us, said Shiro walking towards Naruto, who lowered his guard somewhat and finally seized the various draconian features he possessed, but saw that he was strangely still half-human. The boy will help you get stronger here in this world when you aren't learning it from me or what I have in my den. Also, I can see you are wondering about him being a half-demon, so I'll tell you why. Unlike with most demons, dragons as well as a few other demons can't release demon chakra from their fangs, and thus when mating with a human female simply get a half-demon child like Shiro. My guess is that his mother died bringing him into this world as all human females do when brining a child into the world, said Kyuubi, glad to see the son of his old friend wanted to continue the pact of friendship. Thanks for doing this, Shiro-san. I know you could have turned it down, so I can say that you have earned my respect, said Naruto, walking up the half-demon and shook his hand. I like you already too. You're not arrogant because of your new status as the Kyuubi's father, and I can see you want to work hard for you strength from the feel of your skin. Your hand may heal from wounds, but the scales and inner workings of my nerves tell me that you've had your fair share of working your hands to the bone. Very few people these days work that hard to get what they want since they have it handed to them like they were special, said Shiro, seeing Naruto's slightly surprised face at this little tidbit of info. You have to forgive me since I never suspected you traveled from Demon World and back, said Naruto, looking at the half-dragon half-man carefully in case the boy tried to retaliate physically. To Naruto's surprise, Shiro simply let out a hearty laugh. Believe it or not, I've been to the human world before and I've seen the arrogance those humans have for the power they think they can understand. They simply take power from others rather than earning it with the blood, sweat, and tears others shed to gain it in order to grow stronger. Because of that, they use that stolen power to make everything that they touch become nothingness, and quite frankly I myself couldn't stand it anymore, so I went to Demon World to further embrace my own heritage. I'm just glad my father fell in love with a human that had a good heart and opened mind about people whatever the race or species they may be, said Shiro, as he was now grinning a dragon smile with his scales around his chin rippling a little as he did. Well, since you're here, you want to get started? Said Naruto, knowing they could begin training right away. Sure. Why not? I've been waiting here a while so I could use a good workout to awaken these stiff dragon muscles of mine, said Shiro, laughing slightly since the muscles in his body ever hardly became stiff. If you don't count the thing between his legs when he sees a hot naked woman. Before you start your training, son, I thought you should know that inside your new home is a sword of mine that has been passed down from one fox demon to another. It is your birthright to wield it as my heir to my throne. Also, I want to take your existing shinobi attire and make slight modifications to it so everyone here and in human world when you return in 3 years knows just whose son you are, said Kyuubi, smiling, as he had the perfect ideas to add to his son's combat attire to further strengthen him. This day just keeps on getting even better, thought Naruto, as he got into a fighting stance while Shiro got into his, and the two went at it. Konoha Hokage Tower, 3 days later. So the mission was a failure yet again, said Tsunade, getting a confirmed nod from Anko and Guy while their two genin left the room. Yeah. Naruto was really sad that you wanted him to come back to Konoha knowing what awaited him here. Even with whatever you had planned, he basically figured it out and wanted nothing to do with any of us. Or at least stop most of us anyway, said Anko, knowing that there was one person that Naruto would return for, if only to take her with him. It was so unyouthful. Naruto was standing over 2 graves, and when we confronted him he mocked us so harshly, said Guy, crying anime tears making the 2 women sweat drop, and they suspected that if Rock Lee were in the room, the 2 weirdos would probably be involved in a long hugging scene right about now. How they hated that. He was obviously paying his respects to the 2 shinobi there. I've read that report done by Kakashi concerning those 2 in question, and I think Naruto could relate to the 2 easily. What else happened? Said Tsunade, looking at the 2, sensing something else had happened in Wave Country. Other than the fact that the people there looked at us like they wanted to gut the team up like fish? Not much, said Anko, hoping the Hokage wouldn't suspect anything and let them go. Well, if that's everything then you are, said Tsunade, but was interrupted by several of the council members came in the room not looking pleased. We have to have a little talk with you, Hokasama, said Danzo, not looking pleased, as he held a sheet of paper in his hands with a scowl on his face, meaning he didn't like what he was reading. I'm in the middle of a mission report with several of my shinobi Danzo and council, so you will just have to wait your turn like everyone else does, said Tsunade, smirking at them since they clearly didn't like being treated like everyone else, as they believed that they were above everyone else, including her. I guess we have to stay here for a few more minutes, right? Said Anko, wishing she was torturing someone right now. Yes. I know why the council is in an uproar. They tried to use their power to take claim over the Namikaze household to get access to the estate and all that it holds within it due to it being under a lockdown jutsu. Only someone who is a blood relative or descendant of the Namikaze line, to be more precise, can unlock it and claim the spoils the Yondaime had placed in there. So in a move that surprised even me, I put the home, the deed, and all that is the Namikaze line under Naruto's name. This way the council couldn't try to take it under the law at all. Heirless clan homes become state property and then placed under the care of the government officials, said Tsunade, knowing that Danzo wanted what was inside the home so he could gain more power to throw her out of power. Yash. Your flames of youth shine brightly, Hokage-sama, and when Naruto returns he'll not only gain a passionate girlfriend in Hinata, but his inheritance too, said Guy, making Anko slap her head at the Jounin's words. Demonic Guy, thought Anko, knowing that now she had to tell Tsunade or risk a pay cut this month. What? Did you just say, gain a passionate girlfriend in Hinata? Spill, said Tsunade before scowling at the two shinobi in front of her. Okay, Hokage-sama, this is the unedited version, but it's also the unofficial version, so what we told you originally has to stay as it was stated, said Anko, knowing that the less people who knew about this, the better. What happened? Said Tsunade, her patience getting thinner and her body aging a little bit faster than she would have hoped. In a nutshell, Hinata was the cause of the mission failing, said Anko, as she and Guy told Tsunade all about the whole event that happened at the two graves, the kiss Naruto gave Hinata on her forehead, her fainting, their brief reunion on the bridge, and finally the kiss Hinata gave Naruto at the last moment before leaving the human world for an unknown amount of time. So the little moron finally saw it, huh? Well, I guess I'm not surprised, since the treatment from the village didn't help much, so it's not all his fault. Now get out of here before the council comes barging in again, but while you're out I need you two to find Jiraiya so he and I can talk more about this, said Tsunade, letting out a tired sigh before looking at the pictures of the previous Hokages on the wall behind her, wondering what they thought of Konoha right now. Konoha Hospital. Niji awoke to see his cousin Hinata there, to see him now awaken, and was happy to see him now fully conscious after all that happened to him during the failed retrieval mission for Uchiha Sasuke. Originally, he didn't know the mission was a failure since he had been unconscious the whole time and no one told him yet about the results of it all. However, deep in Niji's heart he felt something had happened, and knew that whatever it may be was for the worst. Hinata-sama, I'm glad you came to visit me, said Niji, smiling at his cousin and wishing he had not been such an but to her early on in life. You're welcome, Niji and I-sen. I hope you recover fast, as I want your help in my own style of gentle fist, said Hinata without stuttering, making Niji's eyebrow go up at her sudden act of confidence and determination. Hinata-sama, forgive me for asking, but did you by some chance have some kind of interaction with Uzumaki Naruto? Said Niji, hoping that if such a thing was the case it better not have been anything perverted. Judging by the signs of Hinata blushing and trying to force it down meant the two's little interaction wasn't perverted, but the Hyuga prodigy didn't want to be an uncle just yet. Correct, Niji and I-san, but it happened at a really bad time, said Hinata, who kept down her blush down since it was so important that she tell Niji what happened to Naruto. A loud, "What?" soon echoed throughout Konoha, nearly scaring some people right out of their clothes. Naruto dodged a punch that came from Shiro before countering with a kick to the half-demon dragon's ribs, followed up by a spin kick to the back of his head. This was how they spent the final day training, as this was their final sparring session during the last 3 years when the Fox Prince wasn't training under Kyuubi's direction. During the time they had spent together, Shiro had told Naruto a lot about his past experiences when living in both Demon World and the human world. How Shiro trained under a strong fire demon named Hai and a fox demon prince of thieves named Kurama, who was a master plant manipulator like the Shodaime of Konoha was in his day. In fact, according to Shiro, The Shodame could very well have been of Kurama's human kin since on several occasions the demon blood mutated in their human descendants. It was a form of evolution in humans who were descended from demons so their powers would be able to surface so the demonic power locked away wouldn't eat at them from the inside. That was how blood diseases came up so much in the beginning when clans were first being founded, since not every child born in a clan could activate their demon blood, but rather it would leak out slower than cells could handle, causing a backing up of power within the cells. It caused the demonic cells that produced the bloodline traits to become poisoned, thus resulting in many deaths, resulting in bad blood, as it was simply called. Now, though it rarely happened since humans had evolved to a point where such a thing rarely happened anymore among clans. A person with a bloodline that didn't activate it properly never fell victim to the disease due to the body's physical tolerance to it. It surprised Naruto that Shiro, when in the human world, had once developed a very solid relationship with the now dead member of the Sound Four known as Taiyuya. It turns out that prior to Taiyuya's way of life as a member of the Sound Four wasn't all that bad, as Shiro made sure she was happy and helped train her to be strong. However, when Orochimaru came around, everything had changed, and Shiro had told her that she had one choice that would decide her future in life and their very relationship. To either drop the Sannin to pursue something more beyond their friendship, or stay with the deceitful missing ninja only to die under false pretenses when Orochimaru had no longer considered in his eyes that she was useful. Her response was less than heartwarming. Apparently the curse seal had also influenced the language center of Taiyuya's brain, as her response had quite a choice set of curse words added in for good measure. The curse seal had already bound her to Orochimaru's control, thus ending whatever relationship the two could have had together. When Shiro learned that Taiyuya was killed through his summons, he always sent periodically to check up on her to see if she had left the Sannin or was even alive. It had broken his heart knowing that what he told her had become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Naruto had told Shiro he was sorry for his loss, even though Shiro told him that he had no real reason to be sorry since Taiyuya had made her own choice in life. Despite the tainted influence from the Sannin, the dragon half-demon knew that Taiyuya had made the choice to go with him willingly. All Shiro could do now was ask Naruto was that when he did return to the human world that the fox demon kill Orochimaru due to his cursed seal poisoning her mind. Naruto gladly agreed. "I still can't believe it's been 3 years since you came here to Demon World," said Shiro, as they now sat down on a nearby hill looking up at the sky. Nara Shikamaru's love for cloud gazing had apparently rubbed off on Naruto, and now it had rubbed onto Shiro as well. "I find that time passes much faster when you are having fun with a friend, regardless if it's in Demon World or Human World," said Naruto, knowing just how cheesy it sounded despite it being the truth. "Indeed. To be honest, I would go with you, Naruto, if I could, but when my father passed away I was bound to fulfill my duties as his rightful heir to the dragon throne. The only reason it doesn't apply to you is because your father is still technically alive, albeit he's alive inside of you, but I think it's beside the point," said Shiro, getting up, followed by Naruto, who looked at his friend with concern. "There is more you want to tell me, but you're hesitant to do so." "Why?" said Naruto, as he was slightly worried at what his friend would say. "Naruto, I want you to realize the ramifications one has in being a long-lasting demon lord, as you are technically immortal with the exception of dying at the hands of another. When you decide to settle down with the special person, you must treasure her as if she held your very soul, your very purpose for existence inside of her, and protect her with everything you have. Unlike me, when you mate with a woman you love, you will make her a demon like you and will fall under the same rules as you do in terms of immortality. However, the humans in Konoha and anywhere else you may have connections with are not so fortunate to be given this ability to live as long as a god does. One day they, along with the people around them, will ultimately die, and as they die one by one you will feel pain in your heart because of it," said Shiro, wanting Naruto to be aware of this important fact. "Father has reminded me on several occasions of this fact, and I have made peace with the thought of outliving everyone I ever knew when I was human. However, as long as I have the memories of them in my heart when they pass on, I know they will never truly be lost to me," said Naruto, having spoken to his father about this several times during the past 3 years while his body slept, and had accepted this knowledge painfully before shoving it in the back into the dark corner of his mind. Shiro nodded before they both headed back. Human World Konoha. Tsunade was looking through various reports Shizune handed her and was not pleased with what she saw in the slightest from the intel Jiraiya's spy network came up with. It had nearly been 3 years since the failed retrieval mission, and Orochimaru had been busy molding Sasuke into his new vessel to use in knowing all the jutsus in the world. As it stood, Tsunade believed it was foolish of the council to wanting to pamper the Uchiha as they did when he was loyal to the Leaf Village, and now it had come to bite them all in the butt. Of course, those old fools would never admit to being wrong and only stated that, had the demon brat not made Sasuke feel inferior, the boy wouldn't have left under false beliefs, which meant they blamed Naruto for the Uchiha's faults. As if Naruto had anything to do remotely with the Uchiha's defection, and if it did, it was because the spoiled boy wanted Naruto dead to gain the forbidden form of the Sharingan that Itachi had before killing off the rest of his clan. Liked her grandfather and founder of Konoha, the Shodaime Hokage, Tsunade never did like the Uchihas when growing up, as they walked around all snobbish. As if they were the greatest clan in the world and all those compared to their Sharingan were weak or was inferior to them. If there was a bloodline out in the world that was equal or had surpassed the Sharingan, Tsunade had no doubt that the Uchiha clan would have done one of two horrible things: marry into it or destroy it so no one could be their betters. Silently, the fifth Hokage felt Itachi had done Konoha a service that was long overdue, since she learned that many of the Uchiha had been against Naruto being alive at all. She also had a suspicion it was not simply because of the Kyuubi sealed inside of him either, but with nearly all the clan dead, Itachi with Akatsuki, and Sasuke with Orochimaru, she would never know. She doubted the council knew of such a secret reason behind the Uchiha's hate for her little brother, and if they did, they had no intention of telling her. They were most likely doing it just to spite her, since she didn't believe in their policies for their own needs and their hate for the boy. She had sent Jiraiya to look for any information about Naruto in the hopes the kid should pop up during that time when the Sannin was trying to find out more about Akatsuki and a strange new yet small group that had made an appearance during the last 3 years. It was uncertain who they were or what they looked like, but they were considered nearly as infamous as the demon hunting organization, if not its equal. All that was known was they moved through the shadows and the mist, receiving orders from someone who was rumored to be their leader, but that person was an unknown at the time and would have to be for a little while longer. The 3 individuals all wore plain black cloaks with no symbols or designs on them to signify themselves as an organization, but clearly acted as if they were, hence the rumor of a shadowy 4th member and leader. The first one to be identified of the group, with the witness later dying from blood loss from his encounter, wielded a large sword with a metal mask covering the lower half of his face from the nose on down. The hood having covered the remaining half made the individual an unknown and was said to appear like a ghost before killing his targets. The second one wore a hunter mask with a soft voice that was said, if the rumors were to be believed, to rival an angel's own, "Before you fell in a bloody heap of flesh." This figure was just as lethal, if not more than the first, as the individual would kill you before you even knew you were dead, and at the hands of the 2 kodachis he or possibly she used. The third member was rumored to be the strongest of the 3, yet younger than the large Zanbato-wielding ninja, but older than the one, who was a double kodachi user. This fearsome warrior was the silent of the 3, had no seeable weapon to speak of, but was still considered deadly nonetheless, and never spoke a word around anyone around him. If he or she did, it was too muffled to determine the gender, but it was rumored that the warrior was a man, since the figure had been referred to as a he. This unknown shadow of a warrior had an air of eyes filled with so much hate, as it was rumored that by looking into them you could see your own death, and all the demons of hell were waiting to greet you on the other side to rip your soul apart. They all went by apparent nicknames they gave each other to identify one another, and so they never had to go by their real ones during actual combat, as if the revealing of such knowledge was nothing but a death sentence. One was known as the Demon Ghost, the second soft-talking individual was known as the Black Angel, and the third quiet one was known as the Sins of Mankind. How did Tsunade know this? Tsunade knew this because Jiraiya's spy network had learned that both the sides Akatsuki and Orochimaru had tried to recruit them to their separate causes. The messengers that were sent by both groups were sent back the same day, rumored to be nothing but that of blood and remains of skin in a box meant to hold shoes. Tsunade also knew this aside from Jiraiya's spy network because one of Orochimaru's messengers was a root member under the command of Danzo. Of course, Danzo had deeply denied any connection to the matter, claiming the group had been disbanded for years now and that the deceased shinobi joined the Sannin to be of someone's service. The council bought it, seeing no evidence to contradict the crippled man's words, and with them supporting him as it was, Tsunade doubted that unless the man was alive, confessing his guts out in front of them, and pointed the finger at Danzo, it would make little difference. However, what was more pressing was Danzo and the council wanted Tsunade to send a team to do what Orochimaru or Akatsuki could not do by recruiting this group to the Leaf Village. They believed that such power would keep the enemies of Konoha at bay, but it would also sway Sasuke in coming back to Konoha for the power he was seeking to kill Itachi. The first reason the council gave, Tsunade could understand since Iwa and Kumo had become quite restless as of late, but the second reason made the Hokage's blood boil at them wanting to bring the Uchiha back simply for his demon bloodline. Those idiots are going to be the end of this village if something isn't done soon, thought Tsunade, letting out a sigh of frustration at this situation, and wished for some sort of aid, whether it was intentional or not, to help her in this time of need. At a simple ramen stand, a boy with short dark hair with an angelic face sneezed a little, knowing that someone was talking about him and possibly two others. "Are you all right, sir?" said Iam, hoping this handsome young man wasn't catching a cold. "Oh yes, it must be someone talking about me," said Haku, smiling at her, making the girl blush slightly from the effect it had on her before she unconsciously took the money he gave to pay for his meal as he left. "Flirting with women again?" said Zabuza, as Haku made his way into the dark alley before donning his cloak and mask once more. "Would you have me flirting with other men, Zabuza-san?" "Perhaps with you?" said Haku, knowing that it was always fun to poke at the man when it came to their past relationship. "Shut up. I'm as straight as Kimimaro is albino now. Quit messing with me or I'll ram my sword down your throat," said Zabuza before the two left to meet with the said albino, who was currently looking at the Hokage archives for all the dirt on the council he could give to Naruto later for leverage should he need it. With Kimimaro, the albino shinobi had taken a countless number of documents and stored them all away in storage scrolls, with each document dating the council's actions since the late third Hokage had been reinstated. The secret meetings that took place involving Naruto's fate the day after the sealing, decisions involving him being denied his inheritance that lead him to being in the orphanage for a few years before being kicked out, secret meetings the main council had with the citizen council to make sure the boy pay 3 to 4 times the amount for things that were outdated. It was all here, and the main council was in on every aspect of Naruto's life. All with the plan to either have the boy killed, exiled, or in the case concerning Danzo, to be seen as a potential weapon for the village should any of the Kyuubi's chakra come out to make the boy hostile to his attackers on several of his birthdays. "The fools dare try to destroy my master. I will give this to Naruto-sama when he returns and let him decide what to do with these power-hungry morons that dare to challenge a future king of all demons," thought Kimimaro before spotting the journal of the third Hokage piled on top of several papers that were clearly supposed to make the tiny book hidden should anyone ever enter the room. "Find anything useful?" said Zabuza as he and Haku came out of the ice mirror that the boy had formed to get to the room. "Yes, and possibly more. I wish Naruto-sama to see what I have found before I can truly appreciate my work in giving him the information he seeks. I understand from the last Fox summons that came to us 2 weeks ago that he is coming back soon and wishes to know of our progress with Akatsuki," said Kimimaro, knowing that the organization had been a bane on his master's existence that needed to be wiped out before going after Orochimaru and the Uchiha puppet. "If you've got everything, let's get the hell out of here before we're all spotted and they put a bounty on our heads or something. We could probably take on this whole nest of arrogant weaklings no problem, but Naruto doesn't want that to happen just yet," said Zabuza, sensing people coming down the corridor outside the room. "In a moment, Zabuza-sen. I want them to know that someone was here and that someone knows their dirty little secrets. I think Naruto-sama would agree, since it will put the fear of Kami in them if this information ever got out, would make the village lose face with its allies," said Kimimaro, smiling cruelly behind his hood before tripping the alarm meant for an intruder in the Hokage tower. "The only thing they need to and should fear worse than Kami is Naruto when he makes his return," said Zabuza before all three had entered the mirror and left without a trace of them being in the room. "Hokage's office. What do you mean someone stole from the restricted area of our archives?" said a now angry Tsunade before she smashed one of the two ANBU through a wall with her fist. When we arrived to investigate Hokage-sama, we found that the alarm was deliberately tripped as if to rub in our faces that they stole from under our noses, said the remaining Anbu shinobi still standing to give the report. Find out what they stole, who it was, and do it fast, said Tsunade glaring at the Anbu, who bowed before leaving in a puff of smoke. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Said Jiraiya, opening the window, having heard the entire conversation between her and the one Anbu, with the one being sent though the wall being sent to the hospital for treatment. Where the hell have you been? Said Tsunade, deciding to take her anger out on Jiraiya since he had been unable to find any information concerning Naruto or any regarding the mysterious 3 shinobi that had been causing messes throughout the elemental countries. What do you think? I've been trying to do my job in gathering the information that you keep demanding I try to get for you when I keep telling you it's impossible, said Jiraiya, looking slightly annoyed at Tsunade kept wanting to bring Naruto back, and even though they knew that he was in Demon World, she still persisted that she find out more about him during his absence in Konoha. It's nearly been 3 years since he left Diamante. Surely you and that blasted spy network of yours discovered something about Naruto or those strange 3 ninja running around, said Tsunade, irritated that her most valuable and trusted asset in Konoha wasn't having much luck these days as she was. I have been looking for any sign of Naruto possibly popping up, but you know as well as I do that when it comes to training, Naruto will do whatever it takes to get stronger, even if it means cutting himself off from all human contact. I know you want him back in your arms, never to let free again, Tsunade, but even if he came back I doubt he would want to be held in your embrace. Eye on the hand, said Jiraiya, only to be punched out the window by the woman, who knew what Jiraiya was referring to. "And pervert," said Tsunade before she returned to her paperwork, much to her dismay at the size of it all. "Demon World. So I guess this is goodbye for now," said Shiro, holding out his hand, which Naruto took without hesitation, knowing that it would many years before the Fox Prince returned to the land of demons. "For now, as you said, but make no mistake, I will return, and when I do we will pick up where we left off in our last spar," said Naruto in his newly modified fighting attire, now nearly 5 feet 8 inches to near a solid 6 feet, with his steel-toed boots, a black cape, black leather hat, and his sword with a crimson-black striped hilt, Nodachi-style sword strapped to his back, with the top of the hilt turning slightly circular with a fox skull in the center of the circle. Naruto's hair had also grown long and spiky, yet he managed to bend it to his will while being compacted in the hat without giving him hat hair when he took the thing off. His face had become more royal, with a sharp, strong chin, yet with a fox-like suave to it that would make women drool over him, and held a mischievous intent to all who fell prey to his well-calculated plans of attack. "I look forward to it. Take care, my friend, and know you will always have an ally among the dragon demons here or in human world as long as I draw breath," said Shiro, who knew that no form of dragon demon in either world would dare oppose his rule or who he considered an ally despite only being a half-demon. Naruto nodded and opened the portal to the human world before entering it to head back to right the many wrongs of the world, starting with Akatsuki. But before he could do that, he needed to send a message to a certain Snake Sannin and one Uchiha Sasuke. Sound Village 2 days later. Danzo just sent us a message, Orochimaru-sama. He wishes to form a more solid alliance with us in order to fully take over Konoha rather than destroy it. After such an event, he wishes to use his newfound power and structure to aid us in taking over the other hidden villages in the other elemental countries, said Kabuto, handing his master the message for the Sannin himself to read. The fool is still consumed in the idea that constant wars with other will make the Leaf Village stronger. While I agree that only the strongest survive in war, it's the unnecessary ones that I try to avoid. All the same, this is something I cannot turn away from, as such an alliance will most likely be a benefit in the end. Send a message back telling Danzo that he has his alliance in exchange that the jutsus they take become mine to have as a form of payment, said Orochimaru, knowing that while Danzo did most of the work during a war, his men could simply take what they want and on occasion send the weaklings of sound to assist with the survivors being used for future experiments. "Of course, Orochimaru-sama," said Kabuto, bowing before he left to set out on the task given to him by his master. "Such an obedient servant, don't you think so, Sasuke?" said Orochimaru, looking over at his prized vessel to be, and grinned viciously at the Uchiha. "Whatever. It's not like his existence matters to me. All that I want and matters to me is the power to kill my brother," said Sasuke, not even remotely interested in the Sannin or in his minions, but rather in the power they wielded that he wanted to make his own. And you shall once the Uzumaki boy returns from wherever he is hiding, and then you can kill him to get what you want to kill Itachi, said Orochimaru, knowing that his vessel and the Kyuubi boy had unfinished business. Like that loser could ever be a match for me anymore, said Sasuke, glaring at the snake Sannin, though he was a little curious as to how strong the blonde-haired kid had gotten since their fight at the Valley of the End. The Uchiha had read the various reports from the spies in Konoha about what apparently happened to Naruto, and frankly Sasuke didn't believe it one bit. How could some loser gain favor from a demon lord? As an Uchiha, such acknowledgement should have gone to him and not some ramen-eating nutcase, who couldn't even graduate the first or second time at the academy. Never underestimate your opponent, Sasuke. It is nearly the reason you nearly lost to Naruto, if I remember correctly, said Orochimaru, knowing that Sasuke hated to be reminded of that. The loser got lucky, said Sasuke, believing that was the only reason Naruto was bailed to stand up to him as long as he did. After all, what power could surpass an Uchiha? Soon there was an explosion within Sound Village, making Sasuke and Orochimaru leave the throne room to investigate the disturbance. Orochimaru-sama were under attack. A warrior dressed in black and wielding a massive sword is killing Sound Shinobi left and right. We tried to engage him as a group, but he cut us down like we were insects, said a Sound Shinobi, approaching the Sannin with only one arm and several slashes across his upper body as well as some lower along the leg area. What? Said Orochimaru, looking at the source of the carnage not far from them, as the enemy had beheaded 2 of his minions in one slide of his blade. Allow me to deal with this intruder, Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto, knowing that while Sound Shinobi under the Sannin were not weak, they were in comparison to Kabuto. Fine. Bring me his body to me intact for future study, said Orochimaru, watching from the sidelines with the Uchiha, who was watching the movements of the fighter with his Sharingan, but found he was incapable of copying them. How can I not copy it? I have the Sharingan, so my eyes should make all power that is another's mine, thought Sasuke, fuming at this development, wishing that he had the next stage of the Sharingan so he would be able to do anything he wished. No sooner had Kabuto started entering the fray did a heavy thick mist surround the 2 warriors, making the Sound Jounin tense at this, wondering if this warrior was an agent of mist. You seem nervous all of a sudden, Kabuto. But surely your skills given to you by the Sannin you serve are enough for you to handle a weakling like me? Said the figure, with only the shadow of the figure appearing in Kabuto's sight. Your mocking could use some work, whoever you are. I am Orochimaru-sama's second in command, and I am not intimidated in the slightest by your skills or your tricks, said Kabuto, though he was slightly intimidated by the power he was now sensing from the man, wondering just how far this well of power went. Your usefulness will be at an end soon, and when that happens, Uchiha Sasuke will take your place before becoming Orochimaru himself. How does that make you feel, knowing that you are about to die and the arrogant prick the Sannin wants as his new body will soon take your place as Orochimaru's second? Said the figure, fading deeper into the mist, letting out a deep and seemingly inhuman chuckle as he did. You think I am some amateur that you can simply fool into believing your lies. I have no desire to die here, and I will not be replaced as you claim. I also know from how Mist Shinobi acts that they strike from behind when performing the silent kill technique they mastered. Gotcha, said Kabuto, sensing someone was behind him and using his chakra scalpels to strike from behind, only to find nothing but mist before him without even a hint of his foe. You are an amateur if you believe me to be a Mist Shinobi, said the figure from behind Kabuto, slicing off the man's right arm, making the medic ninja scream in pain at the loss of the appendage. Who are you? Said Kabuto, before letting out another scream as the ground was cut out from under him, or rather his leg had been cut off above the knee from under him, to be more precise. Don't you remember, Kabuto? You met me when you tried to recruit Tsunade to healing the snake Sannin's arms after old man Hokage got through with him, and in the process you nearly killed me by using your chakra scalpels on my heart, said the figure, moving from the depths of the mist, revealing one Kyuubi Naruto towering over the badly injured Kabuto. But how? How could you get this strong in such a short time? Said Kabuto, while trying to move away from Naruto with his one good leg, only to find that 2 had been removed below the knee faster than the man could see. I don't share my secrets with the dead, said Naruto, moving his sword into Kabuto's chest before ripping out the pierced heart, thus ending the Sound Jounin's life. Not even Kabuto could regenerate a heart he didn't have. By that time the mist had cleared enough for Orochimaru and Sasuke to see Kabuto's life end right before their eyes, shocking the two of them to no end. They had of course heard the screams, but thought nothing of them considering Kabuto's healing abilities with his chakra. Now they saw the Jounin on the ground with 3 out of 4 limbs cut off and a hole in his chest cavity where the heart once resided, only now in the long sword his killer now wielded. How could he do that to Kabuto? The intruder should have fallen easily to the skills that Kabuto possesses, thought Orochimaru, seeing the figure turn to look at him and Sasuke before walking away casually as if they were insignificant. Damn it. If that mist hadn't appeared when it did, I might have been able to copy some powerful moves to kill Itachi. How did that mist even come into existence when Kabuto fought him? Thought Sasuke, scowling and seething with rage at this warrior, who had all this power, and had basically manhandled Kabuto like he was a weak genin. Do you want me go eliminate him for you, Orochimaru? Said Sasuke casually, as if he were stronger than Kabuto. No. We need to repair the damage that was done to Sound. Besides, from the way that he easily defeated Kabuto, he would have killed you Sharingan or not, said Orochimaru, not liking the eyes of the attacker. Are you saying that I'm weak, Orochimaru? Said Sasuke, glaring at the Sannin, who was walking away from him. After all the training I put you through, you are much stronger without a doubt, but you are nowhere near Kabuto's league or mine for that matter. If that warrior could do that to someone of Kabuto's level, imagine what will happen to you if you face him. I doubt he will give you a chance to use your Sharingan or your Curse Seal levels 1 and 2, Sasuke, said Orochimaru before heading back inside to let his shinobi take care of the repair work while he planned to find out just who the hell that was. If I wasn't so sure of Orochimaru's power, I would say the man was actually afraid of this guy, thought Sasuke before walking off to do more training, so should he encounter the individual that killed Kabuto, he would have the exclusive honor of killing him. Elsewhere. Did you enjoy killing Kabuto like that? Said Zabuza, having created the mist to keep the Uchiha out, but was able to see what it was happening between Naruto and the Sound Jounin. After Naruto had originally arrived at the rendezvous point, the trio of shinobi that were his followers gave him the dirty secrets of the council and the Sandame's journal. They were all pleased to be in the presence of their master, as it had been 3 years since the boy, now young man, had been in the human world. In fact, Naruto had only communicated with them via fox demon summons that would relay messages back and forth from the 2 worlds. Yes, it was most enjoyable. However, he is but a pebble on the pathway to righting the wrongs of this world. The time for mercy and talking to bring peace are over. The time has come for those wronged to feel justice and those who have done evil to others to be punished painfully, said Naruto, his red eyes glowing as he spoke, showing an unearthly-like fire in them that was practically surreal. If you do not mind me asking, Naruto-sama, but why did you not kill Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke while you were in the village? Your power far exceeded their own, so why not end their lives sooner than later, said Haku, as he had been curious about that since the instant that Naruto came out of the portal from Demon World. They knew he was at a level far beyond anyone else. Because Haku, it would have been too early in the game to kill the 2 of them, since I will need them later on when Akatsuki is no more. Besides, in the 2 years to come we need to make our presence made known to all the people of the elemental countries. If we kill them now, it would simply get their attention, but not the need to seek us out for possible employment. Before the next year is over, I will make our group so infamous that even the daimyos themselves will wish to seek personal audiences with us, and that, my friends, is what I want to happen, said Naruto before leaping into the trees with his 3 followers right behind him. There was work to be done. Akatsuki Base, 3 months later. The room was completely silent and empty in the darkness, as that was how all 9 of the members of Akatsuki preferred it when meeting in this manner. It became a sense of calm when they met to discuss the nature of the plans they created and the progress on them that would always go as planned. However, right now things were not progressing as they had planned. The projectors in the room on the ground were a total of 9, with 1 being for each of the members of Akatsuki that were used to have their meetings when they were scattered throughout the elemental countries. At the moment the projectors started to activate, only 7 of the 9 showed shadowy figures of the members, meaning something happened to them. Sasori and Deidara are dead. This has become an unexpected development in our plans for the organization since they are now unable to retrieve the demon within Sabaku no Gara. Even more is that we do not know the identity of the attackers, who were the ones responsible for slaying them, said Pain, clearly displeased with how things were going given the organization's designs for the world. Could it be that new group we heard about 3 years ago? They sent our messenger back pretty nasty from what I understand, said Kisame, thinking of the only people capable of being a threat to them. It is a possibility, but it is highly unlikely since they do not have a reason to attack us to begin with, said Konan, as she looked at the others in the room through her projection. One does not need a reason simply to strike another, Konan-san, but merely a means to an end, I'm sure, said Itachi, looking at the projection of Haiden and Kazu, frowning slightly as he did, noticing they seemed to be looking back every once in a while as if they suspected someone was behind them. Do we have a problem, Haiden? Kakuzu, said Pain, now glaring at the two projections as Itachi did, which drew the attention of the other members in the group. No, Pain-sama, it's just, said Kazu before his form in the projection vanished, as did Haiden in a somewhat gory-like fashion, if the way their forms in the projection splattered was any indication. What the hell, said Kisame, being the only one to say it outwardly since everyone else was thinking it. I'm afraid Haiden and Kazu are currently indisposed of at the moment, distinguished members of Akatsuki. Would you like to leave a message for them with me? Said a now mysterious figure in a calm, almost serene-like voice, wearing a black hat, clothing, a dark cloth-like mask covering the lower part of his face, and a very long sword strapped to his back. Identify yourself, said Pain, frowning at this unknown and unforeseen foe. There is no need for that, leader of Akatsuki, for you will know my identity soon enough when my associates and I come for each and every one of you. However, I am not so rude or as heartless as you think I am, for I will tell you one thing about myself you may find to be quite interesting, said the figure, who now was joined by his followers, with each one filling an empty projector that once belonged to the deceased members of Akatsuki. And what may that be? Said Itachi, narrowing his eyes at the leader of the apparent 4 individuals that dared to oppose the greater majority. Like you, Itachi-san, I am from Konoha, and I too am marked to be killed by them should I ever be caught. However, unlike you, Uchiha, I am not so weak that I have to hide like a coward behind an organization like this one simply to keep the hunter ninjas that our village would send out at bay. The same can be said for you as well, Kisame, as you know fully well that if it weren't for Mist Village's still weakened condition due to the chaos of the Bloodline Civil War, you yourself would become hunted down like a stray dog. Each and every one of your late or currently at the moment indisposed of members are now all boxed up, sealed up, and about to be sent straight to the elemental country of their birth. The respected daimyos of each country will receive a message with each box telling all of them just who did this to your pathetic little group. I want you all to know that I killed Orochimaru's right-hand Kabuto, and I am going to be responsible for your organization's downfall. I welcome all of you remaining here today, your worst nightmare, said the figure whose eyes now glowed an eerie red before he and the other 2 figures with him disappeared from their own projectors. How could he or his group have done that so fast? Said Kisame, looking at the others in the room only to see them all deep in thought about the situation. They have been busy apparently. They must have gotten information out of Sasori and Deidara before they died, knowing that those 2 would lead them to us. This has become most unsettling and must be dealt with swiftly with ruthless aggression, said Pain, seeing that this force that opposed them was causing a great setback for him and Akatsuki. Who should go hunt for them? If they could easily get rid of so many of our members of Akatsuki that quickly, then it may require more than just a 2-man team to go after them all, said Konan, looking at Pain's projected form, who turned slightly towards her. That probably would be the best course of action with this group, considering our plans have been set back at such a pace that this can't be ignored. Very well, you, I, and another recent recruit not here at the moment will pursue this group while Itachi and Kisame go track down the Kyuubi vessel as planned, said Pain before the images faded out one by one until only Pain himself remained. This is bad for our group, said Pain in the darkness, apparently to himself. You forget that it's quality not quantity that matters when it comes to fighting, Pain-san, and you have more than enough of both to handle them, said a figure in the darkness, but from any of the projectors. Forgive me, Madara-sama. I am sure with your help under your disguised form that we will be able to destroy these rodents once and for all, said Pain to the true leader of the Akatsuki. You can repent for your moment of weakness later by killing those that dared to defy us and more importantly the Uchiha way of life in submitting all to our power, said Madara, his Sharingan eye glowing dimly in the darkness. Yes, Madara-sama. I will meet you under your alias as Toby at the rendezvous point with Konan, said Pain before his projected form soon vanished, leaving only the founder of the Uchiha clan to bask in all its glory. Konoha Hokage's office. Is this information true? Said Tsunade looking at Jiraiya, who nodded with a frown of concern on his face. He was concerned because of the quickened pace in which the enemies of the Leaf as well as the various shinobi villages were dying. First, Kabuto's heart had been mysteriously dropped off at the Hokage's desk in a little wooden box with a note saying, "One less person for you to deal with, Tsunade." The 5 Shinigami shadows. Second, word had reached Konoha of a small group now targeting the 9 members of Akatsuki and slowly killing them off one pair at a time. After each kill they were dropped off in front of their respected villages, or at least parts of their bodies anyway. The rest of the remains went straight to the country's own daimyos, who were all glad to see these unwelcome thorns now fully removed from their sides. Third, the now well-respected Kazekage of Suna that was Sabaku no Gara was to have been rumored to apparently see the group responsible for Akatsuki's sudden and untimely weakening. It was further rumored that the vessel of Shikaku had even offered them his personal protection as well as the sanctuary of Suna if they ever needed it. Whoever the members of the group were, they must have been powerful and influential to earn the Kazekage's respect after one meeting. As true as your overly large biarthas are real, said Jiraiya before he was sent into a wall via Tsunade's fist to his face. Perverted a-hole, said Tsunade, though she probably should have seen that remark coming like all the others he used on her. Yeah, I love you too, said Jiraiya, getting off the hardwood floor he slumped down to after leaving his own imprint on the wall. Be serious with me this one time, Jiraiya. Just how powerful and influential has this new group become? Said Tsunade, looking at her old teammate with a serious expression. It's hard to say really. I know they met with the Kazekage and the Wind Daimyo, but for some reason they won't go to IWA or Kumo unless they already did. It would explain the reason why Kumo is so quiet right now, but it's hard to say for certain. It's been rumored that Kumo lost a shinobi shortly after rumors of their visit came, but who was apparently taken is short-lived by the higher-ups there, said Jiraiya, knowing that for the rakeage of Kumo to keep such information from getting out meant that this missing ninja and new member to this shadowy group must have been someone they didn't want free from their grasp. Not willingly anyway. What about Mist? Said Tsunade, knowing that people like them would and could thrive on the violence that village created. Not a chance. Mist Village is still trying to recover from its own fallings and right now is considered a continent of bloodshed, so I doubt they will go there anytime soon to that place. I did hear several rumors that the Fire Daimyo wants to speak with them soon in regards to staying Orochimaru's hand with any possible future invasion with the death of Kabuto, said Jiraiya, knowing that out of all of the daimyos in the elemental countries that Fire's was the most influential of them all. The fact was that if the rumors were true that their feudal lord wanted to see these four, then they must have the power to rival all 3 Sannin themselves. It was actually a scary thought considering that they held allegiances to no one but each other, and even then no one knew how far that rabbit hole went. Can you get one of your more reliable spies present during this meeting if it ever takes place? Said Tsunade, knowing that Jiraiya spies could always get in the most hard-to-reach places for necessary information. I don't know. From what I learned, the meeting with the Wind Daimyo was just 6 people in the throne room with no bodyguards present. Apparently, the meeting was so secret that not even the guards outside the room knew what was happening and were tempted to find out just in case their feudal lord had been secretly assassinated, said Jiraiya, as that had never happened before when it came to meetings with people of such high stature. The Fire Daimyo is the most powerful and influential of all the feudal lords, so I doubt he will have the meeting with them alone considering their power. He won't be as naive as the Wind Daimyo in regards to this, I can assure you, said Tsunade, knowing that when you are in that kind of position with power you tend to have the means to protect yourself even against the slyest of shinobi. This group seemed to fit the bill perfectly. Well, all I know is these guys have made Akatsuki now. Direct their efforts on them, and Orochimaru is keeping Sasuke in sound for further training, said Jiraiya, sighing at the last part, wishing he had more time in training Naruto than he gave the boy. Hell, the man should have been there for the kid, but in his stupidity and perverseness the Sannin failed the boy in every sense of the word. Was this how Sarutobi-sensei felt when it came to Orochimaru? Thought Jiraiya, as he couldn't help but think what was going on through the old monkey's head at the time. I was thinking of getting a small tactical team together to send after the group to hire to assist Konoha in its time of need against Orochimaru. With the Chunin exams coming up here in Konoha in 2 more years, I figure it would be the perfect time for the BSRD to strike us again, said Tsunade, knowing that Orochimaru always did things twice, with the second time being slightly different than the first. They will never go for it, Tsunade, and even if they did, the council would try to demand too much from them in terms of working for Konoha. It would kill any future hopes of a stable contract to possibly use should they be needed again later in another dark chapter of Konoha. You know what the council is like, Tsunade, when they try to get what they want and they threaten to use force to get it. They did it with Sensei, the Yondaime, and they will find a way to use it on you when they see the opportunity brought before them, said Jiraiya, knowing how the council acted when Tsunade informed them she was going to the daimyo to appeal the order for executing Naruto, and they threatened to remove her from the position of Hokage before marking her an S-class missing ninja. Her response was sending an elderly council member through a wall and daring the rest to follow through with the threat. They wisely decided not to. Still, I have nothing to lose and I need all the help I can get. I was thinking of using the rookies since they've been growing at a fast rate ever since they found out about what the council tried to do to Naruto, said Tsunade, her eyes showing sadness at the looks on all their faces when they were told. She actually had to have Anbu keep them all at bay from going on a killing spree. Even more so when they learned what was sealed inside of Naruto along with the rest of the village. Though from the looks on some of the younger generation when the news got out, I'm willing to bet the parents broke the law before the ink even tried on Sarutobi's decree, said Jiraiya, seeing some of the kids around Naruto's age not showing any kind of surprise at all. This is why I had those said parents taken to Ibiki for questioning while I had Kurenai place their kids under a teaching genjutsu Irika created 2 years ago to deal with the trio of pranksters that are Naruto's disciples. It makes them all think they should go home to learn something taught at school that day and is normally used on the most misbehaved members of the class, said Tsunade, smirking at Irika's idea only to see the trio recover from it later and prank the poor man by planting a super fudge-packed brownie right on his seat before he sat back down. It didn't help that Shizune had just opened the door to speak to Irika when he sat back up from sitting down. The end result made the medic shinobi see what appeared to be a full-grown man and Chunin teacher losing control of his bowls, putting the teacher in quite the embarrassing position, looking like he had literally crapped right through his pants. The Konomaru Corps were, not surprisingly, sick for the next couple of days, most likely to avoid Irika's wrath since he knew, and or at least suspected it was them. What did you find out from them? Said Jiraiya, knowing that the only people that knew about the Kyuubi in Naruto were the council. I learned that those a-hole adults had told their children in private about Naruto and the Kyuubi only in more exaggerated terms, preferring that the safety of their families came first over the Hokage's law to protect a demon. I made sure Anko had a go at them after that just for good measure, just to teach them all a lesson before I had them executed for breaking it originally. The council tried to argue, saying that since the law was now void, so should their punishment. I, however, argued that since they broke the law when it was still in effect, that the punishment being death was mandatory regardless of their protests on the matter, said Tsunade, knowing that the council had done this before with the Sandaime, only with various other loophole laws when someone attacked her little brother. Well, at least you made the public more wary of speaking ill of the kid, knowing that if you don't get to them, his friends will, said Jiraiya, seeing how Lee went on a rampage in the market district after he was considered healthy again to train. Fortunately, the excuse that was used was that he had somehow gotten his hands on some sake, making the spandex boy go all out on the people around him, so no charges could be filed. That will only last for so long, Jiraiya, and when it does run out, the public will demand that there would be attackers be punished, and they will look to the council to do it, said Tsunade, knowing that this form of mediocre justice for Naruto could only last for so long. It's still better than nothing, Tsunade, and in this case I think it's preferred. Anyway, you get that little list of people together, and when you feel you are set, I'll round them up for the mission, said Jiraiya before leaping out the window while ignoring the now yelling Hokage to use the door like a normal person. Sometimes the woman wondered if she should have the windows replaced by solid walls and just cast a genjutsu to make it look like windows to make Jiraiya stop doing that. Capital of Fire Country, 2 weeks later nighttime. I've never been to Fire Country before, or at least its very capital where the Fire Daimyo resides, said Niyujito, looking out past the curtains of their hotel room on the higher-up floors meant for the more expensive customers, having snuck in as to not tell anyone of their presence in the capital. The former Kumo shinobi and demon vessel of the Nibi Cat Demon was forever grateful for this group of roguish shinobi that saved her back in her former village, as she felt her safety could no longer be granted there. The people in Kumo had always tried to hurt the young woman ever since she was a little girl, but such harmful attempts had been foiled by the Raikage, who was her legal guardian. However, only recently did the Council of Kumo decide that Yujito had lived just long enough for their tastes and apparently, in their minds, the Raikage's amusement. The oh-so-honorable members of the council had come together and ordered that she either be executed or be used as a way to breed a new bloodline for future use of the village due to the cat demon's chakra running through her coils. Fortunately, the Raikage, despite having his hands figuratively tied behind his back in the matter, was able to convince them to let Yujito decide her fate. Since it would be the last true free will act she could have, the council didn't seem to mind, and Yujito knew that no matter the choice, the council won in the end. That was before they showed up. Yujito had only heard of them recently as the rumors spread through the shadows of the shinobi world about them, and she herself thought of them only as a myth. She had been mistaken when she later heard the rumors of a large portion of Akatsuki being eliminated by their hands, thus freeing her from their potential capture, and yet again upon all 4 of them entering the meeting room. Several ANBU had tried to stop them, but were beaten really badly or were crippled into SBMsen before falling at their feet. When the council had demanded why they were in their presence, Yujito noticed only the Raikage did not rise from his seat and remained a pillar of calmness. The leader of the group, she would later learn to be Konoha's former shinobi demon vessel Uzumaki, now Kyuubi Naruto, silenced them with intense killing intent. The result made the council members fall back into their seats, grasping at their chests, trying in some vain attempt to get the hearts in their bodies working again. Flashback. Despite our method of gaining your acknowledgement for this meeting, we mean Kumo no harm, seeing as your ANBU lying on the floor before us are still alive, if just barely. We are here to take Niyujito away from Kumo after having learned of what this place intends to do with her that we do not believe is your right to do, said Naruto, walking right up beside Yujito before putting a comforting hand on her shoulder as she looked up at him. I see. How did you know what was happening here today, if I may ask, Leader-sama? Said the Raikage, since he did not know the man's name. We have been in Kumo in secret for some time, watching, listening, and waiting for this day to happen, Raikage-sama, so that when it did we would act upon it. We see no possible future for Niyujito within your ranks, considering you have failed to protect her today when she needed you the most. So after careful consideration among my followers, we agreed that the best solution to this problem is to extract Yujito-san from Kumo, and have her become our newest member, said Naruto, smiling behind the part of his cloth mask that was hidden from view. She will never be allowed to go with you. I don't know who you think you are, but you, sir, have no sway here despite what you may believe, said a council members, who had been looking forward to this day for over a month and a half with every intention of the ends meeting the means of himself along with his fellow council members. Actually, I do. Prior to my visit here, I met with your daimyo, and showed him some of your more sensitive documents you have stored away. You see, I know the truth behind what happened in Konoha during that incident with your so-called ambassador 13 years ago, when the council deliberately hid this bit of information from both the daimyo and the Raikage himself, said Naruto, throwing a scroll to the Raikage, who caught it with ease before opening it and reading the contents of it while the council members started to sweat nervously. You did this behind my back, said the Raikage, losing his calm composure, as he rose up as he stared at the documents before him. Yes, they did, Raikage-sama. You see, the Kumo ambassador you sent had been given a second set of orders from the council despite you and your daimyo wishing for peace to happen between both Kumo and Konoha. This council ordered the man to kidnap the Hyuga heiress, or at the very least a main branch family member of the clan. Since his status as ambassador would be able to allow him access within the Hyuga compound during his time there, the man went right for the Hyuga heiress. When he was killed, The man died of a small dosage of poison after biting down on a pill hidden in a fake tooth in his mouth after he was struck by a gentle fist attack that hit his chest. The small amount of poison used would be undetectable unless you were the slug Sannin Tsunade, who at the time was not in Konoha, said Naruto, eyeing the council members with a great deal of hate, knowing they were the ones that caused both Hinata and Niji's side of the family so much problems. I told you I wanted peace due to the low amount of shinobi we had while there's still outnumbered us by a small but significant number, said the Raikage, looking down at the quivering members of the council, who knew they were in for a world of hurt. Arich-sama, please, said another old council member, only to be backhanded by the infuriated Kage. I've heard enough from all of you. Guards, said the Raikage as a new set of Anbu shinobi came into the room. Yes, Raikage-sama, said the Anbu captain, looking slightly at Naruto behind his mask, wondering what his lightning shadow would want. Arrest all the council members before you on the charges of treason while attempting to usurp the orders of the Raikage and lighting daimyo, said the Raikage, nodding towards Naruto, who nodded right back as a show of respect and understanding between them. End flashback. In the end, all the Kumo council members were killed immediately since a trial would be pointless to have since they were guilty as hell. The Raikage, out of gratitude, had granted the request made by Naruto on the grounds that Yujito's identity as their newest member stay only with him since they preferred to keep to the shadows of the shinobi world. The lightning shadow agreed before hugging the young woman goodbye since he had always seen her as the daughter he never had. None of us have Yujito-san, but we're here now anyway on account of the rumors flying around about the fire daimyo wanting to see us, which I confirmed with a fox summons a few hours ago. I sent Zabuza and Kimimaro out to scout around while Haku is spying in his civilian clothing since he can blend in easier than the other two, said Naruto, since no one would suspect the boy from being a shinobi with a face like his that would make you think the boy had such an angelic face. If they only knew Haku was not the good kind of angel, but rather the darker one. It does make sense since albinos are quite rare no matter where you are, and the sight of one would surely draw attention that you don't need, said Yujito before she turned to face the young leader in question. We would be the correct term here, Yujito, since I think about the group as a whole more than myself, which is the case here. Zabuza is infamous no matter the area we are in, but he's sneaky as hell, so I can trust him to get out of tight situations if he's ever in one. I am also well aware he can't be seen in public since he was declared dead, and Kimimaro was the former bodyguard of Orochimaru, who the Sannin believes died during the attempt of getting Uchiha Sasuke over to his side. For now I want the world to continue seeing them as just that, until the time is right to reveal ourselves to the world, and what we can do, said Naruto, knowing that his time spent with his group traveling the elemental countries, getting stronger, meeting old friends that thought you were dead, and killing off missing ninjas scattered all over that didn't deserve his mercy for the hefty sum could be hellish in itself. My apologize, Naruto-sama, said Yujito, hoping she didn't infuriate her new leader to the point he struck her for her stupidity. There is no need to apologize, Yujito-san, since you are new to the group. But for now we need to give you a nickname that will inspire fear in our enemies, said Naruto, as he thought of what to name her. How about Hell's Feline, said Yujito, offering her own since it would seem fitting given her current status as a demon vessel of the Nibi Cat demon. That's quite good actually. Hell's Feline it is, Yujito-san, said Naruto, now with a smile hidden from view, though Yujito could still see it from the way his facial muscles moved from the upper exposed part of his face. He then handed her a dark cloak with a cat Anbu mask he took from the Raikage, who gave it to him to further help conceal her identity from those the group may encounter. It wasn't long before Haku returned via doorway after knocking 3 times to confirm it was him, while Kimimaro and Zabuza entered via partially opened window under the henge of birds. From what they gathered, the fire daimyo was well guarded and had a considerable strike force of Konoha Leaf shinobi, all ranked Jounin or Anbu, recently transferred to keep an eye him. Apparently, Tsunade didn't trust them with the fire daimyo as far as she could throw Jiraiya with one of her punches, and considering how strong she was, that was saying something. She probably believes she can have her shinobi with the fire daimyo while we have our meeting with him, said Kimimaro, trying to think on the matter how Tsunade would try to have a solid reason for the shinobi near the feudal lord. That's what I want you, Zabuza, and Haku to take care of them all tomorrow while I and Yujito-san speak to the fire daimyo to help clear up certain political matters that need to be brought to his attention. Just disable them, but no killing unless it's unavoidable, said Naruto, since it would help leave a better impression with the old hag if the shinobi were sent to the hospital rather than the morgue. Granted, they would probably be put in the hospital wing for those in critical condition, but at least it wasn't in a body bag for Tsunade to inspect back in Konoha. Yes, Naruto-sama, said the 3 former Water Country-born shinobi, bowing to the man before they all decided it was time to sleep since it was getting late. Naruto and his group leaped from one rooftop of the buildings of Fire Country to another as they headed to the Capitol building to speak to the Fire Daimyo. The people below that were walking through the streets carrying on with their lives had no idea that an infamous group of shinobi about to see their feudal lord. Naruto wondered what would happen if they were to accidentally land on the streets to make themselves known to the people who went about their everyday lives. Would they scream? Call for help from the police or shinobi? Cheer them and call them heroes? Hold a parade? Maybe not the latter of all the options, but the cheering one did seem possible, though that was still as likely to happen when Sasuke finally admitted he was gay. Deciding to let such thoughts die in his mind, Naruto soon made their way into the castle-like structure without being detected by the outer wall guards. The group made their way into the inner sanctum of the Fire Lord's home, finding the team of Leaf Shinobi standing guard outside the room. According to Zabuza, who had more than once visited the Water Daimyo when the country was still solid, knew that feudal lords have well-armed escort in the form of a large standardized force of veteran samurai bodyguards. The only reason that they had been able to meet with the last 2 daimyos in Kumo and Wind Country in private was mostly out of sheer luck and the influence from the kages of the shinobi village they supported. This time, though, all they had to show was a dead traitor of the leaf that was Kabuto, which, while still impressive, would not provide the leverage they needed for the private audience Naruto wanted in order to prevent possible spies from hearing the conversation. "Shall we proceed, Naruto-sama?" said Haku, readying his senbon needles in his hands, ready to strike at a moment's notice. "Yes, Haku. Again, do not kill them unless it is unavoidable. If and when I do return to Konoha, I would rather not have that BSRD council have a reason for trying to kill me," said Naruto, knowing that it wouldn't be long before he ended up back in Konoha to save their sorry buttes with the exception of a select few. Naruto also made a mental note to himself that he needed to see Hinata again, and for a moment he thought of how she had no doubt grown up into a strong shinobi. "I will see her again, and maybe just maybe we can be together," thought Naruto, as his mind recalled her scent had traces of lavender flowers that his instincts in his mind called to him to smell off her again. Putting his personal feelings away for the moment, Naruto and his group attacked, first catching their opponents off guard since none of the Leaf Shinobi had prepared for a full frontal assault. Haku hit several chunin with his senbon needles before using several B-ranked wind jutsus to knock several more into the walls around him. Zabuza hit several jounin with the width part of his large sword while incorporating a taijutsu style into it that he had learned from scrolls the group had found in a small village that had tried, but failed to become a shinobi village. Kimimaro made a bow staff from using his bloodline limit, giving many of his opponents concussions or broken bones in various places of their body where he struck them. Yujito simply used kunai to damage, but made sure to only give them wounds that would require them to retreat or seek out medical attention. As for Naruto himself, he merely moved around the battle, hitting jounins left and right as he moved to the door holding the Fire Daimyo. "When you report back to the Hokage, tell her that we are unimpressed, and you should all go back to the academy to relearn the basics," said Naruto, now in front of the double doors, only to hit someone behind him without looking back before opening to enter the large room. Yujito quickly followed him while Kimimaro, Zabuza, and Haku kept guard outside the door should any more shinobi or possible samurai show up uninvited. As Naruto expected, when he and Yujito entered the large room, there was a small army around the entire area, with the Fire Daimyo himself sitting on his throne with a stone face of passiveness that was not unlike Naruto's own. The feudal lord himself was, by normal daimyo standard, a well-built individual that was not the usual sniveling bureaucrat like the council in Konoha, but rather someone who trained himself to be worthy of the title of daimyo. The man sitting on his somewhat lavish throne was starting to show his age to be around his mid-40s, but at the same time he still held himself as if he were still in his 20s. The man had green eyes, brown hair, and a faint scar on his right cheek going up to the corner of his eye, though whether the man got it from training one day when he was with one of his instructors or surviving an assassination attempt as a child, Naruto did not know. "Thank you for letting us have this meeting, Daimyo-sama," said Naruto, bowing to the Fire Lord, with Yujito doing the same. "The pleasure was all mine, though I am curious as to why you and your group decimated the shinobi force given to me by Konoha," said the feudal lord, with his eyes piercing into Naruto's, knowing that if the Fox Prince was telling a lie he would see it. "They were too lax in their guarding of this room, and had we been come here to kill you we would have succeeded in getting closer than anyone else has," said Naruto, since it was not difficult to kill them all regardless of the numbers disadvantage. Quality always dominated over quantity. "While that is a valid point, I do hope you won't try anything with my bodyguards here, since they are quite sharp with their own skills," said the Fire Daimyo, seeing Naruto look around the large force of samurai, who were all willing to die for him. "They all look impressive, and I have no doubt that they are quite skilled with a blade, as I'm sure you are, should by some chance they fail to protect you. However, I am no threat to you, just as I am no threat to the previous feudal lords I have visited in my travels, which I am sure you are quite aware of," said Naruto, knowing that the Fire Daimyo was aware of such visits to the other lords of the elemental countries. "All the same, leader, I hope you will respect my decision in letting my guard stay here, as to side on the air of caution," said the Fire Daimyo calmly, though he wondered if the man before him would raise a small fuss. "It is your decision to make, not mine. I merely wish to talk to you away from potential spies who would try to use our conversation to their advantage. I assume you are aware of the Akatsuki turning their attention towards us, and we both know that Orochimaru is not exactly letting the slayer of his second-in-command just go away unpunished," said Naruto, taking a few steps forward until they were less than 20 feet away from each other. "Yes, the reports given to me about such news were most impressive on your part to get everyone in all the elemental countries to recognize your group. Many had speculated that the original three were under the command of another, which turned out to be you. Though from what I see, this lovely lady standing behind you is clearly a new member of your group, bringing it to a total of 5 members, said the Fire Daimyo, knowing that even with the cloak and mask over her form, the woman walked with a more feminine grace that the feudal lord recognized oh so well. Being around so many of his harem at night allowed him to see such things. "While I respect the fact that your eyes are very sharp, Daimyo-sama, I am not here to talk about such things with you. I am here because I wish to discuss some important and quite sensitive information with you concerning the Leaf Village," said Naruto, knowing that the mentioning of Konoha would get the daimyo's full attention. "Oh, and what information do you have that I do not know of already?" said Fire Daimyo, now looking at Naruto with a small scowl with a mix of curiosity in his voice. "Tell me, Daimyo-sama, that have you ever heard of Uzumaki Naruto and the trials he went through in a place that hated him so?" said Naruto could help but smile behind his mask. The bait had been hooked, and now it was time to reel in the big fish. Naruto pulled out the Sandame's journal, a storage scroll, and from there a long talk with the Fire Lord had begun. "Konoha, 2 weeks later." "What do you mean the Fire Daimyo is giving Konoha a 40% budget cut?" said Danzo, looking quite upset at the moment at this horrible news. "It was advice given to the Fire Daimyo from his new advisor, since the ones you all sent to gain favor with him were killed for reasons the man won't state. However, from what the letter given to me says, certain people in this room deliberately tried to go against the wishes of the Yandame and the law set by the Sandame regarding Uzumaki Naruto. The people who broke into the archives a while back took the third's journal he wrote in after he was reinstated and was given to the Fire Daimyo to read," said Tsunade, who was surprisingly looking calm on the outside, but you could see she was brimming with rage that wished to come out in waves. "Surely this is some kind of lie," said Hamura, who was starting to sweat and wondered what the Sandame put in that journal. "He sent me some copies of the pages in the journal to read, and I must say, had I known what you did according to what was written in these pages, I would have called for all of your heads years ago," said Tsunade, yelling the last part at the cowering council members of Konoha, knowing that whatever she had read was powerful enough to invoke her wrath. "We had to, Hokage-sama. The demon needed to be restrained, controlled, and if need be killed for the sake of the people of the village," said Koharu, trying to remain calm at the infuriated woman, now ready to send them all to the emergency room at the hospital. "No. You did it out of your own personal hate for the Yandame and the Sandame, who wanted to replace you with younger, more level-headed council members. You couldn't stand the fact you were leaving your positions because change was coming, and so you did everything in your power to ensure that change or not you would still be in power to make the Yandame's legacy suffer. It's all of you that have no shame, and you are all the reason why Naruto was hated so much when he was younger. The pages I've read from Sarutobi's journal gave me the short and clean version of what you let happen to Naruto at the orphanage. Hamura. You told the lady to try and starve Naruto, to have the kids beat on him for extra food and blankets at night, and how you had bordered on the law by telling parents to stay away from adopting Naruto. You had the orphanage woman lie to them by telling them all that he was the son of a BSRD father and aware mother, who died from the diseases she got from various men she slept with. The third wanted you all dead, but there was no one to replace you, so he had no choice but to keep you all around until someone more fitting could take your seats, said Tsunade, seeing them all squirm under her gaze. He was and still is a demon. Demons have no place in our world, Tsunade. The human race is the dominant species on this earth and therefore rule over it, not the abominations like the Kyuubi brat, not abominations like the sand demon Suna had elected as their new Kazekage, but naturally born humans, Tsunade, said Danzo, not going to shrivel up like his spineless council members were under her gaze. They are naturally born, you fool, and for your information, if it was not for Naruto you would be nothing more than fox sheet after the Kyuubi got though with you, said Tsunade, turning her rage-filled eyes on Danzo, who had the decency to flinch at her gaze. As much as I would like to see them quake under your rage, Hokage-sama, I have feeling that you will all want to hear this, said Jiraiya, entering through the window with a smirk on his face, as if he the cat had eaten the canary and gotten away with it. Jiraiya? What are you doing here so soon, you pervert? Said Tsunade, knowing that the man was sent out to find out where Naruto was, since the kid had told Hinata that after 3 years he would show himself to her again, but still had yet to do so. No respect. Honestly, if more women would stop being so stingy and picky about every single thing, then men wouldn't be so perverted, said Jiraiya jokingly, only to stop when he heard cracking knuckles that came from Tsunade. Just tell me why you're here, said Tsunade, as she was in no mood to deal with her old teammates' shenanigans. Fine. If you must know, I made contact with Naruto, said Jiraiya, smiling again at seeing Tsunade's facial expression turn from angry to happiness. The council, of course, didn't seem so ecstatic about the news. And you didn't kill him? Said Konoha, looking at the Sannin in disbelief, since they had ordered him to kill the boy should the two ever meet. Why would I do that? You may have sent those orders to me after Naruto escaped your clutches from you wanting him dead, but as a Sannin it's my choice if I wish to follow through with it if I want to. Besides, from my understanding in terms of current events, the Fire Daimyo is not exactly pleased with how you treated the boy. This, of course, is the end result of this village's feudal lord now hurting Konoha financially right now as we speak because of your hatred for both of Tsunade's predecessors, said Jiraiya, as his eyes narrowed in the end, wondering what the council would do next. I say we dispatch our best hunter ninjas. Find the Kyuubi so they kill that demon once and for all, said Danzo, as he was not going to have this demon vessel push him or his ideas for Konoha's future around. You can't, since the Fire Daimyo won't let you. After reading Sarutobi-sensei's journal, the Fire Daimyo has decreed that should any harm befall Naruto at the hands of any of Konoha shinobi, it will result in complete shutdown of funding. He's not the only one to give such an order, as the Lighting Daimyo and the Wind Daimyo have decreed the same thing, said Jiraiya, finding it amusing that the people that wanted Naruto dead couldn't lay a hand on him now thanks to the powers that be higher up. Where is Naruto now? Said Tsunade, hoping she could send someone to meet with her little brother to convince him to come back home. He's in another country right now on business for the Fire Lord to arrange further trade agreements, but he forbid me from telling since he didn't want anyone in Konoha to try and come after him. From the way your outburst, Danzo, and the rest of the council, he guessed you all right on the money. Don't worry though, since where he is headed there is already Leaf Shinobi in the area and they were informed of this new policy made by the Fire Daimyo. Does Naruto want to come back? Said Tsunade, hoping the boy would return to his home despite the problems it had. If need be, she'd execute every single one of the arrogant BSTRDS that hated him. Maybe. When I first ran into him, the first thing I did was beg him to return to Konoha so everyone that cared about him would be happy. His response was well, giving me quite possibly the beating of a lifetime that was within an inch of my life, and I mean that in a literal sense. The only other time that happened was with you Tsunade when we were still kids, said Jiraiya, smirking at the memory, though he winced at Naruto's since the look in the boy's eyes had when he delivered the punches were emotionless, yet they were filled with so much hate. It was as if Naruto was picturing Konoha in general on Jiraiya when the beating started. Wait, when did you run into him if he did that to you? Said Tsunade, wondering how long it had been since the two had met, considering the form of beating Jiraiya had just described to her. About 1 week ago. He healed most of my injuries afterwards and then dumped me off at a nearby hospital before telling the doctors to only have male nurses tend to me while I was healing from the rest of them. Even now the kid discriminates against the ways of the pervert, said Jiraiya, wishing he had seen a single female doctor or nurse during his time recovering, but due to Naruto he had to wait until he had fully recovered. Even then, when Jiraiya approached several nurses when he did, they seemed to be armed with a lot more needles than they should have been, and it had made the toad Sannin feel very nervous. If he beat you within an inch of your life, how do you know his response was a maybe, as you so easily put it, said Hamura, looking at the toad Sannin with suspicion. Because if he had wanted it to be a flat-out no, he would have killed me or left me to die from my wounds after he beat the crap out of me. Naruto told me while he was healing my broken body that if he decided to return to Konoha it would be on his terms, not yours. If we send a team out after him, I suspect he'll send them back and in many pieces to get his point across about coming back on his own terms, said Jiraiya, his face now turning serious, knowing that if the boy wanted he could kill them all in a sneak attack they would never see coming. I see. Is it possible for you to speak to him again? To let him know I miss him, said Tsunade, hoping her teammate could track down Naruto one more time. Not possible. The only reason I found Naruto is because he wanted me to find him, and when I did he was not the same kid we knew. Tsunade. All I saw were his eyes when we talked, and even then I still feel a cold shiver running up my spine just by thinking about it, said Jiraiya, shuddering when he pictured Naruto, new set of eyes that were clearly from the Kyuubi since they were red just like the Kyuubis. So it is true. Naruto has become what he said he would be, thought Tsunade as she now shivered as well, remembering Anko and Guy's mission report 3 years ago at how Naruto declared himself the son of Kyuubi with his eyes becoming red slit like the fox. The future king of all demons had returned to the human world. Wave Country. Naruto watched from the shadows as a group of no more than 2 Chunins and 1 Jounin Leaf Shinobis performed a C-ranked mission for their Hokage. It was a simple guarding of a food supply wagon, though the demon prince wondered why shinobi of such high rank would perform such a low-ranked mission. Maybe the old hag was heading back to the basics and having Leaf Shinobi become re-educated in what they had first learned? Or at least something close to what he had suggested to that one shinobi he backhanded from behind. After Naruto had spoken to the fire daimyo about certain matters concerning the ever-infamous organization Akatsuki, Orochimaru, Sasuke, and then finally the council in Konoha, things had changed. The fire daimyo seemed to have figured out just who he had been speaking to, since there was no one better to address the issue of one Uzumaki Naruto than the man himself. The fire daimyo was neither stupid nor blind in seeing the signs of it during the conversation, as he heard the pain in Naruto's voice on more than one of several occasions they conversed. By the time the conversation ended, the fire daimyo had decided to make Naruto his own personal advisor on matters of his country, since all Naruto wanted to do was help people. The Demon Fox Prince was honored by the idea of being in the fire daimyo's service, since it would give him experience for when he ruled over Demon World, and as they say, for one to lead one must learn to follow. Yash. Now that our youthful mission is complete we must return soon, Shikamaru-san, so we can give our report to Hokage-sama, said the Jounin, who was either Lee or his sensei, though from the sound of the man's voice Naruto guessed the former. Your way of youthfulness is too troublesome for a guy like me, Lee, said Shikamaru, who seemed quite satisfied in stay a Chunin, though knowing the boy's mother she'll nag him into being a Jounin like his lazy but dad. Maybe we should stay for one day so we can enjoy ourselves before we return. We're not in any hurry to get back from Konoha, so there is no need to rush, said the soft voice of one Hyuga Hinata, who like Shikamaru also wore a Chunin vest, meaning that she had advanced quite a bit since Naruto had spoken to her. Hinata, you've grown so much since I last saw you, thought Naruto, who found her face and figure to be a work of art created from an angel by the order of Kami himself. At that moment, Naruto had to see her. He needed to see her. With Hinata. The Hyuga heiress walked through the streets of Wave Country, finding her thoughts were jumbled and her mind distant as of late concerning her home in Konoha. Within a few months of Naruto's leaving, the council made a public statement in revoking the late Sandaime S-class secret regarding her crush. They went further by calling him a traitor for assisting in Sasuke's defection to Orochimaru and then called him a coward for not facing his execution like a real shinobi would. Hinata knew, of course, that what they had spoken of was not really new to her after her retrieval team's failed attempt to bring him home. Even then, the news at the time had become recently outdated since she knew the real truth behind Naruto's so-called treasonable actions regarding Konoha. She had waited 3 years for his return to the human world, and in her heart she would wait 300 years if that's what needed to be done to be with Naruto. Several of the rookies had told her it was just not possible to love Naruto considering his current status in Konoha since the people wouldn't approve, but regardless of them, the once shy Hyuga Hinata refused to love another man, and turned down every would-be suitor that came her way. The Hyuga elders had tried to set up several arranged marriages with rich, wealthy, and snobbish boys that had reputations for keeping women in line. Hayashi had put a stop to that, saying that any of them would weaken the Hyuga blood and produce children who act like pampered snobs. He also preyed on their fears that it would make Kumo go after them again for their bloodline on account of a weak generation of Hyuga being grabbed without much effort of resistance. Naruto-kun, please come back to me soon, thought Hinata, as she so desperately wanted to be in his arms again once more, kissing, hugging, and various other things that would make the toad Sannin die from blood loss if he were to bear witness to it all. Hinata, said a whisper, making the Hyuga girl become alert, her Byakugan activated, and immediately went into her gentle fist stance. Fortunately, she had managed to be in an unoccupied street, so one would stare at what would be considered unusual behavior. Who's there? Said Hinata, her voice trying to remain calm and firm without fear. Go to water near Tazuna's house. I'll be waiting for you, said the whispery voice, now leaving Hinata alone to digest the words into her mind. Could it be Naruto-kun? Thought Hinata before heading to Tazuna's house, having been there before to speak to the family about Naruto. A short time later, Hinata made it to Tazuna's in record time, hoping that Naruto was waiting for her as she believed he was, and when she looked at the lake surrounding the house she saw him. He was standing on the water wearing all dark clothing as if he were an entity of the shadows themselves. His red eyes, though dangerous looking, were soft as he stared at her before he raised his hand and removed the mask from the lower part of his face, revealing the deep whisker marks that seemed more defined than she last saw him. I knew you would come, Hinata, said Naruto, smiling, his fox-like smile making Hinata jump for joy inside, while on the outside she ran to him with her instincts, allowing her to channel chakra to her feet to run on the water to him and embrace him in a full-fledged hug. Naruto-kun, I missed you so much, said Hinata, finding he had grown taller than her by an excessive amount. As have I you, Hinata. In my 3 years in Demon World training, I came to a revelation, if you will, with the help from a half-demon friend of mine. I realized that I had feelings for you and that you were the one I should have pursued all those times I tried with Sakura. I was a stupid fool back then, who had become so blind that I couldn't see the truth that was you, Hinata, that not until you were standing right in front of me, said Naruto, breathing in her scent and loving the smell of lavenders that came off her body. I'm partially to blame too, Naruto-kun. I was so shy and scared back then that I thought you would reject me if I confessed my feelings, but now after all that's happened we can finally be together, said Hinata, looking up at Naruto, who smiled down at her and gave her a kiss right on the lips. Together forever, said Naruto after breaking the kiss before kissing her again, with her returning it with equal force. Will you come back with me to Konoha, Naruto-kun? Tsunade-sama really wants you to return to see you again, said Hinata, knowing that the protection order from the Fire Lord would protect him from the council's attempt at execution. Regretfully, I cannot return just yet to be with you and see the old hag once more. There are still the remaining members of Akatsuki after me that need to be dealt with by the end of the year, said Naruto, looking at Hinata's slightly sad face. But he knew that she knew that until the organization was destroyed, everyone he cared about was open game. Tsunade-sama is trying to take the best of all the Rookie 9 and 2 of their senseis together to form a team to look for your group to recruit in the future should we need your help, said Hinata, knowing he was the leader of the Shinigami Shadows, since only her Naruto could be such a leader. Then I expect you to be a part of that group. Also, I need you to stall her for a good 2 years before seeking me out. Even after we kill all the members of Akatsuki, there is still the cleanup job my team and I need to do to make sure that the organization is not able to be resurrected again by some wannabe rulers of the world, said Naruto, knowing he had to make sure such unbalance in the world never got out of hand again as long as he was in human world. I understand, Naruto-kun. I'm just glad I could see you as much as I did now after all this time away from you, said Hinata, holding on to him tightly, afraid he would disappear. Tell me about Konoha. How have things gotten since I was away? Said Naruto, wanting to change the topic to put Hinata's mind away from their long 3-year absence from one another. Kakashi-san was demoted down to Chunin and Sakura had to be re-educated back at the academy after Tsunade-sama re-evaluated their performances regarding Team Sakura graduated easily due to her book smarts, but she is still shallow and thinks you are the reason Sasuke left Konoha. Jiraiya was given orders by the council to find you and kill you should the opportunity ever arise, but I knew he would never carry out those orders. Tsunade-sama tried to stop them, but the majority of them overruled her decision against it, so she couldn't do anything. They also revoked the Sandame's law against you, so now all of Konoha knows of your secret concerning Kyuubi being inside of you, said Hinata, seeing the reactions of the various people inside Konoha and saw them look fearful, with others simply curious about her love, wondering if he was the Kyuubi or not. So the a-hole didn't tell the village about me being Kyuubi's son, said Naruto, smiling, knowing that news would possibly scare the village quite literally to death. No, Tsunade-sama made sure they kept that piece of information out of the speech after my team gave their report after failing to bring you back. The council couldn't try to use that part against you with the villagers on account of Tsunade-sama would tell them all about who your biological father was, but I fear sooner or later they will find out and not care simply because of Kyuubi, said Hinata, knowing that when Naruto did return to Konoha it would get out that Naruto's father was now the very demon that nearly destroyed the Leaf Village. I'll settle for the later in terms of those two choices. Does anyone suspect that I am the leader of the Shinigami Shadows? Said Naruto, wondering if Tsunade or Jiraiya figured it out. No. However, I think Tsunade or Jiraiya suspect it deep down, though they won't admit it to anyone, either out of denial or respect for you. According to the official information we have that came from the capital of Fire Country, you were summoned by the Fire Daimyo himself just days after he was rumored to have met with the leader of the 5 Shinigami Shadows. The council is under the assumption that you were staying in the capital in secret to avoid detection from the hunter ninjas they sent out to find you, said Hinata, knowing that the council had sent the best hunter ninja team in Konoha to search every rock and hole to find Naruto, but they all failed miserably. Well, once they see the new me they are going to be in for a horrible shock, said Naruto, chuckling before kissing her again, making Hinata feel like the whole world was finally going her way. Capital of Fire Country Daimyo's castle, 1 week later. I take it I can't convince you to change your mind? Said the Fire Daimyo, walking along the gardens with Naruto beside him and his group a few feet back, acting as bodyguards for both men. I'm afraid it can't be helped, Daimyo-sama. Akatsuki is looking for me, and no, I am in Fire Country, residing here with you at your castle. Make no mistake, I do not doubt the skills of your men or their ability to defend you should it come down to that, but I will not have the life of those men that serve you die for me. Not when they don't have a good enough reason to other than the fact I am acting as your advisor and I have my own team to help watch my back, said Naruto, knowing the warriors that served the daimyo fight for him, but not for the advisors that serve him. Unfortunately, you are right about all those things, Naruto-sama, and I wish that I could convince you to stay longer, but as you said, there are too many enemies after you that not even I can stop. My order of protection for you will stand with the Leaf Village should they try to do anything, and you are always welcome to come back to continue being my advisor after this is over, said the Fire Daimyo, knowing that the suggestions that Naruto made concerning policies and trade with other countries were pure genius. Until we meet again, Daimyo-sama, said Naruto, bowing his head to the man, which the feudal lord did as well, considering he knew of the young warrior's ascension to being the future king of all demons. It would only be wise to show the young man the respect he deserved that had been long overdue. Without another word, Naruto, along with the other 4 warriors he called his comrades and friends, vanished from sight to take care of the nuisance that was Akatsuki. Konoha. 4 days later. Tsunade sat in her office, glad to see the C-ranked mission she had. The team went off without a hitch, but after it was over she wanted Hinata to stay for further talks. As the Hokage's apprentice, the Hyuga heiress could not say no to her even if she wanted to. The Hokage had seen the Hyuga girl had a look of peace, almost serenity-like look on her face that had been missing for the past 3 years, and the last time Tsunade saw Hinata with such a look it was the last time she had spoken to Naruto. "What is it you wish to speak with me about, Hokahama?" said Hinata with a small feeling of nervousness under the seemingly knowing gaze of the Hokage. "How was your time in Wave Country, Hinata?" said Tsunade, setting up her questions in her head to trap the Hyuga girl if she decided to less than receptive in her response. "Good. I saw Tazuna and his family again. They are all doing well," said Hinata, trying to answer the question carefully to not bring up anything that may jeopardize her love. Hokage's office or not the walls had unwelcomed ears. "I see. Did you run into anyone else while you were in Wave Country?" said Tsunade, her eyes twinkling with something that Hinata didn't like. "I really don't know anyone else in Wave Country, Tsunade-sama," said Hinata, keeping her composure strong as to not give away what had happened between her and Naruto. "Oh, not even Naruto?" said Tsunade, hoping to get the reaction she was looking for, which she did in the form of a blush rising slowly to her cheeks. "Tsuna-sama, I," said Hinata, trying to think of an excuse, but her mind shut down for some reason. "Just tell me he was all right," said Tsunade, looking at the girl increase her shade of red by several colors. "Oh, he was more than just all right," thought Hinata, closing her eyes, remembering how good it felt to be in Naruto's arms, the feel of his muscles under his dark clothes, and his lips kissing her made her want melt into the ground. "I take it by the look of bliss on your face that your answer is a yes," said Tsunade with a small hint of amusement in her voice and on her face at the glow Hinata now had all over her form. All the poor girl could do was nod before Tsunade let her go. Elsewhere, 2 weeks later, Pain, Konan, and Toby, as he was called, made their way through the vast forest of trees that stood everywhere around them, leaping from tree branch to tree branch. Pain had received a message from Itachi that he had discovered the group the leader of Akatsuki was looking for had been gone deep into the Land of Spirits. The Land of Spirits was considered both a holy as well as unholy place, though it really depended on one's own religious beliefs, since the land was rumored to be a combination of sacred and evil energy that dwelled in symbiotic balance with one another. It was also rumored that this place was where spirits could leave the spiritual realm to temporarily interact with the people of the living. Among the 3 members of Akatsuki, only one of them found it amusing that he would be here at such a place once more. The 3 S-class missing ninja entered the forest clearing to meet up with Itachi and Kisame to further increase the strength of their group to crush the Shinigami shadows. "Where the hell are those 2 idiots? It's always something with them that keeps them from meeting with us on time," said Konan, frowning as she looked around for the Uchiha and former swordsman of the mist. "Patience, Konan. They may be late sometimes, but they are reliable when it matters," said Pain, grinning at the thought of Konan beating up Itachi and Kisame simply for being a few minutes late. The grin left when mist settled in around the 3 Akatsuki members. Kisame never used the hidden mist jutsu when he and Itachi arrived. "It was a trap. You really shouldn't be so trustworthy of a message you receive simply because it holds the Akatsuki symbol on it," said Naruto, making his shadowy appearance through the mist with Yujito right behind him. "I see. So Itachi and Kisame have been slain," said Pain without much emotion to the matter, since those were the risks of being such a high-class missing ninja. "No, we're actually going after them after we kill all of you, but if you want someone to blame, then blame the one known as Zetsu. How do you think we could locate all of you and trick as we did?" Naruto-sama entered his mind and let him talk with Kyuubi so they could have a little heart-to-heart about certain things, said Yujito, cracking her neck and looking at Konan behind her mask. "You seem pretty confident of yourselves considering you are outclassed," said Konan, throwing a kunai behind her into the mist only to hear a clang sound, and the same kunai was sent back to her, which she caught. "We are far from impressed with you considering all the other members fell so easily," said Zabuza, letting out a chuckle through the mist, letting it echo for that fear-inducing effect it always had. "We expected more from them just as we did from you," said Haku through the mist, his 2 weapons at the ready. "Now it's time for you all to die in the name of the future Demon King. Kyuubi Naruto," said Kimimaro, creating 2 bone swords with his palms. Don't become overconfident just because you think you have us outnumbered and are more powerful than us. Out of all the members of Akatsuki, we are the strongest, said Pain before nodding to Tobi, who removed his mask to reveal himself as someone who was supposed to have died at the hands of Shodame Hokage. Uchiha Madara. So you are Kyuubi's heir? You certainly have your father's eyes from what I can see with my one, said Madara, his Sharingan eye glowing as he gazed at Naruto's. As I suspected from what father told me. You are the founder of the Uchiha clan and the reason Kyuubi attacked Konoha, making them all hate me after he was sealed away, said Naruto, as his eyes glowing deep red themselves and he let out a growl at the man before him. Oh, he told you that? Not surprising, I suppose, since it's really only natural a father tells his son everything concerning his enemies. I'm sure you are also surprised that I am alive considering I am just over 100 years old, give or take a few decades, but just so you know, at the time of my defeat at the hands of the Shodame I had actually died in quite the physical sense. However, when I did in fact die, my spirit refused to and made its way to this very place in order to survive and feed off the darkness that surrounded it. After many years, when I was strong enough, I left this land to see how Konoha was doing, and much to my surprise I find out that war had come to the Leaf Village. By this time one man along with his genin team were in trouble fighting off IWA shinobi, and with this one genin in particular, who just so happened to be an Uchiha, being labeled Kia after a boulder came crashing onto half of his skull. The boy's name was Uchiha Obito, who gave his life to save one Inuzuka Rin and one at Hatake Kakashi, said Madara, grinning at the Fox Prince while Naruto narrowed his eyes at the founder of the arrogant clan. That explains why Kakashi has the Sharingan eye and why he favored Sasuke so much over Team 7 as a whole, said Naruto, scowling further, knowing he and Kakashi were going to have a very long talk about playing favorites that causes Psycho Uchihas to come out of the woodwork. Yes. I believe the Inuzuka did the procedure from what my spirit saw, and when they left the boy to die under the weight of the boulder when it was all done. Now I know you believe me to be heartless, but unlike Itachi, I won't simply let a good Uchiha, no matter how strong or weak they are with such potential, go to waste. Within the second the poor boy had died, I took control of what became to be my new body, and since I am the very original founder of the Uchiha clan and all those with its bloodline descended from me, the body had no problem embracing its new owner, said Madara, knowing that had it been anyone else other than a body of an Uchiha, his spirit would be rejected in a matter of moments. That also explains why you haven't been rejected like Orochimaru is by the bodies he's taken over the years, said Naruto, looking at the other two and noticed the woman of the group was still shocked from seeing someone like Madara alive. That Sannin is an idiot, and the only reason we let him into the organization was because he was one of our stronger members at the time when we were first started out. However, that was before Itachi and several of the others had joined us that made Orochimaru seem weak by comparison. It was only after Orochimaru tried to take Itachi's Sharingan that we as a group decided to cut him loose, but he surprisingly escaped, if just barely, with the loss of his original hand as proof of his survival, said Madara, knowing that if it were not for carrying out their plans on schedule, the Sannin would have been eliminated by now. We've spent enough time talking then. Prepare to permanently die, Uchiha, said Naruto, taking the long Nodachi sword out of the sheath on his back while his left hand, hidden in his cape, went through one-handed hand signs. Just try, demon brat, I'll make you act like a dog with my Sharingan before I'm through with you, said Uchiha Madara, rushing to engage Naruto in battle with a now unsheathed katana while Pain activated his bloodline and Konan prepared to fight Yujito. Demonic Fox Art, Tree of the Demed Jutsu, said Naruto, his eyes glowing. He let out an immense amount of chakra that surrounded them all before a demonic tree suddenly erupted from the ground behind Madara and vines instantly wrapped around him. Acting quickly, Madara went through his own one-handed hand signs and suddenly burst into flames before appearing out of them seconds later with the demon tree behind him still burning. That was my inner phoenix flame jutsu that I created for just such an emergency. It covers me entirely in fire, but I use my chakra and my affinity for it to prevent me from being burned while anything or anyone attached to me dies a horrible fiery death, said Madara, smiling at Naruto, who kept himself calm, knowing that the true battle was just starting and only when it was over should he be concerned with his health. With Yujito and Konan. With Yujito, she was having an easier time than she though against Konan, since the woman would use her strange paper-like powers on her. However, The Nibi vessel would simply burn them all to ashes before moving in with her 2 fireproof sais in each hand. Konan herself was having a difficult time despite her skills and her time spent with pain training to be as strong as she was. The Nibi vessel was using her demonic chakra that was at her disposal to superheat her weapons when she moved in for close-range combat. It forced the only female of Akatsuki to fall back and use the various jutsus she knew to hold her off. The mist around them wasn't helping. Earth-style, Dragon Spikes Cannon Jutsu, said Konan, summoning a dragon that shot wave after wave of spikes made up of hard dirt at Yujito. Demonic weapons art, Nibi Fire Shield Jutsu, said Yujito, now generating a large amount of the Nibis. Chakra combined with her 2 sais rotating in her hands in perfect sync to create a dome-like fire shield against the attack. Zabuza, Haku, and Kimimaro fighting Pain. As for Pain himself, he found that he was currently surrounded by Kimimaro, Haku, and Zabuza, with each one looking to carve him up into pieces. You really don't think you can stand up to my bloodline, do you? It's the 3rd legendary bloodline to rival the Uchihas and the Hyuga's own, said Pain, calmly looking at Haku in front of him while Zabuza and Kimimaro were to his sides. You don't think we didn't do a little research on each and every one of you guys before we engaged you all here today? Your bloodline has to be forcibly activated just like the Uchihas, but it's just as powerful like the Hyugas, and just like any bloodline of that nature you need to see them, said Zabuza before he thickened the mist around them, knowing that Haku and Kimimaro had no problem with it. You think thickening the mist will affect my bloodline when it can manipulate the very elements themselves? Let's see how you handle the 6 paths to pain, said Pain before 5 more bodies appeared around him, each with orange hair and each with the Rinnegan in their eyes activated. Secret Jutsu, Demonic Ice Mirrors, said Haku, surrounding all 6 Pains in his mirrors and threw Sunban needles at them all from every direction. You think this weak bloodline can stop me? Granted, it is an impressive technique for such a weak bloodline, but it still won't stop me from killing the real you with my eyes, said Pain, acting like the needles had done nothing to him or his other 5 personas. You belief in me trying to harm you with these needles will be your downfall. They are merely the distraction, said Haku, as the usually thick mist was already covering up his form in the mirrors while hiding Kimimaro and Zabuza as well. If you are referring to your 2 partners in here with you, then I am well aware of them being in here thanks to one of my 5 Pain bodies, and I can sense their chakra levels, said Pain calmly, though he did find the mist was becoming highly annoying. Then we just have to kill them until we get to the real you, said Zabuza before going after 2 Pain bodies at a time, with Haku and Kimimaro doing the same as well. Back with Naruto and Madara. Naruto had engaged himself with a sword fight with Madara, who, despite having only 1 Sharingan, was having trouble with the Fox Prince. It could have been for the fact that Naruto was much stronger than the Uchiha gave him credit for, but it could also have been because Naruto had his eyes closed the entire time. When Naruto returned from Demon World, he knew he would have to one day face Itachi in combat, and deal with the true form of the Sharingan eyes, the man who was the slayer of own clan possessed. To that end, Naruto had asked Zabuza how he had successfully, to a certain point, battled Kakashi's own Sharingan eye the second time the 2 fought on the bridge in Wave Country. According to the former Demon of the Bloody Mist, by keeping one's eyes closed prevents the Sharingan from counteracting close hand-to-hand or possibly weapon-to-weapon movements. The Sharingan eyes needed to see the eyes of its opponents in order to create a counteraction against an offensive measure. It was one of the few weaknesses of the Sharingan eyes that the Uchiha clan would most likely wish to keep only to themselves if they were all still alive, with the exception being for the last 3. The thick mist Zabuza was maintaining at the moment was another factor that crippled the Sharingan, since it prevented from seeing properly to use its great power against an opponent. These 2 factors alone were probably the only reason why Naruto was now holding his own against the founder of the Uchiha clan, aside from his already sharp and deadly skills. You are stronger than I gave you credit for, boy. If only I had taken you into the fold of the organization, I could have made you into one fine shinobi before we extracted the Kyuubi from you, said Madara before dodging a horizontal slash only to counter with an upward move that Naruto dodged and countered with a spin kick, hitting Uchiha Madara successfully in the head, sending him rolling along the grass. Never disrespect my father like that, and speaking his name as if he were nothing but scum, because I will not tolerate it in the slightest, said Naruto through the mist, his killer intent rising, knowing that his father of a demon lord deserved more respect than he was given by a fool like Madara, who thought they could become gods. If you feel that I am somehow disrespecting your so-called father of a demon lord boy, then please by all means do something about it, said Madara, grinning despite the scars on his face from the previous host's wounds activating the pain receptors of his nerves. Famous last words, Uchiha team, said Naruto, his words echoing throughout the mist before he reappeared behind the unsuspecting Uchiha and sliced him vertically in half just as Madara turned after sensing him from behind, only to realize seconds into his death he had moved to the left. The side without an eye that was his blind spot. Do you really think this will stop me, Fox Prince? As long as there is an Uchiha in the world I can possess, I will live on through them, said the spirit of Madara as his dark spiritually corrupted form left the body it inhabited, with its taint being felt by all around him. This time, Madara, your spirit will die with your body. Demonic secret art, damnation spiritual palm vortex jutsu, said Naruto, as he raised his left hand, creating a black hole-like vortex that began skiing in the spirit of Madara. What are you doing? Stop. I command you, said Madara, tried to somehow fight off the spirit skiing portal that drew him into the unknown inside. You can't command me, Madara, but to answer your question, I'm sending you deep into hell where you belong via a little shortcut my father taught me. Just in case, type of jutsu should you try to live on after your body was destroyed, said Naruto, increasing the vortex's strength to pull in Madara's spirit even more. The dark spirit of Uchiha Madara continued to struggle, but all of the spirit's resistance only pulled it in sooner into the dark abyss. It seemed quite fitting for the dark entity that was considered more evil than the Kyuubi, and soon the dark spirit of the first Uchiha met his demise at the hands of the son of the fox that had been used to set things in motion for the original fall of Konoha. Soon there was another scream of pain from the female variety of the shinobi, but it was fortunate for Naruto that he had recognized that it was not Yujito's voice. Thus it meant that it was the woman from Akatsuki that let out the painfully sounding yell, and if he was correct then she was ultimately dead. The DM Beach cut deep into my mask with that origami paper sheet she does, said an angry Yujito, slightly upset that her treasure mask from the wreckage had been damaged in the fight despite knowing the risks involved when wearing it. She's dead now, Yujito-san, so there's really no point in fussing over something that can be fixed later, and we have more important matters concerning pain, said Naruto, looking at the ashes that were once Konan before he and Yujito went to assist in the defeat of Pain. Back with Pain. Pain found that Haku's demonic ice mirrors were not as weak as he thought they were, as the speed of the young man seemed to be faster than he originally thought. Not only that, but the speed both Zabuza and Kimimaro possessed seemed to be enhanced when in the Dun of Ice. It was almost as if Haku was somehow allowing them to move faster than normal even for them, and was making fighting them all the more difficult. The greatest confusion Pain found when using all of his forms against them was that his bloodline was somehow unable to cancel out Haku's own, considering it was an elemental bloodline. The Rinnegan master felt that he was missing something that he had not seen before, and when he suddenly felt a pulse, he looked down to see the source of it all. A seal. Not just any seal, mind you, but a demon seal that was only whispered by only the oldest of seal masters before Jiraiya and the Yondaime came around. It was a secret legend that dated back to the days of the Shodaime himself when he was a boy. The rumored origin behind the making of seals by humans came from the 9 demons lords themselves, who blessed such knowledge and wisdom to those they deemed worthy. The problem in doing that came later, after the 9 demon lords had that same knowledge they taught now turned against them many years later, as they were sealed up one by one to have their powers used as weapons in human bodies when war came. However, what Pain was standing in was no mere human seal, but the genuine article of what a demon would make given the time needed to create one. I see you noticed the seal we place on the area around us. Despite the mist hiding it and the battle itself, I half expected that you would sense the pulse it gave off every once in a while. This seal I had created before you arrived is activated by the sealer's chakra that when is active messes with the person or people's abilities and bloodlines depending on the sealer's choice of who to affect with it. In this case, I chose your Rinnegan bloodline in terms of manipulating the elements around you and preventing you from using them to your advantage, said Naruto, appearing with Yujito from the mist as they entered the demonic ice mirrors. I cannot fall. I cannot die. I am a god amongst men and women everywhere. I am the Almighty they must worship to gain my favor, said Pain, feeling the frustration of the being pressed into such a corner. Really? Well, it seems you are one god that will not be worshipped when we deliver you to the people, who will pay us a lot of money for your corpse. All 6 of them, said Haku, feeling a mean streak inside of him that had been developing throughout the 3 years now surfacing once more as he threw several Senbon needles at the various Pain's eyes, hitting them dead on, making the leader of Akatsuki scream out in, ironically, pain. Ninja art, chains of the underworld jutsu, said Kimimaro before slamming his palms from both hands down, making black heavily spiked chains wrap around all 6 Pains up from head to toe in the deadly-looking metal. No. This cannot be happening. I am a god, yelled Pain, with each of his other 5 forms struggling as well, only to be heavily damaged by the spikes digging into their skin. In some cases, Pain-sen, even gods that can die, said Naruto before snapping his fingers, and Zabuza took their heads clean off one by one, making them lifeless bodies. All that was left was Itachi and Kisan. Konoha. 3 weeks later. Tsunade had been staring at the report handed to her for a good 15 minutes with her mind not truly believing what she was reading, only to look up at a serious-looking Jiraiya. She saw his head nod to confirm that the report was indeed true and that with the exception of 2, all the members of Akatsuki were dead. Only Itachi and Kisame now remained, and even then it seemed that it was only a matter of time before they too were caught by the Shinigami shadows and eventually killed. The council had demanded that Tsunade offer Itachi and, if need be, Kisame sanctuary in the hope that it would draw out Sasuke as well as the Shinigami shadows. Tsunade, of course, would have none of that, since she did not want Itachi or Kisame to suddenly break free and take out another clan like the Hyugas or Naras. Besides, the real reason the council wanted Itachi alive in the first place was to use him to revive the Uchiha clan instead of Sasuke, since the older of the 2 was clearly stronger. Do you know where they both are, Jiraiya? Said Tsunade, knowing that wherever the 2 were then the Shinigami shadows were not far behind. No. Either they quit Akatsuki being the only 2 remaining members and they went their separate ways, or they are still together in order to have better odds of staying alive. We'll find out if they are alive or dead soon enough when they resurface, though I imagine even they are shaken to the core at the news concerning the other deceased members, just as we are, said Jiraiya, knowing that Itachi and Kisame couldn't stay hidden forever. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya-sama. We need you at the gate immediately, said a now panting Chunin, who had been running from whatever post he had been to report to the female fire shadow. But what's wrong? Said Tsunade, hoping it wasn't some kind of invasion from Iwa or Orochimaru, since they didn't need it right now. They're here. Itachi and Kisame are here and they're dying, said the Chunin, who was not really able to comprehend the fact that 2 of the most notorious missing ninja in the elemental countries were outside their doorstep in such a weakened state. The 2 Sannin were gone from the room instantly to investigate this matter, since it was hard for them to believe it themselves. Konoha Gates moments later. Indeed, it was a sight to see, as a mangled Kisame was trying to help an even worse, if that was possible, Itachi through the gates, as their blood was leaving a trail behind them as it left the bodies. It had formed quite a crowd of shinobi and some civilians that managed to see it before the large form of Kisame collapsed onto the ground, his eyes practically rolling up in the back of his head from the pain. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, you are under arrest for, said Tsunade, only to see Itachi roll over for his face to be revealed, or rather the lack thereof. The Uchiha clan killer barely had a face or skin to go with it. His eyes had been removed from their sockets, his tongue ripped out, his nose broken nearly clean off, his ears non-existent, and his jaw was swollen with mostly broken in multiple places. The rest of his body looked like someone had put him through a rust meat grinder, as he had been sliced, cut, stabbed, and had broken bones in every major part of his body. Kisame was no better, and since he was the larger as well as considered tougher of 2 in terms of physique, he looked like he was on his last leg, ready to die at any moment. His body had a few less cuts than Itachi did, but his prized sword Samahata that he proudly used in battle that could eat chakra was broken about half the original length. His scaly blue left arm was missing along the elbow, and the only reason he wasn't dying from the immense blood loss right now was because someone had burned the flesh to prevent that from happening. Both his legs looked like someone had repeatedly stabbed him over and over again until they had more holes than Swiss cheese. You're the Hokage and an unrivaled medic ninja, right? Then help us. For the love of Kami, help us, said Kisame as he struggled to get up only to fall back down with the sound of another bone breaking, possibly one that has already removed from its original position within his bodily structure. Someone beat the living crap out of him, but why come here? Thought Jiraiya, frowning at the two, knowing there was no genjutsu on them to make them look like that and that their injuries, though real, were not self-inflicted. Itachi's lack of a face was proof of that. Who did this to you? Tell me and I'll consider it, said Tsunade, knowing at this point the man would sell out his own mother just to live another day. Don't make me speak his name. I don't care if I die, but please don't make me speak his name, said Kisame, whimpered out of his mouth before puking up some blood along with some chunk of flesh and what might have been bone. One person did this to both you? Said Jiraiya, knowing that one person to do this to two incredible powerful shinobi was beyond that of a Sannin or Kage. At first, when he told us that all the other members of Akatsuki except for us were dead, I told him he was out of his mind, but when he showed us their corpses, it was only then Itachi and I realized that this guy was for real. Itachi thought the same thing, but before we could try to get away, we were soon surrounded in a barrier of chakra. I tried to use Samahata on it, but it too thick for my sword to eat, and when I looked into his eyes, I saw a demon, said Kisame, with the last four words being heard only by both Jiraiya and Tsunade. What did you say? Said Tsunade, looking down at the shark man as she tried to heal him while her assistant Shizun had arrived to assist in saving Itachi. I looked into his eyes as he fought us, and I saw the demon where his soul should have been. Itachi tried to use his Sharingan on him, but when he did, the man's eyes exploded soon after, right before my own, as he screamed in pain. It was with that move in itself that was quite possibly the pre-verbal beginning of the end for us in that one-sided fight, said Kisame, his eyes now filled with fear that Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't think was possible for such a crazy swordsman from Mist. What is his name? We can protect you, said Tsunade, not believing she was actually considering protecting the very people from the organization that was once after her little brother. I can't speak his name. He forbids me from telling you, knowing that I would seek help from you, knowing that as a doctor you were honor-bound to heal me, said Kisame, not wanting to speak the name of the one who had sent him and Itachi so close to death. Can Itachi at least be used to breed new Uchihas? Said Danzo, knowing that the hope of getting at least one Uchiha under his control was a good possibility. You can't, said Kisame, alarmed, as if what the scarred man was asking would bring about the end of creation. Why? Said Tsunade, and she could have sworn along with Shizun that Itachi himself let out a whimper of fear. He told us if one person who was chosen to give birth to an Uchiha, he would come here to kill Itachi, me for my failure to stop it, and the woman herself that would be carrying the child, said Kisame, not wanting to give his attackers any reason to come after him. Who is this attacker of yours? Speak his name, said Danzo in a commanding tone, as he was tired of this fear-induced resistance to the question that remained unanswered. Kami, please forgive me for what I am about to do and what I've resisted in doing from the start. The man who did this to us is the leader of the 5 Shinigami Shadows. He goes by the name of the Shinigami King, said Kisame before his head fell back against the ground and he finally fell into blissful unconsciousness. Not far within the forest, just outside the gate, a single figure with a cloak and mask heard the entire confession of one Hoshigaki Kisame. His master would be most pleased and also disappointed in Kisame for spilling his guts like that, believing the shark man could at least suffered through some interrogation before cracking. Though the figure supposed that given the wrath his leader delivered upon the two, it was only natural that Kisame just tell them now then the later. So they now know the name of the person behind the Shinigami Shadows, though only by his nickname. However, if and when they learn his true identity, only then will they truly fear Naruto-sama. On that day it will be the beginning of what will soon be their judgment day for the Leaf Village as well as all others who played the part in his pain, thought Haku, now scowling at the place that his master once admired so. Looking up at the 5 Hokage heads of the monument, Haku could only wonder before leaving the area, what the faces would like covered in the blood of Naruto's enemies. 1 full year had passed since the official death of the organization known as Akatsuki, with word spreading of who had caused its untimely demise. Everyone now respected or feared the 5 Shinigami shadows led by their leader known only as the Shinigami King. It was to such a point that they only took on the most dangerous A to S-class missions. Each of the highly dangerous missions ranged from high-level assassinations, retrieving highly sensitive documents that could possibly prevent future wars, and save beautiful princesses, who fell in love with their saviors, from missing ninja hoping for ransom money. At the moment, the 5 members of the group in question were sitting in the forest of a friendly elemental country resting from a recent mission well done. The group had just saved a wealthy businessman's only daughter from a group of high A-class missing nin from IWA, who were holding her ransom until her father had paid the hefty sum they had demanded of him. After the girl was rescued, her father gave them the amount he was willing to give to the kidnappers, saying money was no object compared to his little girl's welfare. The group only took half the money, as that was the amount they were hired for, and did not want to be greedy in terms of what they got in terms of payment. "You all did a good job today. You should all be very proud with yourselves," said Naruto, smoking his pipe given to him by master craftsmen after they had saved the man from his rival, who hired several high-level sound jounin to take him out. "I've heard talk of Konoha trying to find us to recruit for an upcoming war that is going to happen between them and the new IWA Sound Alliance that was formed," said Zabuza, biting into an apple, finding it was much better than the stuff he and Haku used to eat back when they were always on the run. "IWA and Sound are trying to recruit us as well. The same goes with Suna, since they are still allied with Konoha, though Gaara prefers our presence strictly in his village. I don't think he'll want us do any work unless it were absolutely necessary, since he's only doing it so Konoha doesn't get to us first," said Kimimaro, drinking some tea he had made for the group. "Aside from King-sama's friends, I say we let Konoha burn. They are just like the people in Kumo that hated me," said Yujito, as that was Naruto's nickname, since the long title of Shinigami King seemed a bit long in every sentence. It was also helpful in telling everyone they weren't alone and needed to be on guard in terms of protecting their identities from potential threats. Now was one of those times. "Such a waste of good tea," said Haku sadly, as they all slowly moved to readjust their facial coverings to hide their form, but made it seem as they were still talking, only using more hand motion as they did. "Not far from the shadows. Can you make out what's going on, Shikamaru?" said Kiba, after having searched for 3 long months now at the orders of their Hokage, and they finally found the infamously elusive Shinigami shadows. "Simple conversations from the looks of it, but don't let your guard down for a second, since these guys are good if they can take on high-level missions." The last little group of shinobi that tried to meet and greet these guys came from IWA. They were soon returned in pieces, with one survivor wishing he was dead, said Shikamaru, having seen the report given him by Tsunade, who got it from Jiraiya's spy network, and were able to get some pictures of the only team survivor of that group. Shikamaru had to be excused so he could go to the bathroom to puke. Still, Hokage-sama was most persistent and demanded that we try with every bit of our power to bring them back to Konoha to keep the IWA Sound Alliance at bay, said Niji, as he used his Byakugan to keep an eye on them. "How do we approach this? Or approach them for that matter?" said Ino, wondering if her clan's abilities would even have any effect on them. "Yash. We must try to be as youthful as possible so they can see that we mean them no harm," said Lee, only to have his head hit from behind by both Tenten and Niji. "Baka. You are not going to do that new so-called friendship dance Guy-sensei came up with just so you can tell him you did it when we come back," said Tenten, shivering slightly at the memory, with Niji turning pale in terms of his reaction to it. Seriously, those two needed to do more than act youthful around everyone. "I'll go in first with you and Choji backing me up. Niji and Hinata will be farther back to watch with their eyes to help tell the rest of the team what is happening," said Shikamaru, before the teams split off. With the Shinigami shadows, they broke off from the main group. "Don't attack unless it's necessary," said Naruto, who got a small nod from each of them. "What about the main group not far from here?" said Haku, wondering if there were any hostiles in the distance. "Leave them for now. I sense no ill will from either group, as I'm sure the rest of you can tell," said Naruto before standing up and looked into the trees where Shikamaru was. After gesturing for the Nara and his team to come down, they did moments later, as they realized that they had been made by the most feared shinobi in the elemental countries. Black Angel, would you please see to their other teammates in the distance and tell them to come here as well, they can hear what I have to say, said Naruto turning to Haku, who nodded before heading off to meet them. We just came here to talk to you, said Shikamaru, hoping the man didn't just send his loyal subordinate to kill his team. I know that, Nara-san, but I don't think it will kill you to have them here, said Naruto, smirking behind his mask, knowing that Shikamaru was probably trying to figure out who he was really talking to. Says you, pal, thought Shikamaru, feeling nervous around the man not wanting to have to return to the Hokage and tell her his entire team had become maggot food. Not long after Shikamaru said that, the rest of the shinobi force from Konoha appeared in the clearing, looking slightly nervous, being around the 5 shinobis of legendary status. Niji was standing a good bodyguard-style distance in front of Hinata, who was looking discreetly at Naruto every once in a while, trying to keep her blush down. Lee and Tenten were carefully measuring the Shinigami shadows that were standing across from them, almost as if they were statues, with their leader that was the Shinigami King in the center with Shikamaru. So your Hokage sent a nearly all Jounin team this time, and friends of Uzumaki Naruto at that. Does she assume that you being friends with him will tip my decision closer to her favor? Said Naruto, sounding slightly insulted, his eyes blazing red as he stared at Shikamaru, who was starting to sweat under his Chunin vest. No. It's just that you have eliminated a major source of Naruto's problems outside of the village, and she believed you to be a friend of his like we are, said Shikamaru, feeling more and more afraid of the man each second. Hokage-sama and the council have already come to an agreement with your contract in hiring you and your shinobi team. They wish to hire you so you could assist us against both IWA and Sound, who are gearing up for war against Konoha as we speak, said Niji, as he found the Shinigami King's attention turned to him. Indeed. Though knowing your council, from my understanding, they like to double talk, lie, change the rules, and make up their own as time goes on. I could possibly trust your Hokage, given the fact she has tried to do her job despite the council being an unwanted thorn in her side. However, before any contract is signed and made official, I would like to read it for the safety of my team and I, so we know exactly what we're signing up for. Tell your Hokage that unless she and the council agree to insert any and all stipulations of our own into the contract they made, we will sign no papers or fight for the leaf, said Naruto, as he had his own stipulations for his team along for himself to be put in should this go bad on them. You could come with us and approve the documentation yourself, said Ino, hoping the mysterious warrior would consider that possibility. The moment my team and I set foot into Konoha's boundaries, every ANBU and shinobi loyal to the council will rain down upon us to kill or capture. If we are captured, they will use us for experiments, breeding, and other horrible things one can do to another human being, said Naruto, knowing that all Danzo and the council needed were excuses to mess with his team to get their secrets. The Hokage would never allow it, said Tenten, though given their actions in wanting Naruto dead in the first place, so she couldn't really back it up. Perhaps. However, before we become hired by your Hokage under official contract, I need to take care of something before we can. When our affairs are in order, we will speak to your Hokage personally, said Naruto, looking at them all before stopping at the sight of Hinata, who was now officially a Jounin, though he knew she was one after taking the necessary exam 4 months prior. Naruto smiled at her behind his clothed mask, while Hinata had the decency to at least look somewhat shy under his fiery yet gentle-like gaze. However, her teammates just assumed he was somehow intimidating her, and Niji didn't like it one bit as he moved himself in front of Naruto's line of sight. A-hole, thought Naruto before looking at the rest of his team before nodding, and they returned it in understanding, knowing that they would have to make a detour through the capital of Fire Country. When will we be expected to see you again, Shinigami King? Said Shikamaru, hoping that Niji would reign in his protectiveness for Hinata long enough for them to get back home. You won't unless I allow it. Just like today, said Naruto before he and the other 4 members disappeared as if they were ghosts. Well, that went better than expected. None of us died, said Tenten, having seen the size of the man's sword behind his back and did not want to be on the receiving end of it. Yes, but let us not jinx it and get out of here. Come on, Hinata-sama, we must go back to report to Hokage-sama immediately, said Niji, who was not going to fault his cousin for being so nervous under the eyes of the leader of the Shinigami Shadows, since he had felt unnerved by the man. Hinata could only not afraid to speak, knowing that if she did she might somehow give away Naruto's secret identity as the Shinigami King. She knew she could trust her friends with his secret, but the impact of such mind-blowing information could cause fear, and quite possibly doubt to linger in their minds in terms trusting her love or not. Deciding that revealing of Naruto's secret was not hers to do, Hinata followed the rest of the team back to Konoha to report their somewhat success to the mission. Konoha 1 week later. So the Shinigami King will come here when he takes care of certain matters. That was what he told the team you sent, said Danzo, looking at the report himself given to him and the council by the Hokage. Yes. However, I want to make something clear to all of you in this room, since it is clear from what he told my search team that he doesn't trust anyone in this room. We are to treat them as guests in Konoha, and we will not cause any confrontations with them that might give them a reason to retaliate against us. If such a thing were to indeed happen, then they would take down more of us then before we could kill or imprison any of them. With such a loss to our ranks, we would be defeated outright by the combined might of both IWA and Sound, said Tsunade, hoping that the knowledge of impending doom for their own personal gain would be enough to keep their egos in check. Tsunade-sama. 4 of the 5 Shinigami shadows are here in Konoha, said Shizune, looking pale having seen them at the gate. What? Only 4? Is the leader with them? Said Danzo, his voice sounding somewhat eager, making Tsunade's eyes narrow slightly at the man. No. They told the Chunin at the East Gate that he will be along shortly, but they are to stay here in Konoha to secure his presence before Tsunade-sama and the council, said Shizune, having rushed to the office as soon as she was told this information. Thank you, Shizune. Please inform our shinobi to not engage them or even try to talk to them, said Tsunade, knowing that some of the more ego-driven shinobi would like to test their skills against them. Yes, Tsunade-sama, said Shizune before heading out to tell everyone to stay clear of the Shinigami shadows. You seemed slightly eager about the leader of the group, Danzo. Any reason why? Said Tsunade, looking at the man, who looked back slightly surprised at her words. I'm just eager to be in the presence of the infamous Shinigami King, said Danzo, lying as always through his teeth, but Tsunade had no way to prove it at the moment. How are conditions of both Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi? Said Hamura, since it had nearly been a year since they were at their doorstep, a hair's breadth away from dying. They are healed for the most part. Kisame still walks with a limp, as does Itachi, though the Uchiha needs a cane to walk considering he is now blind. Though despite his current condition, I would say that he's still a level of Chunin, since it's clear he didn't rely on his Sharingan too much when at Akatsuki. I tried offering them full reinstatement as Konoha shinobi when they were fully healed in exchange for information they might have gotten concerning Orochimaru or the Shinigami King before they fought him, but they refused, said Tsunade, remembering the look of fear in Kisame's eyes and the stiffness of Itachi's body when they were given the offer. It's as if they are waiting for the man to come finish them off, said Koharu, scowling at the report concerning the 2 former members Akatsuki. Even the threat of interrogation from both Ibiki and Anko didn't seem to sweat those 2, since whatever the Shinigami King did to them was by far worse. That could be a possibility, but we will see what happens when the leader makes his presence known to the village and those around him, said Tsunade, getting a reluctant nod from the council members. Hyuga compound. Hinata was training with Niji, though her mind was only half focused at the moment on the spar at hand, since the other half was busy thinking of a certain person that was finally returning to the village after all this time. Naruto was returning to Konoha soon, returning to her, and only to her, as she had seen how Sakura was among the demon-hating group that always despised Naruto. The pink-haired woman, who was now a Chunin just only a month ago, after she had finally met the requirements, held no remorse in her heart for her actions against the young warrior Hinata loved, and quite frankly it had bothered the Hyuga girl very much. So much, in fact, that Hinata had more than once sent the weak girl to the hospital when the large forehead woman spoke hateful words about Naruto when the Hyuga heiress was in earshot. While it had been satisfying the first 0.5 times, it was now a nuisance that Hinata wished she could end right now with a simple gentle fist shot to the back of Sakura's skull. Realigning her thoughts, Hinata refocused fully on the spar with her cousin Niji, with her father and little sister Hanabi watching, seeing the 2 go at it. Hanabi was not arrogant when it came to her big sister and had always suspected that Hinata had always held back when it came to their sparring sessions out of her love for her. Hanabi knew that due to Hyuga clan laws that in time an heiress would officially become the rightful leader of the clan with his sibling being marked with the cage bird seal. Hanabi feared that seal above all things growing up having been raised as a main family member being served by the branch members of the clan. She had never used the seal on a branch member like her sister, and for that she knew that the branch family was forever grateful to them in that matter, but more to Hinata herself knowing how she despised the seal as the divided family like shattering a mirror. Hayashi was in full agreement with his children as he had very rarely used the seal himself other than the one time he used it on his own brother. Something he felt compelled to do during that one time he spared with his oldest daughter when she was still a little girl. The man had also removed his fears of Kumo from his mind, having read reports of their not-so-honorable counsel being executed by their raikage. Having read information given that was to him one night by an anonymous source, Hayashi now understood why things had played out as they did with the Kumo ambassador and had showed it to Niji as well. The justice that had long been denied the Hyuga prodigy for his father's death had happened thanks to the 5 Shinigami shadows. The news had strengthened the family bonds between both the main and branch sides of the Hyuga clan, but there were still cracks to mend due to the Hyuga clan elders still wishing to keep to traditions of the Hyuga clan. They still refused his words in wanting to remove the seal from the branch families regardless of the new information that came to them about that incident. Those fools can't understand that to survive we need to change with the times when it is necessary, and now is the time to change, thought Hayashi, seeing Hinata dodge and attack with amazing grace equaled only to her late mother before maneuvering around Niji and delivering the strike needed to end the spar. Hinata had surprised her father with her skills and showed him that she was more like her mother than Hayashi even knew. With her own gentle fist training, Hinata focused on medical jutsus, knowing that gentle fist mixed with the chakra scalpel's jutsu would be a powerful combination. Regardless of a hit or miss concerning a chakra point, and the enemy would still be crippled by the attacks delivered, thus made it a formidable skill to have. Her medical creams had gotten Tsunade's attention as well, seeing the young girl as a good apprentice in terms of training to be her successor as a sannin and medical ninja. You both did very well and I am proud of each of you. Hinata is just like her mother and Niji is his father's son in terms of prodigal greatness. You two are a perfect reflection of the Hyuga clan's strength, and as such will be the proxy in which those like yourselves and others within the clan for generations to come can learn from, said Hayashi with pride clear in his voice as he spoke to them. Hayashi-sama. I have word from the council and the Hokage, said a branch family member, who approached them, bowed, and then walked up the clan head. Oh, about what? Said Hayashi, frowning at what news would be brought to his attention. We have just received word that the Shinigami shadows have arrived in Konoha a few hours ago, and now it seems the leader is on his way here riding on a horse. He will be here in Konoha any minute, and you are requested to be at the council meeting with the Hokage to assist in potential negotiations, said the branch family member, keeping his eyes squarely on Hayashi, who nodded in understanding. Hayashi knew what the council wanted. They wanted him to use his Byakugan to look past the masks the Shinigami shadows wore to determine their identities in hopes of possibly blackmailing the group into service rather than paying them. It wasn't the first time this had happened either, as groups of ANBU from other villages when in such meetings had been secretly subjugated to the same thing during the days of the Sandaime to coax more information out of the foreign shinobi. Unlike the other times though, Hayashi doubted it would work here with this group and their leader. I will be at the meeting at once, said Hayashi, who saw the man bow before leaving. Father, I need to go too. As the Hokage's apprentice and possibly future clan head, I will need to learn first-hand experience in these matters, said Hinata, who was happy as a kid in a candy store at being able to see Naruto again. I will go as well as both the bodyguard for the current clan head and future clan head, said Niji, not wanting to endanger his cousin any more than was necessary. That will not be necessary, Niji. At the moment, I need you to help train Hanabi since it is her time for training right now, said Hayashi, seeing his nephew trying to fulfill his duty to the Hyuga clan willingly rather than forced, with the usual potential threat of the cage bird seal being used if he didn't, like the elders always did when they ever if rarely went outside of the Hyuga compound. Konoha gates. Man, why do we get guard duty today? This, said a Chunin, watching lazily for any possible threats to the leaf. Shut up, man. If the Hokage hears you, she'll put you in the hospital and then make your life miserable when she comes in to heal you, said another Chunin with a on the side of his cheek with a cig in his mouth. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Well, another thing I don't get is how come we're all on high alert because of this Shinigami King? I mean, what's so special about this guy anyway that's got everyone so scared out of their minds, said the lazy Chunin leaning back against the wall. Are you serious? This guy and his group took out Akatsuki. All 9's class missing nin with skills that rival if not surpass Hokage were all killed or broken because of the Shinigami King. You saw Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame a year ago, right? He did that, said the Chunin with the cig in his, looking at his friend in disbelief. Before any further words could be spoke, the two shinobi heard the sound of hooves in the distance coming from a horse galloping towards them in the distance. Turning their attention towards the sound of the horse's feet, they saw a figure riding the great steed wearing nothing but black from top to bottom. As the rider got closer, they noticed the horse itself was not normal either, but rather demonic-looking, with a skull-like covering over its face, armor covering its front area from chest to legs, and red demon-like eyes that held no sense of soul that one would find in a normal horse. Holy shit, said one of the two Chunin as both went diving to get out of the way of the rider that went past them at blazing speed. Konoha streets. People got the hell out of the mysterious rider's way as his steed kept going full speed and didn't once stop for anyone that was too stupid to be in his path. Fortunately, those that did were spared, if just barely, with the horse leaping over or moving around them. On the rooftops above, 4 shadows moved with 2 on either side of the rider heading to the Hokage's tower. When he gets in range, you take him out and bring his body to me, Sai, said Danzo on the shinobi radio frequency originally used for Route A and BU. Yes, Danzo-sama, said Sai, readying his crossbow on his wrist, waiting for the man of legend to get in his line of sight from his position. When Sai did get the man in his crosshairs, he let out a single shot, knowing that was he needed, and waited for the arrow to hit its target. At the time of the firing of the arrow, the rider was just a short moment away from the steps of the tower, with the Hokage and the council waiting for the Shinigami King to arrive. Just as the arrow was about to hit, the figure grabbed the arrow with his left hand and the horse reeled back, giving off a loud horse-like screech. The figure's black cape swirled around him, and his form on top of the horse seemed to stun everyone that had seen that single act in grabbing the arrow with an almost unnatural grace. The figure stared at the Hokage, the council, Hayashi, and Hinata, with no emotion as he squeezed the arrow with his fist and made it snap in his grip. His eyes stared at them all, his gaze piercing their very souls, seeing both guilty and innocent staring at him as if he were a god himself, and in a single motion his eyes turned to the direction the arrow was shot from, as if that were the place of importance. Shinigami King of the 5 Shinigami Shadows, I am, said Tsunade, trying to start this open meeting in a professional manner, only for her said guest to turn his fist into a palm to silence her as he stared at the direction of the arrow shot at him. The faint sound of metal meeting flesh was heard faintly in the distance before he turned back to them with that same, slow and graceful motion he was known for. His dark horse seemed calm enough, though the eyes of the great animal seemed to hold no love in it for anything except its current rider. Is shooting at someone you wish to hire some kind tradition in Konoha? Said Naruto, as he fully well knew the answer, but wondered how they would respond. No, Shinigami King, I am truly sorry for what happened. Clearly someone doesn't want you to meet with us, said Tsunade, wishing she could strangle Danzo right now, knowing it was him that sent the assassin to kill this warrior before her. Yes. Clearly, said Naruto, snapping his fingers, making 3 of the other 4 members appear kneeling behind him. I understood there were 5 Shinigami Shadows, said Tsunade, curiously wondering where the 5th member was. Seconds later, a large Zanbato sword was now piercing the ground in between Naruto and Tsunade, with a dead Root Anbu mask wearing shinobi in the middle of the blade. The dead shinobi had a crossbow launcher on his right arm at the wrist, fully loaded and ready to fire at any given time. It would appear Ghost found my would-be assassin, said Naruto, looking at the corpse with no emotion in his voice before prying the mask off the dead man, revealing his face. You just killed a Konoha Anbu, said Danzo, knowing this was his chance to have the man and his team arrested for potential dissection, even at the cost of his own son's life. You will be arrested for this insult assassination or not, said Hamura despite the fact that Konoha was at fault, though he and the council would rather die than admit that. Actually, from the looks of this mask it would appear that this one is part of something called root, said Naruto, showing the mask with the kanji for root on it to Tsunade, who glared at Danzo, knowing the man should not have even a shred of root anbu at his disposal. Root was disbanded by the order of the Sandaime Hokage many years ago, Shinigami King, and I assure you that there will be no punishment for this shinobi's death, said Tsunade, seeing the look of outrage from the council, and gestured they all go inside to discuss things further. Call me in if you would. Shinigami King is too long a title for me when it comes to long talks with various people of high status, said Naruto, smiling to himself, wondering what would happen when they all figured out his identity with the exception of Hinata. Of course, En-sama, said Tsunade, finding it was easier for her as well since what he said was correct when it came to his name. As the two groups walked to the Hokage Tower meeting room, many around them backed away or bowed their heads towards the Shinigami shadows, and the group couldn't help but let out a laugh as if someone told a joke. It made Tsunade, the council, Hayashi, and Hinata turning their heads in their direction, wondering why they were laughing and what they were laughing at. I'm sorry, En-sama, I'm afraid I missed the joke, said Tsunade as they entered the room in question before they all took a seat in their given chairs. It's an inside joke, Hokage-sama, so I don't expect anyone other than us to understand the meaning behind our laughter, said Naruto as he and his team let out yet another chuckle, much to the council's displeasure. We are here to sign an agreement between you and Konoha to serve under us officially as shinobi, but without leaf headbands, since you choose not to ally yourselves with any shinobi village, said Hamura, as an Anbu came in and handed them all contracts that when signed would make them warriors of the Leaf Village. I hope you don't mind if we read the fine print, said Zabuza gruffly, not wanting to be tricked into anything after what happened with Gato back in Wave Country. Not at all, please do, said Tsunade, seeing some of the council members tense as they had hoped the group would simply sign it and leave it at that. After looking over this contract extensively, we, the Shinigami 5, find this contract to be as solid as water and therefore will not sign it, said Naruto after nearly 10 minutes before throwing the pile of papers across the table at Tsunade, stopping within arm's reach of her as she picked it up. What's wrong with the contract? Said Tsunade, looking down at the stack of papers that she herself had approved of. Check page 5 if you will. Halfway down, Hokage-sama, said Haku, not liking the terms set for them if they had signed it. Let's see page 5. About halfway. What? All members of the Shinigami 5 will be forced to sire at least one child for Konoha to train and call their own, while if leaving the village, the parent, who is the member of the Shinigami Shadows, will leave various scrolls of all their skills, knowledge of their abilities, and half of their individual wealth to the child or children. All finances that are acquired will be placed under the oversight of the council to do with as they see fit based on the best interest of the said child or children, accordingly to what the council believes will be in the best interest of each said child or children. Who put this crap in the contract? Said Tsunade as she glared directly at both Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo, knowing it was all of them since they first tried to sneak that into the contract early, only to be spotted by Shizen when reading from the large stack of papers that were the original documents. Only the last time the stipulation was on page. If we are going to let them work for Konoha, then they should give in to some of our own demands as well as obey our laws, said Danzo, scowling at Tsunade and then at En, as he called himself. Just as the people of the village should have obeyed the S-class law that the Sandaime made concerning Uzumaki Naruto? Or that the boy himself should be seen as a hero for holding the most power of all the nine-tailed demon lords. Tell me, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo, how does it feel knowing that when you die you will go straight to hell? To know that when you enter hell there will be demons of all shapes and sizes ready to give you a most proper greeting, said Naruto, smiling as he saw the old men and one woman sputter in rage at his words. You have some nerve talking to us like that, An? At least we do not hide behind masks like the cowards your group no doubt are, said Hamura, glaring at Naruto hatefully. Do you want to see what I look like without this simple cloth blocking my face? All you had to do was ask. Politely, said Naruto, chuckling while his group seemed to be shifting around slightly as if they were unsure of this being a good idea. Then we demand they do as well, said Koharu, who received a heavy amount of killer intent from the other four, but Naruto put up his hand to make them stop. First, you cannot demand anything from them. Second, They answer only to me, and if they wish they can keep their identities a secret, that is fine since it's their choice. Third, I suggest you weak council members watch your mouth or my group here will remove you from this world. Fourth, if you ever, and I mean ever, try to demand anything of my team in such a disrespectful way again, that we will hunt you all down after we have killed every single member of your family. Do we understand each other? Said Naruto, rising from his seat, put his hands on the large meeting table, and with his eyes blazing with fury he unleashed an incredible amount of killing intent, telling them he would not back down to the likes of them. Ways. Yes, said Koharu, breathing heavily as the council nearly felt as if their hearts had stopped for a full minute. Good. Now as for my real identity, that well, remember the inside joke I mentioned before that none of you got? This is the joke, said Naruto, pulling down the black cloth, grinning at the shocked council and Tsunade, who could not believe it was the one person they never thought would be in Konoha again. Filthy demon scum like you don't deserve to be here, much less in this world, said Danzo, glaring hatefully at the young man before him, hating the fox-like grin that Naruto was sporting. If you have the courage to insult me, Danzo team, then surely you have the courage to attack me as well. Or do you need to send your little root imbu to do it for you, since you are too much of a coward to do it yourself? Said Naruto, leering at the man with his demonic eyes, making the council sweat under his gaze. Get out of Konoha now, and maybe we won't send every shinobi and willing villager after you, said Hamura, glaring angrily at Naruto, knowing that when word got out just who was the leader of the Shinigami 5 to the people, it would cause the support they needed to remove Tsunade from office with someone under their control. I know this might sound slightly childish and mostly cliché, but why don't you make me? Said Naruto, gesturing for the council member to step forward and take the shot that so many had wanted for so long. Enough. You idiots can't do anything to Naruto on account of the protection order that was given by the Fire Daimyo himself. Other than the fact that Naruto has the backing of our allies, the Wind Daimyo and the Lightning Daimyo, doing anything to him would be suicide right before we go to war with IWN Sound, said Tsunade, glaring at all the members of the council, who mentally swore at being unable to harm the demon. Then we demand that the members of his group be put under arrest and executed, since no such protection order exists for them, said Danzo, smirking in the belief that he could get to the demon through his comrades. Actually, that was the affair I mentioned to Tsunade's search team during the end of our conversation with them. I spoke to the Fire Daimyo about such a possibility happening, and he agreed that such a protection order was given to my team as well, forbidding any and all harm to befall them at the hands of shinobi or civilian of any kind, said Naruto, holding out a copy of the order with the Fire Daimyo's seal on bottom right, making it an official document. Seeing as how the contract was tainted and it's getting late, I will speak to the Shinigami 5 privately with Shizen along with Jiraiya tomorrow at a later time. This meeting is now over, said Tsunade, officially ending the meeting much to the council's protest. With that said, the group left with Tsunade, Hayashi, and Hinata following right after them, knowing that there was much to talk about without the prying eyes of the council. Elsewhere in Konoha, Kakashi hated his life ever since Tsunade demoted him to Chunin, finding that the rank consisted of doing mostly guard duty or possibly teaching at the academy. Granted, there were a few missions that were more than qualified in terms of the Cyclops Jounin, but the problem was that Tsunade refused to let take any of them. Instead, she stuck him mostly with guard duty or as a substitute for academy teachers that got sick with the flu. Sakura had been given the same treatment, but was directed more heavily in teaching at the academy than guard duty because she was still so weak by current shinobi rank. It would be so easy for enemy shinobi to tear through her and sneak in like so many had already attempted to. Just like Sakura, whenever Kakashi did teach at the Ninja Academy, the students were merciless with their pranks on him and would constantly ask him questions about Naruto. Was he really a demon? Would he come back to kill them all? Why did the village treat him badly in the first place when all it would do is cause the boy to hate them? Why was it that the demon was always loyal, yet the prodigal Uchiha Sasuke that everyone loved was not? Kakashi hated those questions because it reminded him of how he let down his sensei and comrades with the rules he claimed to live by. Now he was on his way to see the Hokage for a potential mission that was not a D-ranked mission like all the ones Tsunade made him do to work off the laziness in his system. He stopped when he saw a demonized horse standing outside of the tower and remembered that Tsunade was expecting the Shinigami King today with his group. Maybe if Kakashi were to challenge the leader to a friendly spar he could gain favor with the Hokage? Then she would finally agree to promote him back to Jounin again? Hokage's office. Well played, Naruto-sama, said Hayashi, smirking at the man for his genius and saw just how much of his human father was in Naruto. Thank you very much, Hayashi-sama. I've spent a lot of time trying to honor my old man of a demon lord by using the cunning intellect of a fox that he gave me, said Naruto, bowing his head slightly, not seeing Tsunade cringe at that. I know Naruto has Sarutobi-sensei's journal and it holds who his birth parents are, and the fact he calls Kyuubi his father means he had no love for them, thought Tsunade, as she wished she had stayed to help the boy in his time of need when he was still a child growing up. Naruto-kun, said Hinata, rushing to him and giving him a big hug and kiss as she was unable to hide her emotions anymore. I'm sorry, Hinata-heim. I made you wait during that whole meeting just to be with me, said Naruto, ignoring the shocked and angry looks from the council members and the calm one on Hayashi's face at this unexpected outburst of affection towards young man. It's all right, Naruto-kun. You told me in advance when I was on that mission in Wave Country a year ago. I heard the stories of other S-class missing ninja trying to resurrect Akatsuki to take over the world, but you and the other Shinigami shadows stopped them all, said Hinata, smiling and enjoying the feel of the embrace they were now feeling from one another. You and I have much to talk about, Naruto, said Tsunade, glaring at the boy as she now fought back to urge to slug him for not being in contact with him for 3 years. But so you can try to boss me around afterwards and tell me to never leave the very village that hates me? No thanks, old hag. I rather prefer to keep my freedom than be held down by your need to smother me with your protection when you couldn't do it from the very beginning from the council. All that has ever done is cripple me, and I don't like to be crippled by anything that of that magnitude, said Naruto, looking at the woman, who felt partially guilty knowing that she would have prevented him from reaching his true potential out of fear of losing him, and that her lack of it when it mattered most didn't come in his hour of need. Hey Naruto, said Jiraiya, appearing in the window, grinning his casual grin that at first glance made you want to punch the man into next week. If isn't the most perverted man on the planet, who gets beat up more times by women than he does getting any action. How are you, Ero Sennin? Said Naruto, making the man face plant at the nickname and insult. Demen it. Stop calling me that. You're lucky I still have to teach you everything about sealing and your father's jutsus, or else I would leave you with nothing, said Jiraiya in a smug-like manner, not seeing Naruto slowly let go of a now worried Hinata, did not see the other 4 shadows block off Tsunade, Hayashi, or Shizen, and he certainly did not see Naruto grab his throat before slamming him into the nearby wall. First, I know all about sealing from the very best, that is my demon father, since demons were the very first to do it before passing it down to humans, who later became arrogant and power-hungry people. Second, I know my father's jutsus due to them being in the Namikaze compound, since I've secretly been there learning from the library from time to time, sending several of my shadow clones in the house to do it. Third, I could care less about that a-hole father of a human that was my biological parent, since he was stupid enough to trust the village in carrying out his dying wish. As for my mother, I know she would have continued to love me had she not died right after bringing me into this world, so I won't hate her for something that was not her fault, said Naruto before letting go of the super pervert before turning to face the others, but with a calmer look in his eyes. Oh Naruto-kun, you were in so much pain at the hands of your father using you as a sacrifice I cannot begin to imagine, said Hinata, holding him once again with her ever-gentle touch. I have you to thank for making it go away, my Sisi-heim, said Naruto, making Hinata blush a deep shade of red at his words. Now why can't you be like that, Jiraiya? Said Tsunade, looking at Jiraiya, knowing that if the man put more romance than pervert into his ways with women, he might get more than just the usual fist to his face, or the hordes of angry women beating the crap out of him. Well, when I meet a woman who doesn't hit me for every single remark that I make, perverted or not, then I will. Until then, I just have you, old flat chest, said Jiraiya, who grinning only to feel the immense killer intent from Tsunade. I told you never to kaye me that, yelled Tsunade as she proceeded to beat the crap out of Jiraiya, making the spectators watch with somewhat amusement. I must head back to the Hyuga compound to attend to my youngest daughter's training in Gentle Fist, but just so you know, Kyuubi Naruto, I approve of you dating my daughter. All of Hinata's strength comes from you as her inspiration, and I would be proud Kami willing to call you my son-in-law in the near future, said Hayashi extending his hand, which Naruto took, which basically meant that Hinata was free to marry the Fox Prince if she wished. And I would be proud to call you my father-in-law Hayashi-sama, said Naruto before he let go and looked at a shocked Hinata, who bombarded him with kisses all over his face, while her father made a slightly hasty exit not wanting to see his daughter making out, and kept the thought of having grandchildren soon suppressed in the back of his head. Now if only Tsunade's fists would turn into her lips I would be in business, said Jiraiya trying to get up only be kicked in the butt out of her office through her window. We'll draw up the new contract tomorrow since I'm sure your friends would all like to see you again along with their Jounin senseis, said Tsunade having dealt with Jiraiya and his perverseness and insulting her once small bust. Set it up with them granny, I have to visit some other people that need my attention, said Naruto walking with Hinata and his group out of her office. Who do you think he's going to see, Tsunade-sama? Said Shizune ignoring the red tick mark on the Hokage's head for being called Granny by Naruto. I don't know Shizune and I don't care as long as he doesn't cause problems that I can't fix, said Tsunade sitting down in her desk only to see a note on it. If you want to get paperwork done faster, why not use the shadow clone jutsu? Seriously, how you and the old man never realized that is beyond me. Must be an old person thing. Naruto. P.S. I'm not going to stop making fun of you for being old. Same thing goes for Jiraiya being perverted, so just be glad I don't shout it out to the world because let's face it, I could and can. Diamond that boy and his genius mind, said Tsunade, as she had steam coming out of her ears at the note Naruto left, but all the same this would give her a chance to do paperwork faster and have more time to drink sake when she wanted it. Tsunade could finally have her sake and drink it too. Uchiha Estate. You know what's strange, Itachi? Said Kisame grinning slightly, though it was a shadow of his old shark-like grin that made his enemies run away in fear. What, Kisame? Said Itachi looking over at his former partner in crime when they were in Akatsuki. We've been here for a little over a year and we're still alive. To be honest, I half expected that the Diamond kid would come after us and finish us off, or someone from Konoha doing it for them. I mean, we're not exactly liked and here most of all since you're still considered a badass for wiping out your entire clan, said Kisame, placing a meal of scrambled eggs and some fresh tea for the Uchiha to eat, having to be the cook between the two due to Itachi being blind. Almost the entire clan, Kisame, since my little brother Sasuke is still alive. And if you are wondering if I have any regrets, my answer is that I don't. The clan was weak, spoiled by the wonders of the Sharingan, not bothering to fully understand the arrogance that came with the power of our bloodline. The only one I do regret killing was Mother, as she was a kind soul, but in my madness I had killed her, and when Sasuke came in I wondered if he was even worth killing. When I saw him trembling in fear of me, I knew Sasuke was not fit to be an Uchiha, much less a shinobi of potential promise among the clan. Whatever genetics were in Sasuke, they were second-rate at best and too weak to be noticed at the very worst, said Itachi, finding his utensils and started eating his meal, finding each day was getting easier as time went on with his blindness. Yes, speaking of that runt you call a brother, why hasn't he come to kill you like he's always wanted? Always saying, I have to kill Itachi, yes, and Itachi must die. I mean, if I were him I'd say screw, find a nice girl, and have kids, yet your brother just wants so .1 tract, said Kisame sitting down with his own meal of cooked fish. He never could see things from a wide perspective and only focused on a single narrow road. I think Sasuke now wants to kill the person who successfully crippled me so easily, if I understand my brother's mind the way it is, said Itachi, sighing as he ate his food. Another thing I wanted to ask you, and it's about your eyes when when he took them from you? Does this change your perspective on things? I mean, it's been a year and you seem to be more at peace than when we were with Akatsuki all the time. Before you had this calm hate in you, like you could hate the world so easily, and now you are all welled calm like a monk, said Kisame, wondering what was going on inside that Uchiha's head. I have had a year to reflect upon myself, Kisame, and I feel at peace because of lack of pressure I was under from the start. When Uchiha Madara first approached and trained me in the Sharingan, I felt so much hate within me for my clan for making me the prodigy that everyone was always watching me and every move I made as a shinobi when I was going out on missions or in public, knowing that it could make or break me in their judging eyes. They felt they had the right to judge me when they didn't even have the right at all. I wanted to show them I was strong, and yet at the same time I wanted it to show that I didn't care what people thought of me. When Naruto took my eyes from me and all I saw was darkness, I knew I had not only been freed of my hate, but I was freed from those judging eyes now that I could no longer see them. I'm calm Kisame because I am free of the things that made feel hatred in the beginning of my life, said Itachi, smiling a little at the thought of being freed from all expectations from those around him. That's good to hear, Itachi. Had you not found some measure of peace, I would have been forced to slay had you fallen into madness because of what I did, said Naruto, appearing behind the blind Uchiha. Holy shit! The Shinigami King is here, said Kisame, getting up from his chair, ignoring the pain in his leg from doing so, and got on his knees, bowing to the man with his head touching the floor. It is good to see you again, Naruto-sama, said Itachi, not moving from his spot since he was of course blind and couldn't exactly address the man as he should have. Likewise, Itachi. I see you are much better at being blind after a solid year of practice at it, said Naruto, standing near the table while still close to Itachi. Thank you, Naruto-sama. I can only assume this is not a personal call, said Itachi, who continued to eat his meal since he could do nothing else. No. I was wondering if you were considering reviving the Uchiha clan, said Naruto, making Kisame stiffen, and even Itachi gasped slightly at this news. I'm surprised you would suggest that, considering how evil the clan is and that allowing us to survive would mean should another Uchiha Madara arise, said Itachi, knowing that if there was the world would suffer for it. You are correct. However, I would think one such as you would make sure that all past mistakes from your clan concerning Madara would not be repeated, such as the complete destruction of the information concerning how the final strange of the Sharingan can be obtained and everything else concerning the Sharingan eyes, said Naruto before turning to Kisame and commanding him to get off the ground. I think it would be much safer if the clan were to simply be removed from all existence, said Itachi, in all honesty, since he believed that nothing good would ever come from the revival, much less the continuation of his clan. If that is what you truly believe, Itachi, then I will see to it that the clan dies with you, said Naruto, turning and walking out of the room with Kisame looking at Itachi with disbelief. You turned down the chance to revive your clan with the man's blessing. Why? Said Kisame, looking at his old partner in crime with a look that said, "W've just happened," on his face. Some things are better left dead and forgotten in the sands of time, Kisame. My clan will be one of them, said Itachi, going back to his meal in peace while Kisame stared at him for a moment before going back to his. Outside the Uchiha estate. So what was his response? Said Zabuza, wondering how the former Akatsuki member responded to the offer. He turned it down. It was not unexpected. The Itachi I spoke to in there is different than the one we all saw a year ago. I told him I would let the Uchiha clan die with him, so the only thing left to do now is to kill Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru, said Naruto before he turned to Hinata, who seemed slightly depressed at hearing shinobi work since she wanted to spend time with Naruto. When are we going to do that, King-sama? Said Yujito, seeing her leader walk up to Hinata and slide her face lovingly. Not for a while, or at least not until after the contract is signed, and even then it won't be for at least a few weeks before the order is given. For now, consider your time in Konoha a little break that has been long overdue for all of your loyal service and dedication to helping me rid the world of an evil that had to be removed, said Naruto, now smiling at Hinata, who enjoyed every minute of the man's affection directed entire towards her. I suggest you remove your hand from the Hyuga woman Shinigami King unless you want me to remove it from you, said Kakashi on the roof of one of the buildings in the Uchiha district. Your voice sounds very familiar, Shinobi of the Leaf. Why do you sound so familiar? No, it couldn't be him. The man is a late, lazy, and favoritism-showing man who thinks it is better to teach geniuses rather than hard-working people, said Naruto, knowing exactly who it was on the roof and was glad the man couldn't see his face since the shinobi was looking at his cape-covered back. Hatake Kakashi. Well, it seems the fates above have conspired for me and Haku to meet you again, yet preventing you from even knowing it. Oh, this will be fun indeed, thought Zabuza, now grinning beneath his metal mask with his eyes beyond his hood, looking at the Cyclops Jounin with a look of a predator finding prey worthy of his claw and teeth. Hatake Kakashi. You were never worthy of having Naruto-sama being your student, and before our time in Konoha is done you will come to that revelation as well. Though I do wonder, will you kill yourself like your father did? Or will you succumb to madness and live within your own hell until you die of old age? Thought Haku, flexing his hand, and felt the phantom pain from the Chidori he took for Zabuza. Of course Haku would do it again without question, but the pain still esigi. I won't tell you again. Remove Hinata-sama from your being or I will remove you from this world, said Kakashi, having followed the group ever since they had left the Hokage tower. We are here at the request of your Hokage for helping Konoha Hataki-san. If you wish to engage us in battle, we will be forced to defend ourselves. Hinata-sama is our guide and can choose to leave any time she wishes, said Naruto, giving Hinata a quick wink, making the girl cling to him more to hide her blush from the scarecrow. I highly doubt that, said Kakashi, gearing up to use his Rikiri on Naruto. He was stopped when two ice pick-sized knives made of bone were pressed against either side of his neck by Kimimaro, who felt the need to defuse the situation as fast as possible. Believe what you want, Hataki-san, but King-sama does not lie. If you still don't believe him, then go ask Hayashi-sama or Tsunasama herself, as they will tell you what we have just now, said Kimimaro, eyeing the man carefully. While we do appreciate you looking out for one of Konoha's own, Hataki-san, I believe Hinata-sama is in far better hands with us than she is with you, said Naruto, now turning to face Kakashi with his black cloth covering the lower half of his face once more. I suppose I have no choice now, do I? Said Kakashi, removing his hands from the stance needed to make the Rikiri before Kimimaro removed the 2 points from the Chunin's neck. If you are so intent on trying to hurt me, Hataki-san, then I suppose we could do this in another manner, said Naruto, his eyes flashing a dangerous red that reminded Kakashi of the Kyuubi. A one-on-one match? Said Kakashi, suspiciously gauging the man carefully. Yes. Tomorrow, noon, and at Konoha Stadium where the Chunin exams are held will be the appropriate setting for this. That way everyone in Konoha will be able to see and enjoy the fight. Agreed, said Naruto, while Kakashi pondered it for a moment to give it some serious thought. You have yourself a match. I will need to speak to the Hokage to make this official for tomorrow, but I assure you I will defeat regardless of my current rank, said Kakashi, as he left in a poof of smoke. Fool, said Yujito, knowing that the man was going to get his pre-verbal but handed to him. Be nice, Hell-san, we're guests here, remember, said Naruto, smiling at her before picking up Hinata bridal style, make her squeak at the sudden move. And Naruto-kun? Said Hinata, blushing further red, wondering what he had planned for her now that he was back. In the back of her mind, Hinata's inner self was calling for a pre-marriage honeymoon. Do you want a tour of the Namikaze estates, my Haim? Said Naruto, emphasizing tour for a reason that made Hinata nod her head fast, with her mind spinning, not trusting her mouth to speak. I think we better stay away from the place for a few hours, said Yujito, seeing Naruto dash off at high speed, hearing the brief squeal of joy and surprise from Hinata. I can't tell who is luckier from the two, said Zabuza, knowing that Hyuga girl looked incredible and that those two were lucky to have each other considering the uniqueness of the circumstances that brought them together in the first place. Let's call it a tie, said Haku, deciding to break the thought process as he thought of a certain girl at the ramen stand and decided to pay her a visit in civilian clothing, leaving the others to their own devices. Shall we go out and paint the village red, Hell-chan? Said Zabuza, bowing towards the woman, who was blushing behind her mask. I would love that, Ghost-kun, thank you, said Yujito, leaving with the former swordsman, having formed a relationship with the man not long after being in Naruto's service. I too will look amongst the populace of the people of Konoha, and hopefully I can find a female companion for myself to enjoy being with. I don't why, but I felt my heart race near that Inazuka woman and that purple-haired one with the revealing skirt with fishnet shirt, said Kimimaro before he too left in search of those women.